Deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindjoke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Happy New Year, Pokemon trainers, and what better way to ring in the new year than with a brand new format and another Pokemon event. While it might be a new year, it's still going to be the same old, same old. I'm Rosemary Kelly, and I'm going to be your host this weekend, joined by Jake Muller and Evan Latt in the round right now. And we, of course, have Joe Brown and Len Duel on standby as our other casters for this weekend. How are you both doing?
Great. Really excited for this first event of the new year and the new regulation.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here in Portland, kicking off the new year and kicking off the new regulation. I think we're going to see some extremely exciting Pokemon, and we've got some really cool things lined up for, I think, this weekend. This new format is going to be bonkers.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait. We're gonna have a great time when it comes down to celebrating all of the new Pokemon that are coming in from the Indigo Disc DLC, as well as what new moves, what new strategies does that hold for all of our trainers that are competing here this weekend. It's gonna be such a blast to figure that all out. But this is Portland. We've already had a huge number of events leading up into the new year, but Portland is our very first stop in the rest of the 2024 season as we look forward to what other events are on the docket, and of course those international events.
It's crazy. It's already our 6th regional championship of the season, and it feels like it's been just a couple weeks ago we had Pittsburgh kicking off the year, and of course we had Sao Paulo as well, our first international championship. We still have so much more to go too.
Yeah, we're pretty close to halfway through the season, and at the end of January, end of January, start of February, we're going to have 3 regionals kind of back to back to back. Lots of things are going to happen over the course of this month.
Means we're going to see a lot of very quick meta development, I feel like, when it comes down to just how many events we have up ahead of us for North America. But as you mentioned, it's kind of halfway through the season, so there's still championship points on the line for all of our players that are trying to qualify to compete at the World Championships. You can see how that's going to break down per division and per region, but you only have the next half of the year to get it done.
Yeah.
Well, there's still so many points up for grabs too, between 2 more international championships, I think probably 8 or so more regionals, and even if you start now, there's certainly plenty of time left to get those 500 points.
And at least for one person, the dream of a World Championships invite is alive in Portland. By winning the tournament here, they could qualify for the World Championships in one shot.
I love that change.
Yeah.
I still love that change so much because maybe you can't travel to many events, so you are able to still get that invite by just winning the tournament outright.
Simple enough.
Yeah, so easy when you put it that way. But there's so many trainers that have not only won regional events, but have also just shown so much consistency throughout the entire season. Can't wait to celebrate them a little bit more when we get a chance to dive into that a little bit further. But we're hot off the tails of the San Antonio Regional Championship, so let's find out where we left off.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here to walk you through all of the festive battles we had at the 2024 San Antonio Regional Championships. With Regulation F mere weeks away, many Pokemon trainers thought that this was Hisuian Arcanine's last ride, and that it would top the usage charts once again. But similar to what happened at the Stuttgart Regional Championships a week prior, it was nowhere to be seen come day number 2, with Kingambit taking its place. With the powerful move combination of Sword Stance and Sucker Punch, plus its partner Clefairy by its side, Kingambit was able to secure Raghav Malavia their 3rd top 4 placement in as many regionals. An incredible accomplishment, only to be topped by their advancement to the finals in San Antonio. On the other side of the bracket, Giovanni Costa left his comeback partner Dragonite on the bench, bringing a unique team featuring Life Orb Farigiraf and Urshifu Single Strike form instead. With our 2 finalists set, it was time for the last match of 2023 to begin. With an early Defiant attack boost on Kingambit, it looked like Raghav was set to sweep. Gio was able to rely on his Dark-type Urshifu to resist Kingambit's damage, and thanks to a double critical hit from his Flutter Mane, he ultimately won game number 1. In game number 2, Gio was able to take an early knockout thanks to Raghav terastallizing their Landorus Incarnate. Raghav scored a critical hit of their own to knock out Gio's Flutter Mane, but it was not enough. With one final Hyper Voice from Farigiraf, Gio won his first ever regional championships. With 2024 on the horizon, the World Championships looming in the distance, now is the perfect time to begin your road to Worlds. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can compete with the very best.
What a great way to celebrate the end of Regulation E with Gio winning that whole tournament. That is a player that I feel like you're surprised almost to hear that he has never won a regional championship prior to this.
Yeah, Rose, I could not have been more thrilled to see Gio win that tournament last year. Incredible run from him, one of the great sort of archivists of our community, who really cares about the game, really cares about building community and the history of the game, and it was so gratifying to see him take a championship last year.
And it shows just how happy everyone else was for him too. I think one of the people you saw jump up on stage in that recap video was Riley Fector, a past regional champion this year, and I think after the event, he posted online, like, I was more happy that Gio won than I was whenever I won any of my regionals too. So, a well-deserved champion there.
Absolutely well-deserved, and Raghav hot on his tail. Raghav's gonna be joining this list, so I feel like if anyone can do it, it's definitely Raghav, who has just had so much consistency over the past few events. But this NA regional champion list is just totally stacked. I don't know who's gonna be joining them.
I mean, Raghav is certainly a good bet. There are certainly a multitude of other players in the field here that either have, won a regional, are defending a regional title, or are looking to break through for their first big win, just like Michael on this list as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Any one of the players out in the field could be able to join this list of regional champions. And Raghav is probably one of the odds-on favorites to do so, given that they have finished top four, and finals in their last couple of regionals. But plenty of more people out in the field, and plenty more people chasing that World's invite coming up here in Portland.
Yeah, so you got the World's invite, but then you also have the people that have earned multiple of those. When you take a look at the actual NA leaderboard, I mean, talk about Riley.
Riley sitting at
has
3 invites.
That's crazy.
I wonder if he can carry those over. Maybe for 2026, he's already set.
Yeah, he has the 3 invites from winning a regional championship, and then of course the point total. I cannot believe he has over 1,000 championship points already.
It is January.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think it is important to note, we have our top 12 here. All of these players now, our top 12, have qualified for the World Championships, all at 500 plus points. So that North American roster for the World Championships coming up this year, starting to look stacked, and we're starting to see who's at the top.
And Europe, though, as well. That's another region that is super, super stacked. Every single tournament, I feel like we're also seeing veteran players take up those champion spots. And so you can see our current EU regional champions here.
Of course, Eduardo, a former world champion, Simone, a former international champion, Oliver, I believe, an international finalist there. So we have 3 huge veteran players that, again, are not at all surprised to see on this list. And then Lorenzo claiming a first big title just a few weeks ago over in Stuttgart, too.
Yeah, any one of these players is a top threat to compete at the World Championships. And I'm really excited to see if we get some more of our newer players in North America to join, as right now our North American roster is looking pretty stacked with people that we're pretty familiar with. Michael Zhang probably being the player who's the least known outside of his local community up in Seattle.
I'm waiting to see the crossover. When
Yeah.
is a European player going to win an NA regional and vice versa?
Jamie came pretty close over
I
in Toronto.
know, exactly. It's going to happen at some point.
It could be closer than you think.
It could also be this weekend. That's so true. But the European leaderboard, there's been so much movement across the field, but they also are following the same trend in North America, where they have all earned an invite at this point from one way or another. And they're really just on victory laps to see if they can continue to put up those good placements, as well as even look towards those travel awards and travel stipends. But that's just it for our player preview. There's so many exciting players that we get a chance to celebrate on the stream, but sometimes it's up to you, Twitch chat. That's right, you get a chance to vote for some of our matches and where we're going to be actually going. We'll have those community choice votes up throughout the day and the weekend, so make sure your voice is heard. Participate in those polls that you can see in the Twitch chat, and let us know who you would like to see featured on the stream. But with all of our matches ahead of us, we have to address the elephants in the room, which are that we've got some new things to play around with. We are in Regulation F, which is a brand new regulation, and that comes with so many different tricks and surprises, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think we don't have to address the elephant in the room. I think we have to address the kitty cat in the room. The heal Pokemon Incineroar is back, baby. One of the top finishing Pokemon in the history of Pokemon has been out of the picture for the last for the last year and a half or so. It's back now, and it's still looking like it's going to be a top threat.
I mean, it kind of does everything, right? You have Fake Out, one of the best moves in the format. You have Intimidate, one of the best abilities in the format. You have a pretty good defensive typing, considering the common meta threats. You have Parting Shot, which gives it so much flexibility. There's a lot it does all in one slot, so it's a really tempting choice on a lot of teams.
And now it gets Knockoff.
Oh,
As if it didn't need
Helping
anything
Hand.
else that
Right.
it needed. It also gets Knockoff and Helping Hand as new utility moves that it has available to it. So Incineroar kind of getting the Grimmsnarl treatment of how many different things would I like to have on this team, and what am I actually going to put on the Pokemon.
Yeah, I think, Jake, you mentioned Incineroar's good defensive typing, and it's a Fire Dark Pokemon, which in the past has been really good defensive typing. I think what's going to keep Incineroar back now that we're here in the Scarlet and Violet era is, of course, the top threat in the history of Scarlet and Violet ever since Regulation B, Fluttermane. Because of its Fire Dark typing, it doesn't have the resistance to Fairy typing that Pokemon like Cantonian and Hisuian Arcanine both had, which was part of why those were the top intimidators in the format. And so you're taking one of the only Fairy resists in the format, like the type for Fairy resist, Fire. You have Fire, Steel, and Poison. Poison's kind of a garbage type in general. And Steel also has this same problem where a lot of the best Steel Pokemon are also weak, have a secondary typing that's also weak to Fairy. So Incineroar's defensive typing actually not as great, and I think a lot of players who try to fit Incineroar on their team are going to struggle against Fluttermane because they don't have that resistance.
Yeah, great point. I think the same kind of goes for Urshifu. Like, you know, our Intimidate's very good against physical attackers, but kind of the thing that sets Urshifu apart is it just ignores Intimidate with either Surging Strikes or Wicked Blow. Obviously, the Surging Strike's much more effective into Incineroar, which probably just KOs it straight through that Intimidate. So one thing to worry about there, but
just
of course,
another Pokemon Urshifu one-hit KOs through.
which is definitely what we need.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, what about maybe Primarina then? Primarina might give Urshifu a run for its money, I'm not sure. That is another Pokemon that is going to be returning as one of the first partner Pokemon brought through from the Indigo Disc DLC. We also have 8 new Pokemon to play around with when it comes down to what is now available for Regulation F, and so that also brings some surprises and also leads me to my next point, and that is, what's the weather forecast? We gotta ask our resident weatherman, Jake Muller, what do we have in store for us in Portland this weekend?
Let me put my weatherman glasses on real quick. Oh, now I see. So like you said, there's a lot of new Pokemon. One of the big ones being our Charludon. So it's a Steel Dragon type, evolves from Duraludon, which we got back in Sword and Shield. But more importantly, it has a fun new move called Electro Shot, where if it's raining, you on one turn get a special attack boost and a 130 base power attack. If it's not raining, you have to take a turn to charge. It's much like Meteor Beam in that sense. But if you're playing Archaeolodon with Electro Shot, you really want rain up, which means that a lot of players are opting to use something like a Pelipper, something like a Rain Dance. And that makes it great for our Archaeolodon defensively as well, taking less damage from those fire type attacks, but most importantly, powering up that Electro Shot. In turn, we have other new Pokemon like Walking Wake, like Gouging Fire, like Raging Bolt, that all love the sun because of their photosynthesis ability. So we'll see some Sunny Day on Pokemon like Tornadus. We'll see some Torkoal, I think, out in the field. I've also seen some teams that have both Rain Dance and Sunny Day on their Tornadus. So the weather is kind of all over the place here in Portland.
Yeah, well, isn't that just the Pacific Northwest?
Of course.
I do expect we'll see a lot more rain, probably pretty appropriate for our location. But, I just remember, you remember those days when you could just have a drought user and stick it next to a chlorophyll Pokemon, put all your Pokemon to sleep, and then KO with an overheat or an eruption?
Simpler times.
Well, in Portland, you can still do that because it wins championships. That's what Joe Ugarte did last year, and I think that Sun has only gotten better with these new photosynthesis users that you mentioned, Jake, as well as Walking Wake finally giving Sun teams a way to use water-type damage in the Sun. That Hydro Steam attack, getting a boost from both Rain and Sun, is huge for Walking Wake. It's huge for Sun teams in general. And if you don't want Sun, just put a bird on it, get Pelipper out there, get the drizzle up, and then all of a sudden, you've got a whole new team cooking.
I do think it's ironic that the best Pokemon to make use of Sun or Rain now are no longer the Chlorophyll or the Swift Swim users. They're just Urshifu that hits really hard with Mystic Water, Terra Water, Surging Strikes, or your Photosynthesis Pokemon that get the boost from their ability. Who needs a Chlorophyll? Who needs speed anymore when you can just hit real hard?
Yeah, guaranteed critical hits through Protect. That's better than speed.
I'll take it.
Poor Gouging Fire. Poor Gouging Fire. Would love if its new signature move would be able to help stop the Urshifu, but sadly...
Urshifu is just a cheater, though.
It's just a cheese ball. What can we do? But yeah, I mean, stocks are going up there for the Dragon-type Pokemon out in the field. Definitely looking at those weather teams as just another eye to kind of keep out for, but you also have the balanced teams I feel like are really going to be showing up in force. And so looking at Pokemon like Latios, like Kingambit, like AV Entei as just another really big threats when it comes down to the meta. Yeah, Entei, the current
Entei.
one, not the past
Modern day.
Entei, modern day Entei. But the final thing that we've got to touch on here is we have a new Stellar Terra type. And that is going to be another inclusion that's come through from the Indigo Disc DLC, and it's a complicated one. It doesn't work like normal terrestrialization, and so that's where we have to figure out what it's about and also talk about whether or not it's viable. So to do that, I have decided that we're going to set up some interpretive art while we get some nice discussion on how the Stellar Terra actually works.
Yeah, so the Stellar Terra type is our brand new Terra type introduced in the Indigo Disc. Like Rose mentioned, it doesn't function exactly the same as other Terra types. Like previously, when you Terra'd into a new type, you took on that entire type. So like Dragonite often uses the Terra Normal. So instead of becoming a Dragon Flying type Pokemon, it becomes a normal type Pokemon. With the Stellar Terra type, you do not lose your original typing anymore. In fact, you keep it. So a Stellar Terra Dragonite would keep its Dragon Flying typing, but instead get a cool new ability. Like Terrestrialization typically only boosts one type of attack. With Stellar Terra, you get to boost every single different type that you have. So if you have a fairy type attack, a water type attack, a fire type attack, and an electric type attack on your Pokemon, the first time you use one of those attacks while you're in the Stellar Terra wearing the 4-hammer Stellar Terra crown, you will get a boost each of that. So if I use Dazzling Gleam and I finally get to launch my fairy type hammer at my opponent, but now I don't have my hammer anymore. I am Sans Hammer. But that means I still have 3 other attacks that I can use and get the boost for my Terra type. I could fire off, a big, Thunderbolt at somebody and fire off my electric type hammer and get that boost. And now I no longer can get my boost from the electric type, but I do still have the ability to launch off a boosted water or fire type at my choosing. And Jake, do you think this is going to shake up the meta?
No, not really. So here's my issue with running the Stellar Terra type. A lot of times we use terrestrialization defensively. That's kind of been the de facto Terra reason lately, just because giving yourself a different defensive typing can be so much more valuable than boosting a certain kind of attack. With Stellar, that's just not an option. Like you said, you keep that same defensive typing, same like weaknesses and whatnot. So for example, like with Dragonite, you can't Terra away from your Dragon Flying to lose a Dragon weakness, for example. And that just kind of limits your options, I would think.
I think so as well. I think you guys are right on the money. I hope you enjoyed that demonstration.
I hope we get to see some hammers. But
I really hope it. I hope it's hammer time at some time when it comes down to the rest of the regional. But hopefully that also gives you a nice preview into what we can expect coming through, because it's kind of the wild, wild west out there. There's a lot of different things that could come to form, and that's why our predictions are so wildly different. Jake, I do see that you have that Sun mode available on your team. You also kind of played both sides of the fence, where you also had the Archaludon for that as well. And I think just across the board, we're seeing a lot of Pokemon that are really good at just being able to have a well-rounded team. I wish we could spend more time on this, and I'm sure we're going to dive into it a little bit later. But Evan, the first thing that I think we have to get this out of the way is that what Pokemon is that on your fourth slot?
My favorite Pokemon is Assault Vest. The Assault Vest item is the best item in the game. And I think it's in large part due to the fact that Fluttermane is the best Pokemon in the game right now. Lots of Pokemon want to be able to boost their special defense stat, and I think that the Assault Vest, at least when I have been building teams, is always the most contested item slot on my team. And I think it's only gotten more powerful in this new meta.
Yeah, I agree, and it's so tough. Like, I don't know where you put it, and so I think that's going to be how do players adapt to see what do they use instead of what they might want there in terms of the Assault Vest. Those are just our Pokemon to watch, though. We also have a couple players that are going to be following their journeys. We've got Raghav Malavia, Joseph Ugarte, and Abdullah Mohayuddin, who are going to be the three players that we think are going to have some of the best success in Regulation F and at this event in particular. For Raghav, I think the results speak for themselves. Top 4 at basically every single event that he has gone to, which is so impressive to put up. That's the type of consistency we see from the top players like Riley as well, who has also had top 16 finishes or better at every single regional event that he's been at.
Wild.
Especially for Joe, too. I think, again, the results kind of speak for themselves. He's won the last 2 times Portland regionals have happened, so he's a double defending champion here. Of course, looking for another win under his belt, and I know he has the fire to keep that streak alive here.
Yeah, it would be a history-making three-peat for three wins in a row for the same regional for Joe. Abdullah Mohayuddin, I am really excited to watch Abdullah grow as a player. I think, we had 3 rookies last year who had incredible seasons. Justin Tang winning 2 regionals, Michel Kelch, who became a finalist in his first season at the World Championships last year. And I think Abdullah has kind of flown a little bit under the radar. The Vancouver regional champion from last year in his first season, and then the top placing North American at the World Championships, a 5th place finish for Abdullah. I'm excited to see him here at Portland, and I'm excited to see how Abdullah grows as a player throughout the course of this season with more events under his belt.
Yeah, I agree. He's definitely the type of player that would be able to join that prestigious list of regional champions once again for the 2024 season. But that's going to do it for our preview and our pre-show heading into the rest of the Portland Regional Championships. Make sure you're following along the action. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to be able to check out the events in your area. And of course, on our social media platforms, please use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to become a part of the conversation. I want to see what y'all are saying, like what's your favorite Pokemon, maybe share some art, share your cosplays. We've gotten a chance to feature some of those social posts on stream, so we'd love to be able to do more of that. But thank you both so much for giving us such a great introduction into what to expect here for Portland. Cannot wait to get into this first match, so we're going to go ahead and kick it over to Joe and Len to bring us through that.
Thank you very much, Rosemary, Jake, and Evan, for the wonderful introduction to the start of a brand new year here in Pokemon, new regulation and everything. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I haven't seen you since last year. Had to get it out of the way. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Len Duel. And Len, we should have an exciting day because we're all blank right now. Nobody knows. We all have suspicions on what the best Pokemon and the best teams are in the format, but we're going to finally learn here today in Portland.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see it. These first tournaments of new formats are always so much fun to see what players have been thinking about what's going to really rise to the top, and so many new options suddenly appear in this format should be really interesting today.
Yeah, and if you are wondering what that format is going to entail this weekend here in Portland, we have a video prepared for you, so please enjoy.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And there's a lot more than just pride on the line this weekend. As you can see, the prizes for winning a regional championship in your respective division. Obviously, Masters Division is what we are covering here on the broadcast this weekend. That is a hefty chunk of change there, Len.
Yeah, pretty good prize. No one would be sad to walk home with that this weekend.
Definitely not. And that's obviously, we have, I think it's pretty much 500 players here in the Masters Division this weekend in Portland. So obviously, it's going to be a very intense and very fun, from our perspective at least, weekend to watch some VGC. And already, I think you've already cut it down to what was it? About 20% of the field is 0-2, so they're already in a tough spot. So the players that are currently 2-0 right now are feeling good.
Yeah, you've already cut the field down to 1 quarter undefeated, but you don't have to be undefeated right now to move on. You can take a couple losses early, but right now the players we're going to have on stream are undefeated, 2-0, having a really great start to their day and hoping to keep moving on.
Yeah, so let's check out those Swiss standings to see as we head into round 3 right now. Looking, of course, there's a lot of 2-0 trainers right now, so don't worry if you're not on that top 16 graphic. It goes down very, very far, but some of the names you can see, like we had Abdul, who was one of our players to watch, up across, regional champion, Carson Comfort, international champion. There's some big names here doing well so far.
Yeah, lots of players with a ton of experience, and off to good starts and trying to pick up that first day 2 of this new format.
And instead of just looking at the Swiss rankings, we can actually see the notable pairings for this round 3 here at the Portland Regional Championships. And our stream match is going to be Abdullah Mohayedin versus Dylan Salvanera. But then see those other matches have some heavy hitters as well.
Yep, several regional champions up there, players who are having really great seasons so far. Any one of these matches would be a ton of fun to watch. But I'm excited about when we have a rematch of last year's semifinals in Vancouver. 2 players who are, Dylan, I think it's number 3 or 4 in the CP standings so far this season. Abdullah, regional champion from last year. So two players with a lot of success under their belt.
Yeah, Abdullah, a player to watch, as we just saw in the opening segment there, and we get to watch him very early on, which is exciting for sure. But we have some time as the trainers are getting set up on stage to actually discuss the metagame and the most popular Pokemon usage-wise here in all of day 1 in the Masters Division. You can see new year, new me, same Fluttermane in the number 1 slot.
Yep, it's an interesting graphic to see kind of all the holdovers from Reggie. We still have Fluttermane and Tornadus and Urshifu, Rillaboom all in there in the graphic, but a few new appearances. Incineroar takes its spot that'll probably consistently stay in those top few places there at number 2 at 42%. And then new options like Raging Bolt and Entei in the top 12 should be pretty frequent appearances over the course of the weekend.
Oh, and then Farighraf, we were actually talking before, we were trying to do the math. Farighraf at 12.2% there. That means Walking Wake just missed the graphic. We had kind of a side thing going on. Is it going to make top 12? And it doesn't there. But obviously the Incineroar you talked about being at 43%. I think that's actually lower than I was anticipating. I think lower than a lot of people just hearing the online discourse regarding Regulation F. So is this Incina fraud, Watts? Like, what's going on? I thought it was going to be 60, 65% usage. It's only 43%.
No, I think that's about right. You have to look at how it matches up against some of these other Pokemon in the top 6. You know, Evan mentioned in the pre-show how it's dark typing makes sure that despite being a fire type, it doesn't have a fairy resistance up against Fluttermane at the top spot. Of course, can't intimidate Fluttermane either, and so that's something that's going to hold back Incineroar consistently. But Urshifu does the same thing, able to crit through Intimidate and threaten a ton of damage, and so Incineroar finds itself in a new game, in a new format, but with some new rivals to fight up against.
Yeah, and it's also tough because back in my day, when Incineroar just straight up walled a Pokemon, there was nothing they could do about it. Now they can change out of that typing, and they can try to change a matchup that was not previously available to them in either, in Generation 7 or the Dynamax era. So Terrestrialization makes it for a beautiful game and makes it a little tougher on Incineroar. But we are ready to head over to the stage to start our coverage here in round 3 of the Portland Regional Championships. Abdullah Mohayedin versus Dylan Salvanera. Just to note, as we are starting this due to a team sheet error, Abdullah is down 1 game to start this set.
Yeah, so 2 fairly similar teams. We have 4 of the same Pokemon, including 2 of those new options, Entei and Raging Bolt, both on both teams. Different flying type intimidators, Gyarados on Abdullah's side and Landorus on Dylan's side, and then different grass types, Rillaboom on Abdullah's side and Ogerpon Wellspring on Dylan's side. But a lot of other subtle, small differences between the teams. That Assault Vest that Evan mentioned in the pre-show, players have made different decisions about where it lands. It's on the Raging Bolt, it's on the Entei for Dylan, and is on the Rillaboom for Abdullah, and that kind of leads to a chain reaction of different items shifting around to different places, some different Terra choices, and it'll be interesting to see how those adjustments play out for each player.
Yeah, that's what's so intricate about VGC, is using the same Pokemon but using them in completely different ways and changing Terra types and changing items and, how these Pokemon are trained. Looking at Abdullah's team, that Raging Bolt, one of the most anticipated Pokemon coming into Regulation F, has Terra Grass with the Calm Mind Thunderclap version. So Thunderclap is that new, essentially electric special attack Sucker Punch that Raging Bolt has access to. So if you get a couple of Calm Mind boosts up, that Thunderclap can really cause havoc.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the kind of 2 different ways to run the Raging Bolt. Calm Mind, not something we see in VGC all that often, but able to boost the special attack and special defense of Raging Bolt, make it be able to fight up against things like Fluttermane more easily and threaten a ton of damage as well. And means it has a lot more staying power. When you surround it with Intimidate from Gyarados and Fake Out U-Turn and Grassy Train from Rillaboom, it can stay on the field for a while, try to accumulate Calm Minds and go after the other team.
And then here on Dylan's end, having some similar Pokemon, like the Choice Specs Fluttermane on both ends, Qianpao and Entei and Raging Bolt, of course, but they have different moves. This Entei with the Assault Vest compared to the Citrus Berry, going to help it on that special defense just a little bit more.
Yeah, it means it can fight up against Fluttermane really well. And then you can see the other way Raging Bolt can be played with that high base power Draco Meteor, and trading out the staying power of trying to get Calm Mind to stay on the field for a Draco Meteor in and out. This Raging Bolt also has safety goggles, which means it doesn't need the Grass Terra that Abdullah has. Instead, is able to opt for the Electric Terra and then have consistent electric offense because it has both Thunderbolt and Thunderclap. So you don't have to worry about whether that Thunderclap will actually land when the other Pokemon attacks, which can be really useful with the Gyarados up on Abdullah's side of the field. And a Pokemon that 4 times weak to electric, but if all you have is Thunderclap, it may just never use Waterfall and give you the opportunity. But Dylan's prepared. He's got the Thunderbolt also on Raging Bolt and will be able to go after Gyarados if those Pokemon end up on the field together.
Yeah, I think these Raging Bolts, how they interact with each other is going to be so important because, as you were mentioning, if all you have is to hit, say, water types or flying types, is the Thunderclap, and there's only, I think it's 8 PP or something on it, just like Sucker Punch is, right? So when you fully max it out, it's sometimes very easy to play around, much easier than Sucker Punch, I would argue. So the other thing that's struggling for Abdullah is that Dylan has Terra Flying and Terra Blast on his Choice Scarf Landers, so that Terra Grass is not necessarily looking that enticing. But then if you don't Terrestrialize out of it, you're still weak to a potential Stomping Tantrum as your general electric type that you have.
It's true, but the The Flying Terror is a pretty dangerous Terra for Landorus to use because, of course, with Thunderclap able to now hit Landorus, that Choice Scarf doesn't matter when you've got priority Thunderclap coming in, and of course you don't have to worry about whether it's going to attack or not if it's holding a Choice Scarf. So it may be enticing to go for those Flying type Terra Blasts, go after Rillaboom, even Flutter Mane, it's a great target for those Flying type Terra Blasts, but you have to immediately worry about whether that just creates a Thunderclap target.
Yeah, this matchup is definitely going to be an exciting one between Abdullah and Dylan. Similar teams, but trained in different aspects to cover different things. So let's see how they interact as we head into what is technically game 2 of this series. To start it off with Dylan Salvanera on the top of your screen, Flutter Mane, Ogerpon, Wellspring, and then Abdullah, Mohayedin, Entei, Chien Pao, the new core, Dragonite, Adios. We got Entei with this Terra Normal version now.
Yep. Another Pokemon that can Terra Normal and put out giant extreme speeds, but of course not into Flutter Mane. 4 big attackers already on the field. No time for Intimidate, no time for support. We have a ton of damage being threatened. Entei has to watch out for Ivy Cudgel from that Ogerpon. The Chien Pao would make sure that that's a ton of damage. The Flutter Mane on the other side, pretty vulnerable to both of these Pokemon, but it could of course go after Chien Pao if it can find the time. A Follow Me, which is available from the Ogerpon Wellspring on Dylan's side, could try to open up space. Both of these Pokemon just single target Pokemon, so wouldn't be able to get to the Ogerpon, or excuse me, get to the Flutter Mane if the Ogerpon Follow Me's.
Ogerpon Wellspring with around 30% of the overall field usage in day 1 here in Portland, and Dylan wants to show off why it is such a strong Pokemon in this format. But Abdullah is not going to fall for anything on this turn 1, just wants to play it defensively with those protects and forcing Dylan to lock into a specific attack on his Flutter Mane. It will be the Dazzling Gleam, no Terastallization yet though.
Yeah, a nice safe double protect to just learn what the Flutter Mane has locked itself into. An advantage of having the Citrus Berry instead of the Assault Vest on Entei is that protect is available, and now there's a little more information on the field. Dylan just opts there for the safe damage, tries to get a Follow Me and a Dazzling Gleam that would have put a ton of damage on the field without actually risking Flutter Mane. It'll be interesting to see if he sticks with that play now that it's revealed and what Abdullah's response is. Yeah,
because you have to wonder on Dylan what his last 2 Pokemon are in the back, and if Flutter Mane is going to be important the later that the game goes on. But Extreme Speed goes into Ogerpon Wellspring. No Follow Me was used this turn, so that means an attack is coming out from the Ogerpon. Dazzling Gleam brings Chien Pao down to 1 HP thanks to its Focus Sash. If Ogerpon follows up into that slot, that means Chien Pao will be down. But Icicle Crash does land onto Ogerpon, and it barely hangs on, but he gets the flinch anyway.
Yeah, that's an absolutely critical survival followed by a critical flinch. Ogerpon, if it had been IB Cudgeling either of those slots, is likely picking up a KO, but instead it flinches from that Icicle Crash, hangs on at 1 HP, still may be a valuable Follow Me available, but Flutter Mane now looking much more vulnerable. The first Pokemon can KO Flutter and then leave, or excuse me, KO Ogerpon and leave Flutter vulnerable on the field by itself.
Yeah, because then the Flutter Mane, it's locked into Dazzling Gleam right now, which against the Fire-type Entei is really not an advantageous position you want to find yourself in. Chien Pao is at 1 HP, but Ogerpon essentially in the same boat will just click Follow Me since it knows it's probably going to go down at the end of this turn. There is the Extreme Speed to take out Ogerpon Wellspring, so Dylan losing his first Pokemon of this match. Now you'll have the Chien Pao going for Sucker Punch. That is a neutral attack into Flutter Mane. Sword of Ruin means that does about 75% to this Flutter Mane. And finally, Chien Pao goes down, but after 2 Dazzling Gleams, Entei is still over 50% health.
Yeah, still hasn't eaten that Citrus Berry that'll just heal it up further. I think both players are just kind of willing to trade out of this early game with 2 potent attackers on both sides. It wasn't easy to switch out of that position, but I think Abdullah gets a little bit of the better of it. Smartly uses double priority moves there to still manage to get a bunch of damage on this Flutter. Uses Extreme Speed to take out the Ogerpon so the Follow Me doesn't redirect the Sucker Punch, and then has the Sucker Punch land into the Choice Specs Flutter, who had no choice but to click Dazzling Gleam and take a ton of damage from that Sucker Punch.
There's the Lake of Rage, Gyarados on Abdullah's side coming onto the field, and there is no physical attackers for Dylan, so this Intimidate is going to be wasted. A Pokemon that is 4 times weak to Electric as well in Gyarados, it's not a great spot to be facing down a Raging Bolt.
Yeah, this Raging Bolt finds itself in a pretty good position. Of course, resists Entei's Sacred Fire, does have to worry about a Stomping Tantrum back from Entei, but doesn't really have to worry about much from Gyarados at all. Resisted Waterfalls aren't going to matter. You can't Thunder Wave the Raging Bolt, and Raging Bolt can go after this Gyarados with Thunderbolt anytime it wants, like we mentioned. Fluttermane, on the other hand, doesn't really like the position it's in. We've seen how little those Dazzling Gleams do to Entei on the other side. You would just be activating the Citrus Berry and letting it heal, but it's going to stay on the field anyway. No great switch-ins, and so one more Dazzling Gleam may be coming.
Helping hand from the Gyarados, going to lend a hand to this Entei, giving it more damage output on this turn. Finally, Entei has taken enough damage to activate that Citrus Berry and recover up 25% of its HP, essentially ending this turn healthier than it started. There's a Helping Hand boosted Stomping Tantrum into Raging Bolt. Looks like it is a 2-hit KO, but you're not going to be able to Helping Hand on the following turn as Gyarados goes down to that Thunderbolt.
Yeah, both players continuing to play this in just a really straightforward way. Both think the best option is just to accept the damage trades that are on the field. In this case, trading that Stomping Tantrum and just over half of Raging Bolt's health back for Gyarados, and then the Dazzling Gleam picking up a little bit more on top of that. That's forced Abdullah down to the final two Pokemon. Fluttermane is going to be on the field locking into one Choice Specs move and using it for the rest of the game. And having to worry about the speed on the Fluttermane on the other side. Any kind of damage chip picked up onto Fluttermane makes it more vulnerable for whatever Dylan's final Pokemon is. But that damage in Raging Bolt is pretty important. That Stomping Tantrum, like you said, it might have been a 2-hit KO with another hit, but it's going to definitely open up this Raging Bolt to a KO from the Fluttermane on the other side.
Raging Bolt with the Protect on Dylan's end. No swaps either, so Dylan still has not revealed that fourth Pokemon in this match. There's the Fluttermane Dazzling Gleam into both of Abdullah's targets, not doing too much damage, and Abdullah has decided to Dazzling Gleam as well, locking into that Choice Specs attack. Fluttermane goes down here, so now Dylan will have to reveal that last Pokemon, but Raging Bolt crucially does not take damage thanks to the Protect.
Yeah, Raging Bolt protects itself from two super effective attacks coming in on the other side, and Fluttermane finally goes down after getting a ton of turns to just Dazzling Gleam and pick up so much damage. It has managed to Dazzling Gleam this Entei all the way down to below half health and after the Citrus Berry, and picks up pretty valuable chip onto this Fluttermane as well. That means this Choice Scarf Landorus should be able to just outspeed Fluttermane and KO it because of that damage chip down. If that happens, it's going to be all Entei by itself and really not much room to pick up 2 KOs, needing probably 2 hits to actually take down Landorus. But of course, Terrestrialization can always shift things. Yeah,
it's going to be tough hill for Entei as you only have access to single target damage trying to hit both of Dylan's Pokemon. And finally, Landorus will Terrestrialize our first Terra of the new year. It will be Terra Flying Landorus. Theory and Abdullah finally responding here on this turn with this Terra Normal Entei. It's just like Dragonite that you've seen so much throughout Scarlet and Violet. Terra Normal Extreme Speed, getting that increase to your normal damage. Extreme Speed goes off first, obviously, with its priority into the Raging Bolt for the knockout. So Dylan is down to just his Landorus remaining, but what a Pokemon to have on your side here in this game too. There's the Terra Flying, Terra Blast from Dylan into the Fluttermane. This is already taking about half damage there, and Fluttermane cannot hang on.
Yeah, Dylan just using really valuable chip accumulated over the game to make these final KOs easy. That Fluttermane might have been trained to be able to take a Terra-Flying Terra Blast, but not trained to take it after a Dazzling Gleam. And Entei doesn't even Extreme Speed itself here. It's going to have to take a Terra Blast for Abdullah to stay in the game, and it can't do it. Just way too low because of all the chip from all those Dazzling Gleams that managed to land.
Even the resisted Dazzling Gleams were more than enough to bring it low enough, and Dylan Salvanera will win round 3 here at the Portland Regional Championships in a 2-0 victory over Abdullah. Really interesting match there. It was pretty fun seeing 2 of the top trainers in North America, as we mentioned, Len. Dylan currently sitting 3rd in the overall championship point race in North America, and of course Abdullah, a reigning Vancouver regional champion. So although unfortunately we only got to see 1 game in that set, that 1 game did hold up to the billing.
Yeah, it was an interesting game. Both players, like I said, mentioned, choosing to play it in a very straightforward way. There weren't that many defensive options in the back to try to come in to the big attacks that were going to come in. There was nothing to switch into that Dazzling Gleam, and so Entei just stayed on the field and kept taking them. And so they're also, because of the Follow Me, it created so much time for Fluttermane to keep landing those Dazzling Gleams. And so both players just trading damage back and forth, and eventually Dylan had the right side of all those trades.
Yeah, I think it was interesting too, because a lot of times I feel as if we see Fluttermanes just Terrestrialize even when they know it's going to be a resisted hit, but Dylan was able to preserve his Terrestrialization for the late game. I mean, this Icicle Crash was huge at the time and getting the flinch. It still didn't end up working out in Abdullah's favor, but that was a really hype turn in the moment.
Yeah, such a valuable survival. Even with the flinch, it meant that the Follow Me was able to land the next turn.
Oh, and then that was the other thing I was going to point out with Raging Bolt. Since Dylan has Thunderbolt, the Thunderclap mind games he didn't have to worry about, because if Gyarados saw just a Thunderclap Raging Bolt, then you click Helping Hand and Taunt, and every single turn you're never going to get hit by that 4 times weakness. So that is one of the differences between these two teams, that how they interacted ended up working in Dylan's favor.
Yeah, it was really important because Gyarados otherwise could have been fairly valuable there. It was going to be take a couple of hits for Landorus to take down. It would have had a chance to do something like Thunder Wave the Flutter Mane, maybe even Thunder Wave the Landorus if it has to Terastallize. But because the Thunderbolt was available, Gyarados had 1 turn on the field. It used it to Helping Hand and pick up some valuable chip onto Raging Bolt, and that was it. It was gone down. It didn't even get an valuable Intimidate. And so those kind of subtle decisions about which moves to put onto a Pokemon like Raging Bolt really coming in clutch for Dylan.
And I think even though Abdullah lost the set, he was still able to showcase why Entei is so strong now, and as we saw, is in the top 12 usage here in day 1 of the entire field in Portland, and like through multiple different ways of clicking Stomping Tantrum into electric types, or having the extreme speed to beat out the Follow Me there. Like there's so much utility and damage when you put Entei next to Chien-Pao that like we now saw in that set why Entei is going to be an absolute force in this format.
Yeah, it's just a Pokemon with so many tools. You know, Inner Focus we did mention, but it would have prevented Intimidate onto the Entei. Sacred Fire with its 50% burn rate can make switching anything into it feel very dangerous, and it means that Entei, just with all of those tools and the raw damage that it can put out, is a pretty valuable Pokemon. Things like the fact that the Sacred Fire, with just its high base power, out-damages something like Ogerpon, who we don't see the Hearthflame Ogerpon much this weekend. A Sacred Fire from Entei can out-damage an Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, and you get all these other tools on top of that.
Yeah, for sure. And then the utility that Entei has, it's almost endless supply of, depending on what type of item you have. Abdullah had Citrus Berry, Dylan had the Assault Vest, many others have Choice Band, some have, you know, maybe Safety Goggles or something like that. And then if you go Terra Normal or Terra Grass, like there's so much that is unexplored with Entei right now that I'm really excited to see how it evolves throughout the format. But my question is, how is Entei's former self feeling in this format to you in Gouging Fire? Because Intimidate would work on Gouging Fire. Like, Entei's got Inner Focus, doesn't have to worry about that. So how do you feel about Gouging Fire?
Yeah, I feel like they're fairly different Pokemon. I mean, Gouging Flame can be used in a couple of different ways, but probably the support set is the one I like the most, and it means it's such a different Pokemon than Entei that they're kind of comparing apples and oranges. I don't think there's much Gouging Fire out in the field this weekend, and a lot more Entei, so you can maybe see which of those tool sets is more valuable.
Yeah, definitely. We were trying control F for some of our Pokemon that we were interested in this weekend. What's a specific Pokemon you're looking forward to hopefully getting to see showcased on stream this weekend?
I mean, we got to see it in that match, but I think Raging Bolt's going to be my favorite Pokemon to watch over the weekend. I think there's different ways to play it. It kind of brings something new to VGC, both in a type combination that we've almost never had, and maybe Zekrom every once in a while.
Yeah, and then what's Dracovich's other version?
Yeah, Arcazolt.
Yeah, Arcazolt, technically.
Yeah, not a Pokemon, not a type combination, and not really a tool set that we've seen that much either. Calm Mind, and also this Sucker Punch style special move. I'm just really interested to see the teams people build around it, how potent it is. It can damage trade pretty well. We saw in that last match, it's bulky enough, it's got really good defenses on both sides. It doesn't have much speed though, and so you can try to get around that with the Sucker Punch, but if people don't play into it, you can just be left kind of waiting to take big hits and hoping you can survive them.
Yeah, I feel like some of these Paradox Pokemon are definitely optimized in a certain way that their quote-unquote bad stats are kind of not important. For example, you mentioned Raging Bolt having a middling speed tier. Doesn't necessarily matter if you have access to Thunderclap and you have the priority there. But we are ready to head over to the lounge with Rosemary with our round 3 winner there, Dylan Salvanera. So Rosemary, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe and Len. I'm here with Dylan Salvanera, who is the winner of that round 3. And Dylan, first off, congratulations, you're 3-0. How are you feeling now for the rest of the tournament, especially in a brand new format?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my standing right now, 3-0, and like you said, a new format. A lot of what I was not really confident going into this because there's so much new Pokemon and a lot more new things to play around with going into Regulation F as it was with Regulation E. So it was really hard for me to try and prepare for this and feel comfortable with what I'm using.
What I find so interesting is that you're such a creative team builder. And so I feel like naturally for that, you have to have a certain level of information and knowledge in order to make those sort of strategies work. So did you get almost overwhelmed with the opportunities and possibilities when looking at a new format?
Yeah, I'd say it was kind of similar to that. It's also the amount of like time that you have to focus in on like teams like leading up to this event, I didn't have a lot of time to prepare, so it's like I kind of had to use my time sparingly, and a lot of my friends too, they were also very busy because, you know, the holiday season, New Year's, and they already have pre-existing plans, and I already had pre-existing plans, so it became like a bit of a time crunch, essentially. Like, I think on the way, on the way here to Portland, I ended up buying Wi-Fi on the airplane. I ended up practicing on the airplane and looking at all these statistics sheets and like all that, and I think that was probably the best $8 I spent.
That's dedication right there. Seems like that's going to be paying off for you, especially looking at your comfort with the team that you were running. I want to hone in on that Landorus specifically. That was a Pokemon I think you used on your LAIC team, right?
Yeah.
Did that influence you at all in terms of comfort to bring it to a new format?
No, actually, surprisingly enough, the Landorus T was like the most replaceable slot on this team, I thought, going into this event. It's like, because I really think that Landorus T is being really outshone by its incarnate form right now, and especially now that we have Incineroar in the back in the format, there's a better Intimidate option, and then obviously, like I said, incarnate form is a lot better of a ground coverage move with the Life Orb Sheer Force. You're not being intimidated by other Intimidators. So actually, yeah, so Landorus T was honestly on the first to get the chopping block when I was playing with this team, but I couldn't find anything. I didn't have, like I said, I didn't have enough time to try and test things out, so it's better to go safe than sorry.
Certainly worked out for you so far. So I think the last thing that I would like to just give you a chance for is shout outs. Would love to follow the rest of your journey, but who else has kind of helped you prep for this event? I know you said people were busy, but who's supporting you?
Always got to give out a shout out to my friend Nick Willems, friend since forever, been helping me a lot. Joseph Argate, he's playing in this too. I always got to shout out my mom. I love you, Mom. I know you're watching this time. Just anybody else that I can't remember, Casey, CJ Slim, Silver Broom, a lot of people,
You've got a great network of people out there. Dylan, thank you so much for taking the time to chat, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, you too.
We're gonna go ahead and throw back over to Joe and Len because we've got another match coming up very shortly.
Thank you very much, Rosemary and Dylan. It's really an interesting interview there, trying to just use Landorus and comfort. Wi-Fi well spent, by the way, on the flight over. Really nice there. But, you know, shout outs to Dylan and his family, his mom watching. Shout outs to all the families that watch when their family members are playing on stream. I know it's hard to sometimes turn the channel to YouTube or Twitch or whatever when you're at home trying to watch your son or daughter on stream. But you guys figure it out eventually.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear that and see the support that all the players are getting from all those at home.
Yeah, so as we have some downtime here, as round 3 is currently going on in the venue, we're going to go over some Pokemon spotlights of some of the new Pokemon that you can make sure or look forward to seeing here, not just this weekend, but all throughout Regulation F. And the first one, brand new Pokemon to the Indigo Disc DLC, Archaladon, a Dragon Steel typing, the evolution to Duraludon now. My favorite thing is that it has, with that Dragon Steel typing, 10 resistances or immunities, technically you want to count the steel one, so 10 defensively beneficial interactions into the type chart.
Yeah, such a good typing. We saw even just Duraludon before it was able to evolve, having success in previous games, and now with a few extra stats and extra toys like the Electro Shot, this Pokemon could be pretty potent.
Yeah, as we look, it is a bulky special attacker with, as I mentioned, all those. Only 2 weaknesses, by the way, in fighting and ground. And of course, you can potentially terrestrialize out of that, depending on how you want to use Archaladon, but you can use it with the Assault Vest is probably the most common version. Flash Cannon, Electro Shot, that new move that, Evan and Jake were talking about. That is a 2-turn move, but in the rain is a 1-turn attack that boosts your special attack. Of course, Draco Meteor, but my favorite version, Len, let's talk about stamina, body press, Arch Aladon.
Well, even without the stamina, the body press, I think, fulfills one of my favorite archetypes, which is these special attackers who can also hit physically because of the body press. We saw Heatran do it occasionally in the past. But like you mentioned, the stamina means that Arch Aladon can actually pick up defense boosts and start hitting even harder with that body press, something like we've seen Corviknight maybe do before with bulk up and try to boost the defense in order to have those hit harder, but you don't have to spend a turn with Arch Aladon doing it. You can just switch into a move, maybe take a little resisted U-turn, get a defense boost out of it, or I think maybe your favorite way to do it, just start beating up your own Arch Aladon to get a ton of defense boosts all at once.
It is so fun. There have been many times that I've been playing on, online on Battle Stadium, and I anticipate a fake out into my slot. And so I switch Arch Aladon into that fake out slot, anticipating to get hit, and then beat up onto my own Arch Aladon, and it enters the field taking essentially no damage and has +5 defense and is holding an Assault Vest. It's just the greatest feeling in the world.
Yeah, because of course, those defense boosts aren't just about the increased damage for body press. They can make Arch Aladon very difficult to take off the field. We saw at the end of the last series a ton of physical attackers, a very physically focused format. It shifted a little bit more, especially now, but there's still situations where you can have Arch Aladon in at +2, 3, 4 defense with only physical attackers left for your opponent, and that can be a really difficult position for them.
Yeah, I think it's Arch Aladon's. It's also in an interesting position as we had the beautiful illustrations about how Stellar Terra works. I think you can argue that Stellar Terrestrialization is not very popular currently in the format. However, I feel as if Arch Aladon is one of those potential Pokemon that can take advantage of it. One, because of its natural typing being so strong, so defensively, valuable, and then also because it's running so many different moves of different typings that you can get a benefit out of Flash Cannon, then Draco Meteor, then Electro Shot, then Body Press. They all get the Stellar boost.
Yeah, and they're all pretty meaningful moves too. You're not just kind of running them for super niche coverage situations.
Yeah, so we can move on to our next Pokemon of the Spotlight, which is everybody's favorite new Paradox. And I don't even need to run a poll because I think we can all agree that the long neck boy is the #1 Raging Bolt. We saw the potential it actually had in that round 3 as both of our trainers were running. It can sweep through teams with either Thunderclap or Draco Meteor, depending on the version. If you're running Calm Mind as well, get a couple of Calm Minds and just sweep through the game.
Yes, I think a Pokemon that can be played in very different ways. I think it'll be interesting in this tournament to see what stabilizes as kind of the preferred or best way to run Raging Bolt. If we just kind of have that diversity of Raging Bolt sets the entire time that this Pokemon is relevant in the metagame. There's so many trade-offs in how you choose to run it. The items are careful decisions. The booster energy is more about staying on the field for a long time. Something like Assault Vest loves to come in, get a Draco Meteor, leave it back out. And so there's contradictions in these decisions that make it really interesting what players opt for and what their mindset is on how to use this Pokemon.
Almost like a paradox in itself is Raging Bolt. Proud of that one. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool how Raging Bolt effectively, I do think throughout the course of the regulation will continually evolve and not just be one type of set, because it's such a malleable Pokemon that, okay, well, my Rillaboom's holding Assault Vest, okay, now I'll go Booster Energy. Oh wait, my Fluttermane has my Booster Energy on this current team that I'm building. All right, now I can go Assault Vest. They're like, okay, both of those are up, well, maybe I go Calm Mind Leftovers. And like, I think it's one of those Pokemon that its held item and its type of how you want to use it can essentially be dictated by what is currently left available on the rest of your team.
Yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense. Its typing is also just so valuable for it. It seems almost purpose-built to answer some of the questions we had at the end of Regulation E, right? We saw a lot of Dragons rising in usage and Dragon Terrestrialization being preferred because it offered so many resistances against common metagame threats, maybe Urshifu the most important of those. Raging Bolt gets that for free here, starting as a Dragon. But then also Electric Offense was pretty valuable in the end of the last series, threatening Tornadus, Urshifu, 2 Pokemon who are still in our top 12 in usage. And Raging Bolt brings that Electric Offense with the never-before-seen Electric priority, which means you may have your Tailwind behind your Urshifu, but it's not going to answer the Thunderclap coming in from the other side and threatening a ton of damage against Urshifu and into Urshifu's weakness that it doesn't Terrestrialize out of. It can be a lot more difficult when you're trying to kind of prey on Urshifu with Flying or Psychic Offense, because it so often just uses a Water Terrestrialization and drops those weaknesses. But if you have the Water Terrestrialization, you're staying weak to Electric, you're staying weak to Thunderclap, and vulnerable to Raging Bolt.
Yeah, for sure. Raging Bolt. Many VG trainers had had sleepless nights praying for a Pokemon that could counter both Urshifu and Tornadus, and our prayers were answered as it resists both water and flying. So let's move on to our next Pokemon to spotlight, which is the original Entei, not Gouging Fire, but the Entei from Pokemon the third movie.
Yeah, Pokemon who we saw in that last match on both teams, actually, but only brought by one of the players. Pokemon that I think we'll see a lot of this weekend. Like we mentioned after that match, just so many tools in its toolbox. That means it has a place on a ton of teams.
Yeah, and I think it's a Pokemon that the same way that some other Pokemon kind of negate the relevance of other Pokemon that have that same utility, say, you know, Ogerpon Hearthflame form in the previous format, you might have used that over some of your, maybe you don't run Chi-Yu anymore because Hearthflame gives itself an attack boost, right? I think Entei has that potential in this format to just negate other bulky fire types that can do damage, like Heatran, or maybe something else that we, you know, Hisuian Arcanine, obviously, right? Like those are not going to be as prevalent now because you can use either Incineroar or this Entei that really is a well-rounded Pokemon.
Yeah, Fire type is almost crowded at the moment in the same way that Grass type was crowded early on in Regulation E. And I think that's meant Pokemon like Heatran and Arcanine in the Hisuian form have really just cratered in usage because you have Incineroar and Entei showing up as probably the two most potent fire types.
As 70% of the field.
And I think it'll be interesting to see over the next, you know, when we saw this happen with the grass types, Amoonguss usage shot through the floor and then rose back up a little bit. It'll be interesting to see if something like Heatran can make an appearance again, or if Incineroar and Entei are just our new fire type chosen Pokemon and forget about all those other ones.
Yeah, or I did my math around. I think it's like 64% of the field or something like that was Entei and Incineroar combination. But you look at those moves, my favorite thing to do, like we had the old, what was it, Pow Knight combination of Dragonite and Chien-Pao. Now we have like, I don't know, Chiente? I don't know what we're gonna call this new duo of Chien-Pao and Entei, where Entei, same thing, Inner Focus, cannot be faked, cannot be intimidated, cannot be faked out. Terra Normal, Choice Band, Extreme Speed next to Chien-Pao, it's really tough to deal with unless you have a Ghost type.
Yeah, and Entei provides kind of better additional offense next to Extreme Speed than Dragonite does. Dragonite, if it wants to switch to Dragon or Flying offense next to Extreme Speed, Steel types are still going to resist that. The Sacred Fire, though, is going to go straight through all of those Steel types.
Yeah, for sure. And then, yeah, Dragonite ended up running like some like awkward like water attacks or Thunder Punch by the end of the formats and stuff, but Entei is still going to be using its strong hits every single time. Let's move on to our next spotlight. One of the Pokemon I am personally the most excited about in Regulation F, that is Latias. I think that was the 5th Pokemon movie, if I'm remembering correctly, the Latias and Latios one. It is a bulky support Pokemon, but my favorite thing was we might as well have on the graphic completely walls Landorus Incarnate as a levitator that has Psychic and Ice Beam, so either stays, you know, 4 times weak to Ice or turns into Landorus, turns into the Poison typing, then you can hit it with its Mist Ball.
Yeah, and of course Levitate means it's immune to Earth Power. It has to watch out for a little bit of Sludge Bomb damage, but so specially bulky. That's what a lot of what Latias brings. It's kind of similar to something like Corviknight a year ago, right? It's a bulky Tailwind Pokemon, not Prankster Tailwind. You're not going to go out with a ton of momentum the way that Tornadus or Whimsicott allows you to, but you can stick on the field, get a Tailwind, recover for some staying power, and then chip in some extra offense, whether it's Mist Ball or Draco Meteor or Ice Beam, means that you can kind of fill in those damage gaps. Put a little bit of damage on a Pokemon and let that get cleaned up later. We saw how valuable that is. For instance, at that last match we watched, the Dazzling Gleam that landed on to Abdullah's Fluttermane is what just opened it up to be KO'd by Landorus. And a bulky Pokemon like Latias is really great at filling in those little damage gaps. It's hard to prevent it from landing that Mist Ball when it wants to.
And I think if for anyone watching at home that's wondering why isn't this just a dual graphic of Latios and Latias, I think one of the reasons you can answer that is, one, bulk is king in BGC, right? So having a naturally bulkier Pokemon in Latias definitely helps it with its survivability, as well as Mist Ball having the chance to raise Latias' special attack instead of Latios' version that has the chance to lower special attack. That's worse since it's Defiant Pokemon and competitive things, you know, so there's myriad reasons why Latias is significantly more viable currently than Latios.
Yeah, and one of the most important of those might just be the damage calculation of Surging Strikes in, you know, being able to resist water and fighting is only so good as your actual bulk to be able to do it. And Latias is great at that, just has so much raw bulk, which means it can run something like Recover and actually have staying power to just keep staying on the field, providing maybe even a second tailwind in a game.
Also, shout out to the production team. I was correct. It was the 5th Pokemon movie, Pokemon Heroes. You are the real heroes of this broadcast. Let's move on to our next and final Pokemon in the spotlight, the new Paradox Future version of Cobalion, Iron Crown. Personally, I think a really fun Pokemon if you like Psy Spam, as they like to call that archetype, where you had Armarouge and Indeedee just clicking Helping Hand, Expanding Force. Well, we got new version of it in DLC with Iron Crown.
Yeah, Iron Crown, I think just a better Pokemon than Armarouge. I think we have a lot of new Expanding Force options in the game. And I think players should be a little bit worried about that. I don't know if we'll see a lot of success of it this weekend, but we could definitely have room for someone to just figure out the right way to play Psy Spam and had a ton of success. Because we saw success with Armarouge, and to be honest, Armarouge kind of a mid Pokemon. Doesn't have
that's hurtful.
It has middling speed, middling defenses, pretty good offense, but just doesn't have any one thing going for it in such a great way.
But it looks cool.
But now you have new options like Hatterene and Iron Crown that allow you to go really slow with Hatterene or play actually a little bit faster with Iron Crown while still pumping out that massive Expanding Force damage boosted by Psychic Terrain, hitting both of those Pokemon. And Iron Crown's steel typing also helps it have some more resistances, not be quite as vulnerable as Armarouge was with so many weaknesses as a fire and psychic type. And then has a signature move that means it has another way to do some offense as well. It's not probably the most relevant move. It's 50 base power, going to hit twice, so you get basically a 100 base power move in a type that's not often super effective. But it's another
Cutter
damage
might
type.
as well be called the anti-Chien-Pao attack. Because you're breaking the Focus Sash and knocking out Chien-Pao. That's kind of its most utility.
Yeah, and well, of course, that's pretty valuable to do when Chien-Pao is Dark type, is going to be immune to Expanding Force, is kind of a thorn in the side of a lot of Psy Spam teams. And so having the Tachyon Cutter able to break through the Chien-Pao is pretty useful.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit of Iron Crown. I do think it's really fun. Indeedee stocks have gone up, right? Because you don't just need Armarouge, you can use Iron Crown or Hatterene or many of the other Pokemon you can put Indeedee female next to. But personally, Iron Crown, it has the ability to punish its counters better than some of the other Psy Spam users. For example, as we said, Chien-Pao's immune to Expanding Force. Well, Tachyon Cutter breaks the Focus Sash and knocks 2-hit KOs at, then you have, Incineroar is immune to Expanding Force. Well, Terra Water, Terra Blast, 1-hit KOs the Incineroar, depending, if you have a booster energy boost to it. And then also, 70% of the time, Len, you can just bank on a Focus Blast too if you're feeling lucky.
I'm not sure I feel that lucky, but I'll leave that one to you.
let me tell you, I feel lucky sometimes, and I don't ever actually get as lucky as I feel. But, we were talking about some of the movies and some of the Pokemon anime during this section, but we can see what is going on Twitch this upcoming week on Tuesday, 2 p.m. Pacific. We're going to have Season 3 of the series, The Johto Journeys. That's a exciting time in the anime, as well as Wednesday having a rebroadcast of NAIC 2022 regionals, or NA regionals, excuse me, in the AOS finals. And then Thursday, Beyond the Pokedex entry 155 Cyndaquil.
Yeah, should be some fun stuff to tune into. I love watching Unite. Pokemon a lot more in rapid action there than in the video game.
Now, I do have a question as we have talked about as we've talked about some of the movies, and as I say we, I mean me, but we're collective this weekend, Len. We're unit, so we've talked about the movies. What is your favorite Pokemon animated movie?
Oh, without a doubt, Pokemon the movie 2000. Big Slowking fan. Lugia able to stop those birds all fighting each other. That was my favorite one.
That's a great one. Oh man, I'll never forget where I was when that Slowking said I should have wore pants. That's one of the greatest lines in cinematic history.
Or the reveal that the world shall turn to ash.
There's so many good memes, like the Minnesota Vikings, all the stuff that the flute too. That was, like, the music was good. Lugia was such an awesome Pokemon too, if you think about it. Like in the beginning, I feel bad for Ho-Oh. Like Ho-Oh was first shown in the anime, and Ho-Oh's got a pretty big storyline going on in the games. But the Ho-Oh movie didn't come out for like 20 more years. Everybody was on the Lugia train.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of great action of Lugia diving through the water before we ever saw Ho-Oh on top of the tower.
You have to be honest to the audience here. Did you think Lugia was a water type?
Well, no, because I played the game before seeing the movie, but
I swear I thought Lugia. It's like it's like what, the king of the ocean or something? I forget what Lugia's job was. He like talks to people in the ocean and stuff, and he's swimming through the ocean. I feel like I can be forgiven for assuming that Lugia was a water type.
Yeah, I think there's some legendaries that kind of almost have a secret extra type. You know, Groudon being a fire type. They eventually fulfilled that one with the Primal Groudon. But yeah, I think you could be forgiven.
Okay. Personally, for me, I actually, this is coming out of left field. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Have you ever seen the Darkrai animated movie?
I haven't.
Oh, it is a banger. There's this character. There's this guy. There's a Baron, right? He's very fancy and up there, and he has a licky. He is a Lickitung or a Licky Licky, right?
Yep.
And so he named it Baron Von Licky Licky.
Oh.
And he doesn't just say Licky Licky. He says every time Baron Von Licky Licky. Like it's just the super regal and fancy Licky Licky every time.
I love that. I think Licky Licky can be a fancy Pokemon.
I guess if you put enough effort, anybody can be fancy,
Yeah. No reason it can't be.
Oh, yeah, that's a great movie, the Darkrai movie. I think some of the other ones, trying to think off the top of my head, like some of the recent ones, the ones that were like in theater, the theatrical releases, like the Zeraora, and then Lugia gets a second movie after Ho-Oh gets its first one, and Lugia's in that Zeraora movie too. Like, give Ho-Oh the shine for 1 year, and then Lugia comes right back,
I guess Zero had the spotlight at least, so Lugia just a little bit of a side character.
It was just
a cameo
kind of
appearance.
Yeah. Zero was actually pretty cool in that. But let's just, as we're talking about some of these legendaries and mythical Pokemon, obviously one day they're going to come back, right? Is there any legendary that you'd love to see? Like, we've had a year plus of Scarlet and Violet. Have you thought about, man, what about how this Pokemon's going to interact with Paradoxes and this Pokemon next to Photosynthesis Pokemon? Like, is there any legendary, that GS Cup format, that you're really excited to eventually come back to the format?
Well, I'm not sure if excited is the right word, but maybe dreading a little bit the appearance of Miraidon and Koraidon. Those Pokemon are going to be so potent in GS Cup, providing electric terrain and sun, getting photosynthesis and Quark Drive themselves as well, and then being so fast in GS Cup. We normally have kind of middling speed Pokemon. 90 speed is like the speed to beat, and suddenly now we have those at 135 speed.
It's gonna be exciting, at least. That's why I like to say, as a caster, because I'm not playing, I don't have to deal with that stress. I just get to be excited watching how they interact with each other. But we are actually going to take a break here as we get ready for our round 4 coverage of the Portland Regional Championships. So congratulations, Dylan, starting the day 3-0, and we will be right back.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title Despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player, the debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now. But it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow. Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Welcome back, Pokemon the Trainers. We are here in the lovely Pacific Northwest, the Oregon Convention Center for the Portland Regional Championships, the first regional held in the 2024 year for Pokemon. And it's an exciting start to our day as we are here for round 4 coverage in the Masters Division. And we don't even know who is going to be on the stream for round 4, because that's up to you at home with our community poll for this matchup. So I'm Joe Brown, joined by Len Duel. Make sure you vote online on Twitch for which of the 4 matches you want to see. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Twitch chat because there's some exciting matches.
Yeah, I think any of these is pretty fun, and I think the pressure's on to pick the right one, pick the most interesting match that we can have for round 4.
Also, I did try to Google it. I think the Licky Licky's name was Baron Alberto or something, and or Baron Von, and he uses Lick as his attack. So he's like, Baron Von Licky Licky, use Lick, and it's like, of course he's using Lick, Why
what else would Licky Licky use?
What else would Licky Licky use? Curse or something? I don't know. Maybe people have used Licky Licky in other formats, right? They could have figured out a way to help. I guess Lick was the best way to deal with Darkrai somehow. Anyway, we're back on the we're back here for Regulation F of the VGC format, and we didn't get too much time to really dive into that top 12 usage chart before our round 3 match started, Len. So I think we have some time here now as Twitch is choosing our next matchup to go over this graphic. And I think honestly, the Pokemon that I'm really surprised is only at 23% in Landorus Incarnate. I might make a hot take just from my experiences playing. Landorus Incarnate might be to me, feel like the best Pokemon in the format, and I'm surprised it's that low.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that has to be played somewhat carefully, right? Pretty frail, isn't fast enough, sometimes without speed control to help it. And of course, vulnerable. 3 of those Pokemon in the top 6 just 1-hit KO it. And so you have to be watching out. It can be kind of a hog for the Terastallization, often needs to use it defensively. And so, but when you pass all of those tests, when you get past all of those bars, it can pump out so much damage. Very few of these Pokemon in the top 12 want to take an attack from the Landorus Incarnate. Offers super effective damage against so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, looking down the road, you have Pokemon that it's just naturally with Earth Power and Sludge Bomb covers Incineroar, Ogerpon Wellspring, Rillaboom, Thunder, Raging Bolt, Entei, right? Amoonguss, it hits neutrally with Sludge Bomb, so like there's a lot of damage output there. I think like you could argue this might be the strongest Landorus Incarnate has been since what, like 2013 or something like that. I can't think of, like, it had some success here and there, but I don't know if Lando I was ever in the top usage in VGC, at least in my 10 years of playing.
It has to be a very rare occurrance for it to be actually ahead of Landorus Therian in usage.
Right.
Of course, who's not even in this top 12, one of the kings of VGC, kind of dethroned down out of the top 12, but Landorus Incarnate still there.
Now, another thing I find interesting, Len, here is that Urshifu Rapid Strike is at roughly 30%, right, if we round up, compared to 26% on Tornadus there. And I really thought going into this format, since there are so many teams that don't want to run Torkoal, they'd rather just have Sunny Day on Prankster Tornadus to activate the Photosynthesis boost, that you would think with both rain-heavy teams, Urshifu, Archaudon, you know, whatever, and Sun teams that want Photosynthesis, that Tornadus would have a higher usage than Urshifu, but it's actually not the case.
Yeah, I think the game slows down a little bit. You have a little bit less race to the top for Tailwind, which is what Tornadus is really there for, and Urshifu takes part in that. It can play on a little bit more balanced teams. A core of something like Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Raging Bolt gives you a ton of defensive prowess, really good type balance with your Fire, Water, Grass core, and then that great Electric Dragon addition to it. You get pivoting moves, you get double fake out, and so I think there's room for Urshifu to play on more balanced style teams, still offer a ton of damage output, but just have the right kind of defensive core around to not always need to be moving first and have the big speed advantage. But of course, they're still pretty close in usage. There aren't that many Tornadus without Urshifu, and not that many Urshifu without Tornadus probably out there.
Right, yeah, exactly. We'd have to do a whole nother stat just to see how close that 30% and 26% is to each other. Are there any other Pokemon that are not in the top 12 usage? Like you see Amoonguss and Frigorite being at 15 and 12, like that's usually not as low, I feel like, as our 11th and 12th positions go. So is there a Pokemon, maybe a Archaudon, a Raging Bolt, a Whimsicott, like something else that's not on the graphic that you expected to see?
See, to me, I think the 15, 12, those are pretty low percentages. We see a pretty diverse crowd. That tail of Pokemon is really long.
Usually our 10, 11, 12 is like still over 20+%.
Yeah, and so there are a ton of Pokemon that have to take up that other percentage. There's so many things around 10 or 11%. So you mentioned things like Archaudon, NDD, Walking Wake. I don't know how many King Gambits are out there, but they won't have disappeared entirely. There's still Landorus, Therian, Gyarados, other Pokemon that can fill in that space. And it means that we have a really diverse metagame right now. Fluttermane's still on the top at one of its highest percentages it's had, but after that, I think we do have a much more widespread grouping of Pokemon.
Yeah, and then the Chien-Pao, of course, being number 3rd right now. It's such a strong Pokemon on its own, just right, as we saw in the first matchup, Dula getting the Icicle Crash, the big hit, and then into the flinch. So it's strong inherently by itself, but you put Chien-Pao next to Urshifu Rapid Strike, or Rillaboom, or Entei, or maybe some other King Gambit, some other strong physical attackers, Dragonite. Like you can see that Chien-Pao brings more than its own damage to the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some of the pushes and pulls are really interesting here because we see Chien-Pao at one of its higher usage placements sitting in the top 3, but actually also then more special attackers in this top 12 than we've seen in the past with both Landorus, Incarnate, and Raging Bolt there in the bottom row. We also see less Intimidate. There's only one Intimidate Pokemon in this top 12. We've often had both Hisuian Arcanine and Landorus Therian, or Gyarados.
And Gyarados, yeah.
And now we only have the Incineroar, who's kind of accumulated a lot of that Intimidate usage, but no Gyarados or Landorus, Therian, or Hisuian Arcanine showing in the top 12, which means things are a little bit more open for the physical attackers, despite how many special attackers we've shifted to, and that makes things easier for Jian Pao and Rillaboom. And then you also have the physical attackers who just don't worry about Intimidate. Urshifu and Entei being high in usage makes that Intimidate value less and can contribute to why there's only Incineroar there at number 2.
Well, these are the Pokemon throughout the entire field here in Portland, but let's see the results of the poll and what Pokemon we're going to see here in this matchup in round 4. And our stream match will be Christopher Howell versus Marcos Perez. Marcos, a very prominent player online, had the had his matcha gotcha moment a couple of months ago in at a regional on stream. Let's see what he's got cooking this weekend.
Yeah, it should be two pretty interesting teams to see, and 2 players already having a ton of success at 3-0 on the day.
Yeah, I think just some of those other names there, Jeremy Parson, Ian McLaughlin, Carson Comforter, Gio winning our latest regional championship as well. Raghav's one of our players to watch. Riley and versus Evan, that should be a really fun match there. So Twitch, you did a great job with this match. Let's see how it plays out and if we can get that coveted game 3. Because that's what I'm always rooting for, Len. I just wanted to go the distance.
Yeah, you just wanted to see as much Pokemon action as we possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. We look over to our Swiss standings for the start of round 4, and these are all the trainers, or the top trainers currently that are 3-0. Of course, there are more than 16 trainers currently at 3-0, but you can see definitely some names, some similar names like we just had on the notable pairings in the last round. Raghav, Marcos, Nora in 3-0 as well.
Yeah, some defending champions in there. Chuppa at 3-0 as well, and looking to continue his success this season.
Yeah, these are the rounds where it gets interesting. One, no lunch break here in Portland, so they don't have the time. We didn't have to pull 2 round 3 matches. You just go right back into the action after that 3rd victory. You want to build that momentum. If you can make it to say 4-0 and 5-0, you're starting your day. Everything's downhill from there. You're more than halfway over to the amount of victories you need, right? If you win this round, you're 4-0. You need to get 7-2, right? So you just have to get that 4th win.
Yeah, it can be a really pivotal moment in the tournament to kind of get over that cliff, feel really good about the day. If you're sitting at 4-0, feel like you're not going to have to kind of fight back in the back half of the day. It's such a good start when you have that those first 4 wins.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can contain my excitement more for this upcoming match, because we will head over to the stage as they're getting set up. But personally, one of my favorite Pokemon that was reintroduced into the format here with Regulation F is Araquanid. And there's only, I searched it, there are only 9 Araquanid in the field right now in the Masters Division, and we're going to have one of those on stream on Marcos' team.
Yeah, we managed to have one make an appearance. Despite only 9 of them, a Pokemon that just has a ton of potent offense. I think the low usage has more to do with the crowded space of physical attackers, especially physical water attackers. Yeah. But a Pokemon that, if it's positioned well, has the Trick Room advantage, has the speed advantage, it can just so quickly move through an opposing team. Those 5 turns can feel like an eternity when you have that giant spider up against you on the other side.
Right, I think Araquanid's a Pokemon that people actually sleep on a lot. I did a lot of research and looking back at some of the old formats in VGC, and in 2017, I believe Araquanid, the Porygon 2 Araquanid strategy, I think it won 5 regionals, that combination, back in the 2017 year. And obviously with Power Creep, the more formats came on and more Pokemon were reintroduced, its success has been lessened. But now it's come back where it doesn't need Waterium Z, doesn't need Hydro Vortex anymore, because you have Terra Water and Liquidation. You're essentially Z moving every turn.
Yeah, it can be so much damage. It can one-hit KO Pokemon that you really don't expect it to one-hit KO. But it has to watch out for a lot of things on the other side as well. If you spin that Water Terastallization, now you're weak to grass. You got to worry about Grassy Glides coming in from Rillaboom on the other side. There's so much priority in the game right now that just having Trick Room doesn't always give you the speed advantage, which is why something like Fergraph can be so important to accompany the Araquanid.
Yeah, and it's so interesting too when you look at Araquanid, because it's a very one-note Pokemon, right? Like same as King Gambits that just they click Dread Plate and Swords Dance Sucker Punch, and they even into fairy types, you're just clicking a Dark Attack. Like the Araquanid, if you are not clicking Liquidation with your Water Bubble, Mystic Water, Terra Water boost, like, you're not doing anything. Like, with the Leech Life is not doing a lot of damage. Maybe click Wide Guard, sure. Like, there's some utility there, but, like, Araquanid's job is literally, if there's no Gastrodon on the field, just click a water attack into anybody.
I do think the Leech Life is pretty important for Araquanid's success because we've seen a lot of grass terrestrializations over the last year, right?
That's true.
And you have to worry about, like, oh, I'm going to commit to a bunch of heavy water offense and just get a grass terrestrialization in my face, but having that accompanying same type attack boost be bug, meaning you can go after those grass terrestrializations, still threaten a ton of damage, means Araquanid's offense is a little more safe than some other water attackers.
Yeah, and I think one of the other secret benefits of it, I'm sorry I'm gushing so much about Araquanid, but I used it a lot in 2017, and it's one of my favorite Pokemon from Sun and Moon, and like its special defense stat is actually insane. Its attack is actually not its best stat. The attack is only boosted because of Water Bubble as its ability, how it works, increasing the damage of water attacks, and you put in rain and all these other ways to modify its damage. But its special defense is actually its best stat. Like, I remember I was playing at a Premier Challenge once with Araquanid, and I had to like double check when I wrote down the special defense. I was like, can I don't even have special defense investment. Is that stat naturally that high? And I went into the game to check that my number at level 50 was that right. I'm like, wow, it's actually Fluttermane and all these other special attackers in the format. Like, it's very difficult to hit Araquanid on its special defense side if it's not super effective.
Yeah, for sure. And being a Trick Room Pokemon means it gets to train itself a lot in bulk, doesn't have to try to train in speed, and so can have a lot of natural staying power. It can be kind of difficult to take off the field. Even if you get one turn where you're managing to withstand one of those giant liquidations, you probably can't exchange a KO back.
Yeah, for sure. So this should be exciting as we are talking about this match. Why don't we head on over to the stage to see our two trainers for round 4 of the Portland Regional Championships, and it's Christopher Howe versus Marcos Perez. Of course, there's Frigoraph and Araquanid on Marcos' side that we talked about, but Christopher having some new Pokemon on his end in the Raging Bolt, but the rest of it seems a little more consistent to some prior formats.
Yeah, a few of those Pokemon we were just lamenting, looking at the usage stats, wondering where they'd gone. Heatran and King Gambit still
and Dragonite,
there.
Yeah.
And Dragonite as well. All showing that they still have their place. They still have everything going for them that they used to, and can still be really potent threats.
So Heatran is the fire-type choice on Christopher's end, and you wonder, we said, Entei kind of takes the job of Heatran and Dragonite, but not on Christopher's side because you still have this this choice band Terra Normal Dragonite next to Qianpao for Christopher.
Yeah, that Dragonite could be pretty valuable here. You'd love to just be able to fire those off in Trick Room, ignore the Trick Room, and just have the massive damage coming out from extreme speed. But of course, that's why the Frigoraph is there on Marcos' team, is able to deny priority, like the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, the Sucker Punch from the Qianpao, and the extreme speed from the Dragonite, the Thunderclap from the Raging Bolt. There is just priority
in overtime
everywhere here. So it's going to be pretty important for Marcos to conserve Frigoraph, and if he's going to have the Trick Room up, he's going to need the Frigoraph as well to actually be able to make use of that speed advantage and not just be taking priority moves every turn.
And it's important to know on this Heatran, it has Christopher has gone back, let's say, to the Terra Grass version, which was definitely more popular in Regulation D. I think most people went over to Fairy in Regulation E, but just because of maybe how the format is playing out, that Grass Flash Fire combination is just too important.
Yeah, pretty powerful Pokemon. Nice to have against some of the other fire types, like the Entei. The Amoonguss and King Gambit are going to make life a little bit difficult in the Trick Room mode as well for Marcos. He has kind of enough balance here that just having Trick Room and priority denial is not going to be enough to easily sweep through the team. Amoonguss is going to be a thorn in the side of Araquanid for sure, resisting liquidation, being slower than Araquanid. The Araquanid doesn't have a great offense to try to get through the Amoonguss itself. And so I think there's enough little bits here that make life difficult for Marcos, but Marcos also has modes other than just the pure Trick Room. You see the choice specs Fluttermane, the Rillaboom with Grassy Glide and Woodhammer, and then the Raging Bolt of his own. Doesn't necessarily need the speed advantage one way or the other, can just try to Calm Mind, pick up boosts, and then go out with its own priority and Thunderclap. But of course, this is the Raging Bolt with only Thunderclap. If you're not able to land those Thunderclaps like Sucker Punch into a damaging move, then there is no electric offense coming out of Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I do like how Marcos's team is kind of built around, because the trick room is just an option, right? Or a mode, as we like to call it in VGC. It's not like his full team is built around the success of Arachne and Farigiraf. Like, there's a very real possibility he could just bring the other 4 Pokemon in a match.
Yeah, the other 4 are a very stable, balanced team that can just play. And if Christopher kind of hedges too close to denying the Trick Room, being ready for the Araquanid, then those other 4 may just have a really nice time in a match. There's one other detail here that's new in the Indigo Disc DLC, that Psychic Noise move on Farigiraf that's able to deny recovery. There is Pollen Puff on the Amoonguss on the other side of the field, and so that Psychic Noise can help to make sure those Pollen Puffs don't heal up the entire team.
And then the other interaction, I might have to reach out to Leonard Crafts III online to see with Regenerator too, because I'd heard about Psychic Noise interacting with Regenerator. Does Amoonguss still get the health on the switch out, or does Psychic Noise stop it?
I don't believe it does, but yeah, I think that's a
that could be
detailed
important.
mechanic, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And so more tools in Farigiraf's toolbox as well.
Obviously, you'd also be hitting Amoonguss super effectively with a Psychic-type attack, so that could be putting it in a disadvantageous position for Christopher to want to Terrasilize into the water typing to stop it.
One other detail of support on that Farigiraf, it does have Rain Dance, and so it's able to amplify that Araquanid offense even more if it's given the spare time to do it, which of course Farigiraf, kind of the way it plays, you want it on the field for its ability. It does find itself with just spare time sometimes. It's doing its job just by sitting there, so having the Rain Dance option to make sure that Liquidation is just doing such immense damage can be really valuable.
Yeah, it has Rain Dance and Helping Hand, so essentially you know when it's clicking turn 1 Trick Room, turn 2 Rain Dance, turn 3 Helping Hand for the rest of Trick Room there, and that's why Amoonguss on Christopher's end is going to be so important, because Farigiraf is not holding the safety goggles. Incineroar has that item on Marcos' side, so Farigiraf is vulnerable to a Spore.
Yeah, Farigiraf vulnerable to a Spore. There's only 1 Grass Terastallization on Marcos' side on the Raging Bolt, so it's able to Terastallize and then maybe stay in a little bit safely against Amoonguss. That could also be a pretty dangerous defensive Terastallization. You don't want to do that. Get your Calm Mind boost and then be facing Icicle Crash Jianpao, threatening away all of those boosts. And so yeah, I think a lot of this could end up hinging on Amoonguss, how well it can play, where it can land the Spores, if it can be disruptive to Trick Room or not, if it can be disruptive in terms of healing Pokemon or not. I think it should be really fascinating to watch.
Well, Amoonguss versus Araquanid, we got a couple of slow Pokemon trying to take the battlefield here in this matchup. But let's see what the leads are for these 2 trainers in game 1 of round 4. It's Heatran Amoonguss on Christopher Howe's side, and Marcos Perez with the Farigiraf Fluttermane combo.
Yeah, I think this is a really great start for Christopher. Marcos leads the Fluttermane, maybe hoping to find something vulnerable to that quick fairy offense despite having the Trick Room team, but instead finds it up against Heatran and Amoonguss, 2 Pokemon that it really does not threaten very well, puts it already on the back foot. Of course, if you think you could get away with it, you could just Trick Room and switch to your attacker, but not with Amoonguss on the other side of the field. It's so easy to just click Spore into that Farigiraf spot. There's no Terastallization to get out of it. There's no safety goggles to get out of it. That would just deny the Trick Room if the Spore is going there.
And of course, Farigiraf has Terra Fairy as its Terastallization option, which is something you do not want to turn into against the Heatran on the other side. Incineroar will swap into the Fluttermane position there on Marcos' end. Heat Wave will be resisted by Incineroar and does some solid damage, as well as picking up the burn onto Farigiraf. It is a special attacker, so that won't matter as much. Psychic Noise, that's super effective. That looks like it does more than half into the Amoonguss and stops the healing there, but Spore doesn't happen because Incineroar has safety goggles, so Marcos with a great turn 1.
Yeah, Marcos manages to get Incineroar into the Spore, but that burn is so crucial. I think it's going to be extremely valuable for Marcos because you can't put a Pokemon to sleep once it's burned. That Farigiraf is now able to go for Trick Room if it wants it. That burn could really come back to bite Christopher, as Farigiraf now feels a lot more comfortable up against Amoonguss, has Psychic Noise to the Amoonguss for a ton of damage and reduce the healing, but of course does have to watch out that it doesn't just get KO'd. Pollen Puff and Flash Cannon might have been enough damage, and so it flees out to the back instead of Araquanid's coming in.
And there is the Araquanid. So Marcos has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon here in game 1. Meanwhile, Christopher has not swapped either of his Pokemon out. Incineroar does take this Earth Power relatively well, considering it is a super effective attack. The Flare Blitz goes into Amoonguss' Protect, so no damage will be coming from Marcus' end of the field. Now Amoonguss is allowed to recover health, so that's one of those interactions where Psychic Noise ends, allowing it to recover up the Citrus Berry where it could not the prior turn.
Yeah, I think a pretty good turn for Christopher there. Manages to land a ton of damage, and Incineroar doesn't put any attacks into the Araquanid slot as it switches in, and leaves Marcus in kind of a vulnerable position, right? Doesn't have the speed control threat, doesn't have the fake out threat, just has 2 Pokemon with middling speed stats out on the field there, and the Spore still a threat into the Araquanid slot if it wanted to stay in and try to go on the offense against this Heatran.
Now Araquanid will stay here on the field, and Incineroar swaps into the Farigiraf slot there. A Protect, a very safe, very slow game plan so far in these early couple turns from Marcos, as that's now technically 2 turns in a row where he's really not doing much damage or any damage at all. The Earth Power into Farigiraf will bring it down to about 25% of its HP, but fortunately for Marcos, he is holding that Citrus Berry to bring it back up to 50, and that was crucial because if you were that low, it would not have been safe to click Trick Room. Yeah, absolutely. I think, with the Citrus Berry, maybe it was safe to click the Trick Room a few turns ago, but starts to look pretty unsafe to do so now. You can still go on the offense with Heatran and Amoonguss. You may end up trading Heatran back. If Araquanid just goes on the offense, that could be pretty dangerous. If it's just the Incineroar coming back into that Farigiraf slot as you kind of dance around, but Marcos is really spending some of the timer on this Farigiraf. It's getting whittled down more and more without ever having a chance to set up that Trick Room. Amoonguss will swap out for Christopher, and of course, because of that Regenerator ability, it's essentially going to enter the field when it comes back almost full HP. King Gambit will swap into that slot, so if any attacks are going for Amoonguss, it will be targeted down towards King Gambit. And Terra, Grass, Heatran, the first terrestrialization of this set. That Flash Fire combination means it is still immune to fire, even though it is a Grass type, a great combo to have for Heatran. Marcos will respond, however, with a terrestrialization of his own, Terra, Water, Araquanid. The amount of damage you can just amplify with Water Bubble and Terra Water and Rain Dance or Helping Hand. This liquidation can do a lot. However, Heatran is now a Grass type, so that will be resisted. Heat Wave is not enough to take down the Farigiraf. It just barely hangs on. Here's Terra Water liquidation into the King Gambit switching. That's a one-hit KO. Yeah, I was wondering if that was coming. You don't need the terrestrialization and the Helping Hand if you're going after a Fire-type Heatran, but you do need them if you're going after Amoonguss or after the King Gambit that switches into that slot and just gets one-hit KO'd. You don't often see King Gambit one-hit KO'd by a neutral attack, but it shows just the pure power of that Araquanid offense. And Marcos continuing to just play without Trick Room is content to take some damage back in order to respond with these massive KOs. Now Amoonguss is able to come back on the field, like you mentioned, fully back to its health bar at 100%. And life again looks kind of difficult for Araquanid. Up against 2 Grass types, both at full health. The Farigiraf almost KO, just barely hanging on, and definitely out of time to go for a Trick Room here. It's going to be no Trick Room in this game 1, almost certainly. Right, Farigiraf will be knocked out at the end of this turn due to the burn or recoil damage, so you have 1 good turn left. Do you think it's more valuable to have 1 good Helping Hand or to set the Rain Dance up? Well, I think you might be able to get the Rain Dance up in time. I think the speed relationship of the Pokemon is what's going to decide that. If the Rain Dance is going to go before the liquidation, go for it. But if it's going to be afterwards, then just take the Helping Hand, get a ton of damage. I wonder just how much this can actually do. The Rage Powder is going to make sure that that boosted liquidation is going into Amoonguss. Yeah, so the Rage Powder will redirect it away. Earth Power into Araquanid. Look how bulky it is from its special defense. Oh, well, that does help. A special defense drop is going to mean Heatran will do more damage, but it's Leech Life with the Helping Hand boost hardly doing any damage. That's a neutral hit into the Amoonguss, and it really didn't do much. Farigiraf also finally going down here. Yeah, I think this is a little worrying for Marcos. Gets the Leech Life recovery. That means Araquanid doesn't take much damage to the turn, takes the special defense drop. That means it's going to be easier to deal with the Araquanid in the future, but he also didn't make much progress. Loses Farigiraf, permanently loses the Trick Room option in exchange for damage that Amoonguss can basically just heal off by switching out. And now the Fluttermane will swap onto the field for Marcos, but since Trick Room was never activated, that means that Fluttermane is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. The question is, what do you do into Heatran? That's pretty bulky, and then the Amoonguss that resists Dazzling Gleam. Yeah, I do think there's the option to just go after the Amoonguss with a double target and try to pick up that KO. It's already eaten its Citrus Berry earlier on in the game, and so just a combination of Leech Life and Shadow Ball might be enough to pick up the KO. Heatran is really not doing that much damage to either of these Pokemon, who are pretty strong on the specially defensive side. And you can continue to try to just trade through this game. Picking up a second KO would mean Christopher's down to his final 2 Pokemon. All right, so it's going to be Shadow Ball first, as Rage Powder will take these 2 attacks away. Flash Cannon with the special defense, or sorry, it's not into the Arachnid. Instead, it's into Fluttermane. Not enough for a 1-hit KO. Fluttermane hangs on in the red. Here's the liquidation into Amoonguss. More than enough resisted damage to take it down.
Yeah, so I think a strong turn for Marcos finds the space for that double target, takes a pretty big Flash Cannon back into Fluttermane, but you're never too unhappy when the attack into Fluttermane that you trade a KO for is not a KO back onto Fluttermane. That means Fluttermane will stay on the field and try to get offense off, but maybe a little bit difficult to do with Qian Pao on the other side. No more priority protection with the Free-Graph gone, and Qian Pao probably naturally faster anyway. Means that Fluttermane is once again vulnerable to Qian Pao, and the Qian Pao, though, is just going to be boosting the damage of this Arachnid. The Leech Life with the Sword of Ruin may do a ton of damage into Heatran, or you can just go after the Qian Pao itself with Leech Life, get a ton of recovery back as you probably send that Qian Pao down to a Focus Sash.
Marcos with a very telegraphed swap from his Choice Specs Fluttermane into the Incineroar. Does Christopher call it here? No, the Heat Wave is resisted into both of Marcos's Pokemon. That Leech Life does a lot of damage, not even bringing Qian Pao down to the Sash, but obviously meaning it's in the red. Any other attack will be able to take it out. But Leech Life, it doesn't do as much. Like we saw the resisted liquidation did more because Water Bubble is so effective on Arachnid.
It is, but that Leech Life recovery is pretty important. At this point, it looks very difficult for Christopher to deal with the Arachnid. It keeps healing itself back up. You see how little those damages are. The Sacred Sword and the Heat Wave didn't manage to get Arachnid below 50% health, and at some point, you're going to have to kill Arachnid because it threatens so much damage.
The Leech Wave goes into Qian Pao's Protect there. If Marcos called to Protect on Qian Pao's end, he could have went for a double target towards the Heatran slot there, who eventually is looking down a bad time down the road as a grass type, where Arachnid has its Leech Life to hit it super effectively. But can Christopher do anything with this Qian Pao at low HP to handle Arachnid?
Yeah, I mean, you can get one more attack off, but once Qian Pao goes down, if it does this turn, that just means the Fluttermane will have free reign to definitely get an attack off on the next turn.
Heatran with a Heat Wave yet again, hitting only the Incineroar, missing Arachnid, and Incineroar hangs on just barely to get another parting shot off. So Heatran has its special attack lowered by 1 stage here, and now Fluttermane can comfortably come onto the field.
Yeah, Fluttermane is going to land. You have to imagine that Qian Pao is going to go down later in this turn, and then it will be a 3-on-1 against Heatran. Heatran's a bulky Pokemon, but probably not bulky enough to deal with these three. You're going to have to take a Shadow Ball and then just Leech Life after Leech Life. Even with the special defense drop on Arachnid, we've seen how little damage Heatran is able to put onto that Pokemon because of its natural special bulk, like you mentioned before the game.
Yeah, and the by not having Terra Blast on this Terra Grass Heatran, which I think was very common back in previous formats, you don't have a way to super effectively hit Arachnid. That's why you see him hitting Heat Wave so many times into a water type. And also, even honestly, with the grass attack, that special defense is so strong that Arachnid would still be taking that pretty well. But here's Heat Wave finally landing onto Fluttermane, knocking it out. And it will be just the Arachnid left on this turn to go for the Leech Life into the grass type Heatran, and Marcos Perez coming away with the victory here in game one, essentially Arachnid versus the world.
Yeah, Arachnid just doing such a high portion of the total damage there. Fluttermane able to put out a couple of important Shadow Balls that chipped things down, but really the story of that game was Arachnid putting out so much damage and being so bulky. It wasn't a game where Trick Room went down and then Arachnid had an easy time sweeping the team. Instead, it was Arachnid just having so much staying power. It entered the field, I believe, on turn 3 and then never left for the rest of that game. And Marcos just kind of calling Christopher, do you have the offense to actually deal with this Arachnid? What are you going to do to threaten it, or can I just continue to fight the entire game with it? And the answer was Arachnid just was too much offense. The Leech Life recovery was really valuable. The liquidation picking up massive KOs like this one into King Gambit that just instantly simplified the game in Marcos's favor. And that simplification was really important, right? You got the first KO into King Gambit, then this follow-up to KO the Amoonguss, and as the game simplified down, the options for Christopher just became less and less. It was easy to just keep hitting that Qian Pao slot, eventually get rid of it. And it looks like a pretty reproducible game plan, except there's one, Pokemon that can hit super effective into water type that Christopher left on the bench in that last game, I don't feel like you can look at how that game played out and not bring Raging Bolt to the next one.
I think you definitely have to, which is a concern, obviously, since Fluttermane is on the opposing side there. They can hit you with a Dazzling Gleam or a Moonblast, but as we see the replay wrapping up here, Araquanid finally gets that last knockout. One of the rare scenarios as well in Game 1, technically, where it was a beneficial status condition for Marcos, where usually you don't want your Pokemon burned or poisoned or, you know, or paralyzed or anything. But it's kind of similar to what Ursaluna does with Flame Orb, right? Where it's actually an Amoonguss counter, because Amoonguss can't, even though it underspeeds in Trick Room, if you're burned already, then you can't be put to sleep.
Yeah.
So let's see how Game 2 is going to work out on Christopher's end, if he makes any adjustments. For now, Dragonite Heatran is the lead.
Yeah, we see the same lead from Marcos, having the Fluttermane out there to threaten something like a Raging Bolt if it was already on the field and have some speed next to this Furgraph. And Dragonite Heatran is the option for Christopher, which is not quite as strong as the last game. Dragonite has to worry about fairy offense coming in the way that the Amoonguss plus Heatran leads in the last game didn't have to worry about the Fluttermane offense, but maybe has a little more proactive response as well. Dragonite could have gone on the offense instead, though will just switch out, doesn't want to have to take a fairy move, and now the Heatran and the Amoonguss are on the field next to each other.
That's two resisted Pokemon, I should say, from a Moonblast or a Dazzling Gleam, if that is what Marcos has opted for on this turn, with the Amoonguss swapping in. But instead, it will be Terra Fairy from the Fluttermane, going to lock into a Fairy attack here with its choice specs. So try and do as much damage you can into these resistant attacks. Even Helping Hand as well from Fluttermane. So really going all in on this Moonblast. It will be resisted into the Amoonguss slot, but it still does over half. It will, however, activate Citrus Berry.
Yeah, you have to imagine that's not quite what Marcos was looking for, though. Maybe imagining that if the Dragonite just tries to use a normal Terastallization to get rid of the Fairy weakness, that a Helping Hand choice specs Terra Fairy Moonblast just KOs Dragonite anyway. But Christopher doesn't fall for it, doesn't just use the Terastallization, brings in the Amoonguss, who's able to take that big hit. Citrus Berry up, still a pretty strong turn for Marcos. He puts more damage down than Christopher does, but it doesn't go as badly as badly for Christopher as it might have.
And I love that Earth Power from Christopher, because it was a very middle ground play. You either cover Incineroar swapping into Fluttermane, right, and hit it super effectively, or you get some solid damage and get the special defense drop, which is exactly what happened there. So Marcos is essentially forced to swap the Fluttermane out, because a potential Flash Cannon into that slot would have just been way too disastrous. So does Christopher anticipate the Incineroar swap in here? Yes, he goes for Earth Power yet again. It doesn't even do 50% to the Incineroar, and their Psychic Noise goes into Amoonguss's Protect, so Furgraph gets no damage off on this turn.
Yeah, Furgraph gets no damage off, but continues to kind of play as the aggressor against this Amoonguss. It would be easy to just want your Trick Room and see the Spore on the other side and the Spore preventing it, but Marcos doesn't allow that. He's willing to have the Furgraph use its natural speed to move before the Amoonguss try to go after it with the damage from the Psychic Noise, which actually forces Amoonguss to protect itself in that situation.
And now with the Incineroar on the field, you do have access to Fake Out if you are Marcos, and that's something Christopher definitely has to be aware of right now. So he will swap the Amoonguss out on this turn into King Gambit. Get some Regenerator HP back as well, but no Earth Power. Actually looks like it was a roll the last time around, as this next Earth Power is enough to take out Incineroar. Marcos has lost his Intimidator Pokemon and also his Safety Goggles user.
Yeah, I think that's just a really valuable turn for Christopher. Manages to land King Gambit into the kind of predicted Psychic Noise as well. Pretty easy to read that one. And Incineroar getting the low roll and then the high roll, and so that it just goes down there. Again, that's the kind of simplification. There's now only 3 options. The Fake Out, Parting Shot, pivoting is gone. It's going to be more Pokemon stuck on the field for Marcos. We've also seen all 4 Pokemon for Christopher now did not make the adjustment into Raging Bolt, actually just made the adjustment into Dragonite, maybe deciding that was enough offense into Araquanid. And so maybe that same game plan from last game would have been available for Marcos if he'd gone after it to just bring the Araquanid on the field, go for Water Terastallization, but that's not there anymore because the Fairy Terastallization has already been used on to the Fluttermane, who now has to fight a bunch of Pokemon it doesn't really love to fight with that. The Amoonguss, the Heatran, the King Gambit. I mean, Terastallization spit offensively, maybe to go after pressure Dragonite, but even that, once Dragonite goes on the field, it already knows that Flutter Mane is not a Ghost type. It will be able to just go for an extreme speed into the Flutter Mane spot if the Farigiraf can be taken down. And if you want something to take down Farigiraf, well, King Gambit's a pretty good way to do it.
Farigiraf with its helping hand going to boost this Shadow Ball damage from Choice Specs Flutter Mane into Heatran, doing well over half, so that's definitely a 2-hit KO, but will it even get the chance? No! Flash Cannon does take out this Flutter Mane. Marcos is down to his last 2 Pokemon now remaining here in game 2, and Christopher still has all 4 remaining, so he's made a huge adjustment in this game. Caps out Cleave, super effective into Farigiraf, but not enough for a 1-hit KO. Will just barely hang on and eat its berry.
Yeah, but still just so much damage accumulating. Marcos down to Farigiraf at such low health, and whatever the 4th unrevealed Pokemon is. Meanwhile, Christopher gets more leftovers recovery on Heatran and just looks so stable here. Marcos saw the turn 1 opportunity, saw the opportunity to go on the offense with Flutter Mane immediately, and it really hasn't panned out since then. Christopher got the switch to Amoonguss into that slot and has since then just accumulated more and more advantage through these trades.
Yeah, and even if this Arachnid was able to do as much as it did in game 1, you don't have the Terra Water, which was a huge damage multiplier for Arachnid. So King Gambit says, hey, I learned my lesson in game 1, all right? I'm going to protect in front of this Arachnid. Don't want to get 1-hit KO. Farigiraf will finally be taken down thanks to the Flash Cannon from Heatran, and it's up to Arachnid. Which target did he go into? The Liquidation hits the King Gambit protect, so Heatran's still safe.
Yeah, Heatran's safe, and the lead continues to accumulate for Christopher. You can kind of see the danger for Marcos when he doesn't have Trick Room, doesn't have the speed advantage. Farigiraf has been chipped down. He's got slowest Pokemon on the field. Farigiraf cannot protect itself. He's at low health. It's just very simple for Marcos to take the outspeed, pick up the KO on Farigiraf, and turn this into a 4-on-1 game that's just conceded.
Yeah, very great adjustment from Christopher, and if you look at it, how he didn't even need to bring Raging Bolt like we were recommending in that game to deal with Arachnid better, because he essentially dealt with everything else and left Arachnid by itself when it had no more support. So I think Christopher understands, like, sure, Raging Bolt would help against Arachnid, but if I just deal with everything else, he can't Trick Room anyway, since Amoonguss is going to underspeed it and he doesn't have safety goggles, so I'd just be able to put it to sleep. I think Christopher has found a pretty solid win condition.
Maybe so, but I'd be kind of hesitant if I was in Christopher's shoes to think that that was a recipe to just go after. I'd be worried that a lot of the advantage that Christopher got and the way that that game shifted was about Marcos's decisions, not about Christopher's decisions. It was a decision to not just quickly switch out the Flutter Mane into Arachnid and switch to that offense, but instead commit hard into the Flutter Mane, using its Terastallization and trying to go on the offense in a way that spent the Terastallization, just eventually had Flutter Mane traded away. And meanwhile, while going for the Flutter Mane offense, you lost Incineroar, you lost most of Farigiraf's health bar, so that by the time Arachnid had hit the field, the game was basically over. There wasn't really any way to play afterwards for Marcos. He can just not do that in the next game, right? He can commit earlier into an Arachnid offense. And if you're not confident from Christopher's side that the adjustments you made would have actually beaten the Arachnid mode, then it's not necessarily a recipe that you can just repeat in game 3 and hope to take the match with.
And I think it's even tough on Marcos's end to make adjustments from the 4 that he keeps bringing, because do you want to bring Rillaboom against King Gambit, Amoonguss, Heatran also? Like, no, it's also in a really precarious position, just like the Flutter Mane is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Flutter Mane existing on the field, right? Because I think you have to be at least worried that the Raging Bolt will show up. It's pretty nice into the Chien-Pao as well to be able to pick up damage and kind of force Chien-Pao's hand at various points. So, you could adjust into something like Raging Bolt. But it's not necessarily bringing the Flutter Mane in the first place that's the problem. It's committing into it in that way, right? To spend adjacent to Pokemon's health bars in order to open up time for Flutter Mane to attack, instead of spending those health bars to open up time for Arachnid to attack, and then spending the Terastallization to amplify Flutter Mane damage instead of amplifying Arachnid damage.
Right, where you already have choice specs to amplify the Flutter Mane damage, so you might as well just try to click Shadow Ball into Heatran, get it low, and then let Arachnid Farigiraf do its job. So Marcos will lead Flutter Mane Farigiraf yet again, and Christopher says, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Dragonite Heatran for game 3.
Yeah, so we see the same lead matchups again. Of course, in the last game, Dragonite instantly switched out to the Amoonguss while Flutter Mane Terastallized and went for a Helping Hand Moonblast into that slot. Pretty volatile first turn. We covered that maybe if the Dragonite just goes for a normal Terastallization and something like Iron Head, then that Moonblast might have just picked up the KO. I wonder if Marcos will still try to make the same play. And if you're Christopher and you don't think Marcos is likely to make that same play anymore, then new players have opened opened up for you. If you think the Shadow Ball is coming, you don't even have to Terrastallize the Dragonite. You can just stay there as a Dragon type and go on the offense.
Heat Wave is going to miss Fergraf, however, it does connect onto Fluttermane, which just could be crucial because the follow-up Iron Head knocks out the Fluttermane. Marcos does not Terrastallize Fluttermane this time around, which is crucial because he still has it available for later in the game for his Arachnid. That Psychic Noise is resisted into Heatran, but it does cut off the leftovers on this turn.
Yep, and so Heatran will be stuck down at its low health, that Shadow Ball picking up a bunch of chip. Heatran's been a Pokemon that's been difficult for Marcos to take off the field. It's had a ton of staying power and a ton of leftovers turns. That's going to be shut down a little bit. It's interesting to see how Marcos continues to not really prioritize the Trick Room. Had it available in that last turn, but instead just took a Psychic Noise into that slot. Didn't want to have Amoonguss just kind of switch onto the field there, maybe. But now Arachnid is here. Arachnid can take the Terastallization and play the offense. I think the kind of way the last game played out stayed Marcos' hand and going on the offense with Fluttermane. Maybe it made it a little bit easy for Christopher to read that it wouldn't just be a Moonblast into that Dragonite again, which means he didn't have to spend any resources and just got that KO. But I still think Marcos finds himself in a better place because he's got the Arachnid here now.
Heat Wave, but no burn this time, so Fergraf kind of wanted a burn to happen so it can have a better matchup into Amoonguss. Instead, the double target will be enough to activate Citrus Berry and recover up 25% of its HP. Here is a Terra Water Liquidation with the Water Bubble ability into Dragonite that is resisted as a dragon, so it doesn't do too much, but the follow-up Psychic Noise does bring Dragonite down to under half. I'm actually surprised Dragonite stayed in since it is Choice Band locked into Iron Head. Thought maybe you'd like to switch, get Amoonguss on the field, and then you can bring Dragonite later for an extreme speed.
Yeah, I wonder if he just is comfortable that it resists water, is on the field. If you can get the Iron Head to flinch Fergraf, maybe you deny Trick Room. I've definitely found myself in that position, just hoping for a flinch to stop Trick Room. But again, Trick Room is not the priority for Marcos. Continues to pick up additional chip damage with Psychic Noise that adds on top of those liquidations and makes sure that the KOs can land. It makes it difficult for Amoonguss to land. But Amoonguss finally does find its way on the field while no Psychic Noise happens, and Sid Fergraf just switching itself out for Incineroar.
So Christopher doesn't get punished with the Psychic Noise on the switch in. However, Incineroar as a fire type does enter the field. It definitely can do a lot of damage. Heat Wave will be resisted by both of these Pokemon. A critical hit onto the Incineroar, but here is a Terra Water Liquidation. There's no Rain Dance, but it's going into Fire-type Heatran, and it finally will go down. That Heatran put in a lot of work in Game 2, just consistently with Heat Wave and Flash Cannon, and Christopher no longer has access to that.
Yeah, Heatran dealt with a lot more quickly in this Game 3. Finally, the Liquidation does just land in that slot. Didn't have Amoonguss on the field to try to protect itself. And again, we start to see those simplifications happen. Dragonite is super low, has a Choice Band, can't protect itself, could easily go down on this turn, and like once again, leave Christopher with just 2 Pokemon, but for now, Arachnid protecting itself.
Yeah, Protector, what does Incineroar go for? The Dragonite Outrage doesn't go into Protect, it goes into Incineroar! So the 50% chance to hit the right target works out for Christopher. Outrage completely destroying Incineroar on this turn. Arachnid protecting, watching its teammate go down.
Yeah, that Outrage is just threatening so much damage. It's going to maybe KO whichever Pokemon it lands into in the next turn. Dragonite is the fastest thing on the field. That Outrage is going to land somewhere unless Arachnid can get double protect. It doesn't get it.
What is Outrage target into? The Rage Powder for Amoonguss is going to redirect the attacks that would be targeted towards Dragonite towards the Amoonguss. Outrage from Dragonite into Fergraf, and it's down. It's just Arachnid left.
Yeah, I really like this set of plays from Christopher to just recognize that Dragonite with no speed control on the other side, that Outrage is just, and no Fluttermane anymore, and so no Dragon immunity. That Outrage is just uncontested. It's going to pick up KO after KO. It starts to not matter where they land, and so 3 Outrages, 3 KOs,
3 KOs,
and Christopher picks up Game 3.
What a set from Christopher Howe. Moving on to 4-0 here at the Portland Regional Championships. Incredible comeback. Dragonite confuses itself due to fatigue right at the end, but take a rest, buddy. We'll get you ready for round 5 because those Outrages were magnificent.
Yeah, I think you start to see then why the adjustment for Christopher works, because recognize that he just needed more offense one way or another into the Araquanid. If Marcos was going to be comfortable playing without speed control, then just have something faster that could put out a ton of damage. The Raging Bolt might have been able to do it, but the Dragonite did it really well as well. Still had the Dragon typing to resist water, meant that Marcos wasn't able to easily take it off the field. He spent a turn going for a Terra Water liquidation plus a Psychic Noise under the Dragonite, but didn't get the KO because of the typing, which meant that Dragonite was able to come back in and just start pumping out damage. Marcos was comfortable spending that entire match with no speed control, but ultimately might have needed it to be able to deal with that Dragonite.
Yeah, and then obviously the big difficult spot for Marcos when his Incineroar is on the field is you can't fake out Dragonite, which has inner focus, right? So, or are you going to fake out the Amoonguss? Because Amoonguss just spored in to protect. It's not like Amoonguss did anything. Incineroar was essentially a sitting duck on the field that 50% of the time gets away with it because Outrage goes into Araquanid's protect and then maybe parting shots out or something like that. But no, the Outrage gods were on Christopher's side in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just have to take those risks. But I think even if that one Outrage lands in to protect, the Dragonite was just really well positioned in a way that it meant it was eventually going to have a big impact on that game. Incineroar didn't feel strong in that match whatsoever. You can kind of see how it's not always a dominant Pokemon, right? It's an interesting Pokemon in the fact that it doesn't just go out there to fight, right? It's not there to trade damage, want and pick up KOs or take giant hits. It's there to pivot around position and have more kind of niche effects on the game because of Intimidate and Parting Shot and Fake Out. And when the opportunities for those aren't there, then it can kind of look like it doesn't contribute much. It switches into an Earth Power, then takes another Earth Power and gets KO'd. Switches in, doesn't have a great Fake Out target and just gets outraged and KO'd. And anytime there's Incineroar in the format, there's going to be players looking to take advantage of it, and I think Christopher did that well that game.
Yeah, and it's tough for Marcos because obviously even your adjustments, you know, Rillaboom, it's not like it does any better into an Outrage, right? Obviously Raging Bolt doesn't want to take an Outrage whatsoever as a fellow Dragon type, right? So just wonderfully played by Christopher in that set to lose game one in kind of a tough way of like the Araquanid just straight up walled your team, and then to have the comebacks in game two and game three, making the adjustments that it wasn't the Raging Bolt has his Dragon type of choice to deal with the other side. It was actually that choice band Dragonite saying, you know, slow your roll, Entei. Dragonite's still here to stay.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragonite still showing why with a different defensive typing, it still has a really important place to play. I think also Christopher's kind of willingness to hold back on the Terrestrialization, to just keep himself. Twice we saw Fluttermane up against Dragonite. There can be so much instinct to just press the Terrestrialization button, get rid of the fairy weakness, but Christopher had the willpower to stay there as a Dragon type, once by switching, once by just staying on the field and keep that water resistance, which was so important because that's what allowed Dragonite to just be so strong into Araquanid.
That's right, because the turn where the Terra Water liquidation and Psychic Noise, if he was a normal type, that would have been a neutral water hit, and then the Psychic Noise would have almost certainly been enough to knock it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was just a really fun set. You know, sorry, difficult to see Marcos lose a set like that, but Twitch chat, you did a great job with the community choice. Keep it up throughout the rest of the weekend. Hopefully your future matches that you select throughout this tournament are going to be just as exciting as that one was.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, so that was so cool. I'm happy we got to see Araquanid. I know there's only 9 of them in the field, so this might be the only one we get to see. I don't know how the rest of the Spider Boys are. I don't know if they're all in a group chat together, if they've all worked on the same team. But I think there is room to grow. Even though it lost, it still showed the value that it can bring to a team.
Yeah, absolutely showed how much offensive power it can have, how it can have staying power on the field as well, but also showed where it can be vulnerable if it's low speed and then vulnerability on the defensive side.
Yeah, so what an exciting round of 4. What an exciting start to our day with these first 2 streamed rounds we've had. But let's head on over to the lounge with Rosemary for our winner interview. So Rose, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe and Len. I'm here with the winner of round number 4, Christopher Howe. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is amazing for you, especially because it's your first event. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe it either. I was just hoping to maybe get on stream, maybe win 3-4 games. No, like I'm actually doing well, so it's very fun.
Yeah, that you put on an incredible display of your skill in that last match, and especially after you had to make a bit of a comeback after that first game. So how did you take that information and adjust for it for the rest of the match?
I hadn't looked at my Iraq Winded damage calcs before this game, so realized.
Not many people have.
So seeing how bulky Iraq Winded was, I had to try to think of a way through it, and my thoughts were Choice Band Dragonite, because it does a lot of damage, and maybe set up King Gambit. But the real issue with Marco's team was Frigoraph. My team has a lot of priority on it, so King Gambit was probably the best way to deal with Frigoraph on his team. So that was what I was thinking. Yeah. And the rest of his team I felt didn't really deal well with Heatran. So Heatran plus Dragonite and King Gambit with the Moongus for support could really help me break through, yeah.
Yeah, it totally worked in that game 2 and that game 3 to be able to get you that victory. But in game 3 specifically, I want to focus back in on that combination of the Chanpao and the Dragonite on your team. That's been a very classic duo of Pokemon since we saw the inclusion of Scarlet and Violet and Chanpao. So what kind of led you to that decision to bring to this tournament?
I was trying to test a lot of different teams before the tournament to try to get experience with everything that was new, and I kept losing to Chanpao and Dragonite. I couldn't find a way to really beat it, so if you can't beat them, join them.
I love that mindset. I love that mindset. So it's been working out for you so far. You like the team?
Yeah, a lot, yes.
Is there anything that you feel like you've struggled with a little bit coming to just how many different things you have to prepare for Regulation F? You mentioned, okay, maybe you didn't run the Iraq Winded numbers. That was maybe not something you were expecting to see, but what else is there you feel like Regulation F is bringing that might be a little tricky?
I feel there are a lot of really good teams like Tailwind, Trick Room, Balance, Chanpao, Dragonite, but there are a bunch of teams that aren't as common that my team really struggles against, like Psyspam, that anything that blocks priority, Frigoraph, a big one that I really don't like going up against. Yeah, so I had to think of ways around it, and I think King Gambit is a very good answer to both those teams. Also Heatran is just very bulky. Frigoraph has very few ways to actually beat it. So I think those two really help allow for Dragonite, Chanpao to cover for everything else, because I feel there's not really anything that bulky in the format that can take repeated extreme speeds from Dragonite.
That's a good point, especially with Chanpao there to really help to make sure that damage is getting through. Absolutely. So once the Frigoraph is out of the way, then no problem, smooth sailing.
Yeah, and I mean, even in that game 3, I didn't deal with the Frigoraph till the end of the game. It was the second to last Pokemon gone. But I feel that he had to keep Frigoraph on the field to stop my Dragonite from getting its extreme speed damage, to stop Sucker Punches from coming in for my Gambit. So I think that it's not just dealing with Frigoraph quickly, it's the forcing of Frigoraph to stay on the field, of being able to deal with it in other ways too.
Okay, I love that strategy and approach as well. Maybe if like you know it's going to be a problem, also just leave it, because what can it do to you outside of the skills that it's bringing?
Exactly.
I love that. So moving forward, I know this is your first event. You're starting off 4-0. What are even your expectations coming in besides just, like let's show up and do the thing?
I would have been ecstatic if I made day 2. Now I'm actually trying to think, how can I win this tournament?
Wow.
I really want to go all the way, get my free ticket to Hawaii. Well, not free ticket. Get my ticket to Hawaii. Yeah, and try to do as best as I can.
Yes, I love that. So Christopher, just moving forward to the rest of the day, I want to make sure that you feel ready to go for that round 5. So last thing I'd like to ask is any shout outs, like who's helped you prepare, who have you been working with for this event, and who's supporting you?
I'd first like to shout out my mom and my grandparents for having stayed with them, and my mom for allowing me to come out here, for paying for my flight and my hotel room.
Aww.
And then I'd also like to shout out my friend Lincoln. He really helped me get Amoonguss and Chanpao, because I was scrambling over the last few days to try to finish up my team. So shout out to him. He's really allowed me to succeed in this tournament.
That's so awesome. Christopher, thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us and for taking the time to sit down and chat. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, you too. Well, okay.
Yeah, we're going to all be doing great with the tournament this weekend, especially because we still have so much more action ahead of us. So we're going to throw it back over to our casters on the desk. Give it to Evan and Jake.
Don't worry, it's still Joe and Len for now. Just to wrap up the rest of round 4. Good luck in your future matches, Rosemary, throughout the rest of the weekend here. But great job by Christopher. So exciting to see new players getting a big victory on stream. He's feeling confident going into the rest of the day. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, to start 4-0 in your first tournament is just an amazing performance.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, Christopher wants to make it to Hawaii. You know, we can kind of see some other trainers that have already qualified and have already started looking at their flights towards Hawaii this year. So you look at the leaderboards in North America. Riley with an absolutely staggering to 1,078 championship points. It's January.
Yeah, already has the triple Worlds invite, double the points, and the automatic regional championships invite.
Then obviously Joe Garte is definitely the player to watch this weekend. The current reigning two-time Portland regional champion. Can he make it a three-peat? Dylan already won on stream. Chuppa, regional winner. James, regional winner this year. Andrew Ding, top 16 to LAIC. Alberto Carr, like so many great players here.
Yeah, just a great list of players who are having amazing seasons. All of them already over 500 points, already having earned that Worlds invites. We'll be seeing them in Honolulu in August.
Yeah, and let's head on over to Europe to see how those standings are going along. Obviously, the LAIC champion, Marco Hamantha Caldera Silva, with the most championship points in EU.
Yeah, another amazing list of players who've won regional championships, had success in the past, and quite a few players who've already stamped their ticket to World Championships as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of great players in this name, and of course, there's going to be even more. Europe is a great. It's a great region, I should say, where it feels like no matter where we are on the planet, they just come in droves and just perform exceedingly well.
Yeah, always consistent players and able to travel and do so well across the world.
Yeah, so we are, as we're wrapping up round 4 here, I should say, I believe we're ready for a break. We're ready to grab some lunch. I know we didn't have a lunch break, but maybe have a couple of snacks backstage, and I'm excited for it. I don't know about you.
Yeah, some snacks sound good. I'm sure there's a lot of players out there trying to keep up their energy. It's a long day of Pokemon to go through 9 rounds of tenuous, stressful matches. You saw in that last one how it can come down to momentary, stressful decisions that just make your heart race, and every player out there is having that kind of day today.
All right, so we are off to a great start here at the Portland Regional Championships. 4 rounds down, 5 to go on day 1. Christopher Howe is feeling strong. Are we going to have another first-time winner in Portland? We'll see how it works out the end of this weekend. We will be right back with round 5 here at the Portland Regional Championships.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got into VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't played before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
No matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, be courteous of their state of mind and, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Portland, Oregon. It is a new year, but the battles are as hot as ever. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined for the weekend by my good friend Jake Muller to cast this first regional of both the new year and Regulation F. And already, Jake, we've been seeing some spice on stream.
Exactly. I really like the Araquanid. That's something I kind of messed around with very early on, and I didn't have as much faith in it as Marcos did, but it was cool to see. Of course, the Outrage Dragonite making another return there, kind of cleaning up that last match.
Yeah, squish that spider a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, obviously Araquanid's a Pokemon that we were super stoked for to see back in the Blueberry Pokedex, Blueberry Academy decks, because that was a Pokemon that dominated the 2017 series. It's a really cool, unique Pokemon.
Yeah.
I always loved the water bug typing ever since we first saw Surskit. It was extremely sad to see it lose its really cool typing on evolution. But unfortunately, Marcos not able to seal the deal with that Pokemon, and Chris did here in his first regional championships use that Dragonite to really strong effect to adapt from that first game 1 and take that game 3.
Yeah, Dragonite next to a couple other common faces like the King Gambit. It's been a fixture in the last few regulations. It's something that I don't think we're going to see go anywhere. I think it falls into a bit of a trap, like you mentioned in the intro segment, where it's a steel type that's not resisting anything from Flutter Mane, but it makes up for that really well with some really strong attacks. I think there's a certain point where even if a Flutter Mane tears into a Fairy type, resist Sucker Punch, it still gets one at KO'd if you have enough boosts. So at that point, who really cares?
Yeah, the King does a lot of damage.
Yes.
Well, y'all have been hearing a lot from our good friends Len and Joe about their thoughts on the meta coming into a Regulation F. But let's take a look at what Jake and I thought were going to be the big players here in Portland. And Jake, why don't you go ahead and kick it off, because we are here in Bridge City. Portland has so many bridges, and I see right there at the top a new bridge that just got built here in Regulation F.
I'm a big fan of our Charlodon. I think it's really cool. It's got a nice typing, both defensively and offensively. And I think the thing that kind of sets it apart is Electro Shot. Like we kind of touched on it earlier, but in the rain, you get a 130 base power Electric type attack that also boosts your special attack before you even connect. So you're immediately getting that +1, 130 power attack. Electric is great coverage with something like Steel Dragon. I think water types are something that can come in on our Charlodon pretty well, unless Electro Shot is active. Of course, you really do want the rain up. Unless the rain is up, you have the charge turn, much like Meteor Beam, so you have to wait that second turn to get the attack off. But in the right conditions, our Charlodon is a really big threat.
Well, even without the rain, our Charlodon has a lot of really great tools. I mean, let's not forget the stamina ability that has been extremely powerful. Going back to 2017, those Araquanid teams were often placed alongside a Mudsdale with the stamina boost. And our Charlodon has the ability to get a number of defensive boosts and just become a tank on the field. And then, of course, also using that as an offensive threat as well with Body Press. So you have mixed damage coming out from this Pokemon, which is something that we don't see a whole lot of in Pokemon.
It combines really well with your favorite Pokemon too, Assault Vest. Just because you can boost your defense with the stamina, you can boost your special defense with Assault Vest, and then you can become really hard to take down. And like we said, it is just kind of a very bulky special attacker. That Dragon Steel typing is great. Resists a lot of the most common types. If you've been following along, you've seen Terra Dragon pop up as a great way to check a lot of common Pokemon, like the various Ogerpon forms, any water types like Urshifu, Rapid Strike. And so it comes in handy here with our Charlodon. You can use a different Terra type. I think a lot of people are running Grass just for the resistance to ground, the immunity to a Mungus like Rage Powder and Spore. But oftentimes you are going to be seeing that Body Press, like you mentioned, to combine with Stamina, and of course you're running the Flash Cannon and Draco Meteor for that same type attack bonus.
Absolutely, and let's take a look back at the other Pokemon from our predictions. We talked about your first pick. I have to go ahead and shout out my first pick. Of course, with the first pick in the draft, I take Fluttermane. This is a Pokemon that has just been dominating the entire Scarlet and Violet metagame just from the jump ever since it was introduced in Regulation B. It has only gotten better. All of those new past Paradox Pokemon, the Walking Wakes, the Raging Bolts, the Gouging Fires, are all part Dragon type, which is weak to Fairy, which means that they are weak or at least not resistant to Fluttermane's biggest damaging output. So Terra Fairy, Choice Specs, Fluttermane, I expect to be by far the most common version of Fluttermane.
Yeah.
It could still run some booster speed for more speed control with Icy Wind, or some booster special attacks for people who are a little bit shy about locking into one specific attack. But this is a Pokemon that has only gotten better as the season has gone on. And we saw a brief dip out of the top spot. I don't expect Fluttermane to get to have that happen again for the rest of the season.
I don't either, especially looking at the Pokemon on your screen right now. I see two things that resist Fairy. One of them is a Torkoal, which doesn't have a special defense at all. Like it's essentially zero. And then Entei is actually one of the better answers to it. It can stand up to Fluttermane pretty well, especially if you're running the Assault Vest, which is a common item on it. But looking at the rest of the screen there, Raging Bolt, like Walking Wake, Latias, a lot of this stuff is weak to Fairy, and then everything else is not taking, it's taking much more damage than they would like to be comfortable. So I think if we're going to get on Len for picking Incineroar, I think we kind of deserve to get on you a little bit for the Fluttermane. It seems like similar to your picks there, but it's hard to pick against it. Like it's almost impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I think fair, but but Fluttermane has just like, it's sort of changed the game now.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of wondering what type of Fluttermane is good, what do we want to run with Fluttermane. I think we have all settled now into this Choice Specs Fluttermane, and everyone has to adapt to it. Like you mentioned, let's just go ahead and talk about this Entei here. Like Entei is a Pokemon that's been really good for a while, but it has never been great. Like it hasn't actually jumped up that extra step to become a great top-tier Pokemon. And now, as we've been seeing already, Entei is everywhere. And that's partly because of its pure fire typing, meaning it can switch into Fluttermane, resist those Moonblasts, resist those Dazzling Gleams, and huge buffs to moves like Sacred Fire with a 50% chance to burn the opponent, and just an extremely high base power to begin with. Entei has finally emerged as a real threat here.
And access to Inner Focus is such a massive buff to it as well. Inner Focus, preventing you from flinching is great, not only for fake outs and rock slides, but especially because it also blocks Intimidate, which is a big deal. That happened a couple games ago, but now Entei, I think this is one of the first times Entei has actually been usable in VGC with access to Inner Focus, and now we get to see it show it off. You think about the other fire type in the format, like Incineroar, you have a big advantage there because it can't fake you out and it can't intimidate you, and you also have like Stomping Tantrum like you see there, which is great coverage. Often it's running Assault Vest. I think a good like fourth move there is something like Snarl to decrease the damage of those special attackers even more. Like Fluttermane, even like the Raging Bolt and Walking Wake, two more new Pokemon. There's kind of like a concentration of special attackers in the metagame right now, which lends credence to your Assault Vest prediction. I think that's a great call, and Entei being one of the great users of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a little bit cheating to pick an item as a top Pokemon threat.
That one I think we'll let you slide.
We've been seeing it. I mean, we've already, both these Pokemon that we've done real deep dives into, Entei and Archaludon, are both Pokemon that would love to wear the Assault Vest. And if you have both of those Pokemon on your team, only one of them can.
Unfortunately.
And in large part, that's because Fluttermane is again the best Pokemon in the format. And it's not just the Entei and the Archaludon that want to wear the Assault Vest. You know, Pokemon like Raging Bolt sometimes wear an Assault Vest. Walking Wake can wear an Assault Vest. You have Pokemon like Blast from the Past, Metagross loves the Assault Vest. Pokemon like Incineroar often run Assault Vest, although you can't run Parting Shot, which is a nice you have to run the much worse U-turn instead of Parting Shot. But we've even seen Pokemon like Dragonite, like Riley Factura's Assault Vest Dragonite has been a key component of his success this season so far. And over in Europe, we also saw Michel Kelsch running Assault Vest Urshifu.
Yeah.
The fact that you can put one of the most potent offensive threats in Urshifu Rapid Strike and give it an Assault Vest, and that's still a good choice, is pretty crazy. Like, this is by far, I think, the most important and best item in the game right now.
I mean, again, just looking at the Pokemon we have picked here, Entei, Ogerpon, Chien Pao, I think those are the only 3 physical attackers like any of us predicted. And so some of them, like Latias, Whimsicott, and Didi, those are more support-oriented, but you got Landorus Incarnate, you got our Charlodon, Walking Wake, Torkoal, like all these things are known for being able to deal out huge amounts of special attack damage. And so it's hard to argue against Assault Vest in a metagame like this.
Absolutely. And I love that you also picked Latias as one of your most likely to succeed this weekend. Latias is one of my favorite Pokemon. In fact, the last time I top cut a regionals was using Latias. That was in 2013. Don't do the math on how long ago that was. But it's kind of a different look of Latias back there, using screens more than the Tailwind that we're now seeing on Latias. And of course, this is a Pokemon that we saw at the end of Regulation E, Salamence rising as a popular Tailwind setter because of its typing especially. Latias has the exact same resistances to Urshifu Rapid Strike that Salamence does. Does not have the Intimidate ability, but instead is extremely bulky, and also has the Levitate ability, which means it takes no damage from Earth Power or Sandsear Storm from Landorus Incarnate that's been popping up all over the place, and resists Sludge Bomb as well with that Psychic typing. So one of the Pokemon that can actually switch into and immediately threaten Landorus, especially if you're also running Ice Beam.
I would love to shout out Mist Ball as well. Mist Ball got a big buff in the recent Indigo Disc DLC for Scarlet and Violet. It is now a 95 base power attack, which is even higher than Psychic, kind of the standard Psychic type special attack that players have been running. And now Mist Ball is objectively better than Psychic in that slot, and has the added bonus of a 50% chance to lower the target's special attack. So not only do you have increased damage, you have some utility there as well. Of course, Tailwind is one of the best utility moves in the game, and Recover combines with Rocky Helmet to be really annoying for those contact attackers. You can stick around, maybe get a second Tailwind off, which is really big. I think a lot of Pokemon kind of struggle to get a second Tailwind off, something like Tornadus and Whimsicott. Not the bulkiest, but Latias, you're almost always going to be training to be a lot more bulky. Make sure it sticks around. It's a little bit annoying with that Mist Ball, and maybe can set Tailwind a time or two.
Yeah, I love that you shouted out the Mist Ball as well. That's been a huge additional tool for Latias that allows it to just not just be a Tailwind bot, right? Like a lot of times we see Tornadus in the past use the Prankster Tailwind and then just sort of sit on the field, try to fire off some Bleak Wind Storms, hope for a speed drop maybe, but otherwise be kind of useless in some of these Tailwind teams. Latias now has additional, much higher chance of getting that drop with Mist Ball, as well as just it's a more powerful single target attack. And Psychic type damage is actually really good, especially if you're running a Pokemon like Fluttermane, because one of the only types that resists Fairy is Poison, which you can hit with Mist Ball super effectively, and gives you an option against the Amoonguss. That is oftentimes the only Fairy resist on a team.
Yeah, right. Great call out there. The Mist Ball there, especially considering I have that special attack drop chance as well. Great use of that move slot. Again, it's like it's source of damage and utility, which on a Pokemon like Latias, I think you really love. It's a bulky support Pokemon, and that's a bulky support kind of oriented attack, which couldn't fit any better.
All right, and we are about to get into our next match, but there's one other Pokemon I want to call out before we get into it, and that is the Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is a Pokemon that had so much hype coming into this tournament. This was going to be the Pokemon that changed everything. Tornadus and Urshifu teams are done because Raging Bolt is on the field. And I don't know, the jury is still out on how much Raging Bolt is actually going to be disturbing the metagame here. It certainly does have the potential to sweep through teams, and of course is another one of those Assault Vest users. Loves to have an Assault Vest if possible, but it also has the setup Calm Mind version. And those Calm Mind versions were the ones that kind of took off, but oftentimes you're only stuck with just Thunderclap, which is basically, for those who have not used this before, is Sucker Punch, but electric type and special attack instead of physical attack. And then a dragon move, either Draco Meteor or Dragon Pulse. And if your only electric attack here is the Thunderclap, it's can be really difficult for you to actually get one of those attacks off.
Yeah, I think when we were watching Abdullah versus Dylan earlier today, there was a scenario where Abdullah's Gyarados was on the field against Dylan's Raging Bolt, And Dylan's was actually running Thunderbolt, so it wasn't an issue at all. But one thing I noticed is that if you have a situation like that where you really need electric type damage, but the Pokemon might not be going for an attacking move, I think a good example is Tornadus as well. You just don't have that available to you unless if you're only running Thunderclap as your electric move. So I think it is possible to play around, but if you do run like that Calm Mind Thunderclap set, even like a Booster Energy with Thunderclap and another electric move, anything like that, there is a lot of damage that can be coming out, and the priority is really important, especially against something like Urshifu, which hits hard and fast, but Thunderclap probably just wipes it off the field before it can attack, thanks to that super effective electric move. So, like you said, it has a great potential. I think I'm not like super sold on it yet. I will admit that I'm a bit of a Raging Bolt skeptic, but I am happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, we are the Raging Bolt skeptics over here behind the desk right now. For me, Raging Bolt feels like it's playing to win the last regional, playing to win Regional E, or Regulation E, not playing to win Regulation F right now, because it matches up really well into those Tornadus and Urshifu teams, but I don't think we're going to see that exact same look. We're seeing a lot of different things happening right now.
Yeah, good call out. That's a good point.
Well, let's take a look at our current standings here in Portland. These are our players who are 4-0, and you can see just how stacked this regional is. Some of the names you've seen here, including Chupacross the Fourth in first place, who just took home his first regional championships last year, as well as, of course, one of our players to watch, Raghav Malavia. They're in third right now at a 4-0 rating. Again, Raghav, they have been trying to win a regional this season, got 2 top 4s and a finals appearance already. Just needs that one extra win to move into the championship position.
Other players to shout out here, Luca Paz, who won a regional last season over in Liverpool with the Palafin, kind of one of the earlier Palafin team compositions. Also had a great start here. Jeremy Parson and Ryan Haig, players we've seen, and Carson Confer, players we've seen very recently on stream. Tristan Medine, great to see her doing well again. She's been around for about as long as you have, Evan.
A little bit longer, actually. It's great to see her here at a 4-0 rating. Would love to make a day 2 and prove that some of us can, those of us who've been playing since 2009, 2010, even earlier, can still hang with the kids. And looks like we're going to look at our matches out in the field right now. We are going to be taking Jeremy Parson versus Carson Confer for our matchup here on stream, but some other incredible matches out in the field. Zach Droykamp against Luca Paz. Zach, another old-timer here who has multiple regional championships to his name, up against Luca. And of course, Raghav, like we were mentioning, up against Trista actually this round. Will be an interesting matchup to see there, but Jose Flores versus Chuppa, and then Christopher Howe, who we just saw win his match up against Colin Hand. Some great matches out in the field. We're getting to the point where all of these matches are good.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think earlier we were talking about Joe Ugarte has the chance to be one of the first triple 3-in-a-row regional champs. But I think he is in the same boat as Zach, in that Zach has also won the same regional tiers in a row.
That's correct. Yeah, Madison twice, I believe.
So Jack hoping to join that winner's circle once again. I think it's certainly possible. But I think also very excited for this next match we're about to see between Jeremy and Carson, 2 players who have had recent great success as well. Jeremy's kind of on a tear. I saw, I think he's something like 25-2 in Day 1 Swiss in his last few regionals.
Not a name you want to see
Absolutely
on your match slip at all.
No, especially Day 1 if he's that good on Day 1.
Well, Jeremy's going to be going up against Carson Confer. And of course, this is actually, both of these players were top 16 in San Antonio. So at the most recent regional, they were the last 16 players to compete. Did not quite make it into that top 8 top cut, but it's going to be kind of a grudge match there of sort of the people just on the bubble. And of course, Carson is a senior world champion as well. And I think we're going to have an interesting matchup here. For those of you who have missed our good friend Dondozo, don't worry, everything old is new again, and Dondozo is back in a big way, actually.
Are there people that have missed Dondozo?
I missed Dondozo. It's so silly.
It's true. It is cool though. Dondozo has been very much a roller coaster for Pokemon. It was very popular at the very beginning of Scarlet and Violet. Kind of fell off a little bit and then resurges every now and again. And Carson clearly jumping on the Dondozo train for this event. I know a few of the top players are also running similar teams. And I think what's something that's really cool about Carson's team that we're going to see is the teal mask Ogerpon. Had to come up with that word real quick. We don't see it too often. I think the last time I personally saw it was on Jamie Boyd back in Toronto, but clearly making a bit of an impact here as well.
Absolutely. The teal mask Ogerpon is actually a really important part of this team because it's able to, it's a Defiant user. We have Incineroar now out on the field on actually probably under, it's under 50% at about 43% of teams in the field. I think a lot of players were expecting that to be higher.
Yeah.
And this teal mask Ogerpon that has the access to superpower is able to get that Defiant boost and then immediately threaten Incineroar. And one of the ways that you can take out these Dondozo teams is by cycling Intimidates on them. So that they don't actually get crazy out of control with their attack stat. And being able to actually pick off what people expected and were correct was the most common Intimidate user in the format is really huge for these teams.
Grass Fighting is a really good offensive combination as well. They kind of meet each other's weaknesses really well, just other than flying, but we don't have to talk about that one right now. And it's great. It also has Follow Me, which is kind of the staple move on Ogerpon lately on any of the forms, really. And it gives you a chance to redirect some scary attacks away from your partners. And it's cool because that turns Ogerpon into both an offensive and defensive threat. It kind of commands a lot of attention even without using Follow Me. So it's kind of a pseudo Follow Me just by existing, which can make a lot of space for your Pokemon.
Yeah, well, here we are, Jeremy Parson versus Carson Confer. Jeremy there on the left-hand side of your screen and Carson on the right. Jeremy running a team that I think a lot of people probably expected to see these pieces around. We have a really strong balanced core here of the Incineroar, Fluttermane, and Rillaboom with huge offensive pressure from the Chien-Pao and the Urshifu. And then again, that Raging Bolt that a lot of players have taken to, that Jake and I are waiting to see impress us. So come on, Jeremy, I believe in you.
I do think one of the positives for Raging Bolt is that it actually stacks up into Dondozo pretty well. You resist the Wave Crash. You do have to worry about Order Up, but if you do opt to go for a Terastallization, it looks like Jeremy's is Grass. That's one of the better defensive Terra types into Dondozo as well. So I think it could be a player here. It is the set that's running no electric move other than Thunderclap. It's Thunderclap, Dragon, Pulse, Calm Mind, and Protect. So we might run into that little pitfall of not having consistent electric damage. But obviously, Jeremy has 5 other Pokemon to help out, those being the Rillaboom, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Fluttermane, Chien-Pao, and Incineroar. I'm seeing a Stellar Terra type, Evan.
Oh yeah, there is a Stellar Terra type on that Chien-Pao, which means that Chien-Pao will be able to actually deal damage against this Dondozo. This is actually maybe one of the matchups that's actually really useful because now you're getting the boost on Sacred Sword, which is also ignoring Dondozo's defense boosts once it merges with Tatsugiri, once Tatsugiri hops in the mouth and starts commanding the Catfish. So you're actually able to get some value off of that at the expense of no longer being able to dodge things like the extreme speed coming out from the Dragonite on Carson's side.
I think the Chien-Pao and Raging Bolt could combine pretty well to face this Dondozo. The Dondozo on Carson's end is Terra Grass. So if you do Terastallize to get away from the Thunderclap damage, you make yourself weak to Icicle Crash, which could become an issue. Carson, as you're seeing on your screen now, is running the Ogerpon Teal Mask, Dondozo, Glamora, Chien-Pao, Tatsugiri, and Dragonite.
Yeah, and if you are a Dondozo lover, you are excited to see players like Carson Confer bringing Dondozo.
Yes.
Carson is a player who has loved Dondozo, understands this Pokemon, and, occasionally we would see Dondozo teams pop up at regionals, but then you would see the other players who are most known for Dondozo not using it, not thinking it was the call. But if you see players like Carson out here running Dondozo and you are a Dondozo lover, then you are happy to see it. That means Dondozo is actually good, that people actually believe that Dondozo is the play. Of course, if you're a Dondozo hater, you hate to see it.
Glamora is something that's interesting too because it's been a staple on Dondozo teams for a while. Setting up those toxic spikes with toxic debris gives Dondozo this space to kind of sit on the field and wait for things to take that poison chip damage. But Glamora got access to Meteor Beam as of the Indigo Disc DLC, and combined with Power Herb, that can actually turn it into a huge offensive threat as well. So it's not only just this defensive, toxic spikes machine anymore. It can actually do some really big damage.
Yeah, we could actually go into sort of the evolution of Dondozo teams over the course of since Series A. For an hour probably. And just seeing the Glamora became a part of the Dondozo meta after Oceania of last season, and now seeing it also transition into an offensive threat with Meteor Beam is actually really fascinating. Being able to use the Power Herb now means you don't have access to Focus Sash on that Pokemon,
Right.
which means it is much frailer, but also the fact that Landorus Therian form has dropped in usage, which has been the most common previously ground-type offensive threat, makes that a little bit safer, and maybe able to get a couple of, well, actually, sometimes you only want the one layer of Toxic Spikes anyway, and just hoping to get that off.
Yeah, especially considering you still have the Terra Grass option. Grass is a very good defensive option for Glamora, resisting both water and ground type attacks coming its way that would be otherwise super effective. And I think a lot of times Glamora is actually a more important piece on this team than the Dondozo. Sometimes if the Dondozo comes in, all it needs is a couple turns of sitting around just to make sure that poison damage goes through. And where it's actually not leftovers Dondozo, which is something we usually see. It's that Rocky Helmet, opting to heavily punish physical attackers, both with its massive defense and that Rocky Helmet item. But that does crucially mean there's no recovery for Dondozo. There's no Rillaboom on Carson's end. So unless Jeremy sets up that grassy terrain, any damage done to Dondozo will stick. Which is a little bit more difficult if you're going to try and play a Dondozo kind of stally endgame.
Yeah, really important also to note that when you're looking at the Chien-Pao, which is running Icicle Crash, not the Ice Spinner, so Chien-Pao can still pin that Pokemon without ruining its Focus Sash. Instead, Chien-Pao is going to ruin the field with its Sword of Ruin and lower the defensive stats of all the Pokemon on the field, while at the same time Incineroar's Intimidate gives that Ogerpon a Defiant boost. So this Glamora Ogerpon lead, pretty common for this new look at Dondozo here, but getting that Ogerpon a free boost can get real dangerous real fast.
It can get dangerous, but luckily for Jeremy, that Chien-Pao is sitting right there. And because Ogerpon is the Teal Mask form, it has no way to make itself not take super effective damage from this Icicle Crash. And there's no redirection or fake out on the other side right next to the Ogerpon. So if Chien-Pao gets an Icicle Crash off here, most likely KOs, and Incineroar is there to possibly fake out that Glamora and not let any kind of Meteor Beam damage go through yet.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are going to head into this with a really surprising Terra choice here. That Chien-Pao running the Stellar Terastallization. We're going to see which of its hammers it's going to throw at Carson's Pokemon this time around. Actually, it looks really nice. I like this Terra crowd.
Aesthetically, it's great.
Also getting some support from the Peanut Gallery. Incineroar's helping hand cheering on the Chien-Pao. Ogerpon just going for a spiky shield here, afraid of this Icicle Crash. Instead, Chien-Pao's targeting down the Glamora with that Icicle Crash, using up its charge of Ice Terra. And oh my, that is a one-hit KO.
It sure is.
Okay, was I wrong? Were we wrong?
I don't know, maybe. Okay, fine, whatever. Stellar Terra was great here. That was some really important damage. I don't think you get that KO without the boost to the Icicle Crash from that Stellar Terra. And of course, because the Ogerpon protected, that's a huge turn for Jeremy. Really good read. A lot of times you would be very tempted to attack the +1 grass type. But Jeremy reading through that very well. I think the Focus Sash on Chien-Pao makes that play a little bit safer as well. Like if you possibly get that wrong and the Glamora, Spiky Shields, and Ogerpon knocks out Incineroar, for example, you lose a little bit there, but your Chien-Pao is still in a great spot. You still have the option to boost your Sacred Sword or your Sucker Punch, and losing the boost on Ice isn't a big deal here, because I think that probably just KOs Ogerpon anyway. You didn't really need it for that. So a great use of the Stellar Terra there for Jeremy to get that big damage on Glamora. Only one layer of Toxic Spikes will be down for the remainder of this game.
Well, here is one of the weird parts now of using the Stellar Terra, because Carson has switched in his Chien-Pao. And Carson has the option to go for the Ghost-type Terra type, so avoiding the Sacred Sword entirely, whereas Jeremy is going to have to protect the Chien-Pao to dodge it out. Instead, Carson's just going to go for the Terastallization on the Ogerpon, getting that Embody Aspect boost to get a speed boost in addition to the attack boost that it already received from Defiant. That means this is going to be the fastest thing on the field and the most offensive thing on the field with that boost as well. Chien-Pao has to protect itself, but Ogerpon just goes for the superpower into the Incineroar. Easy one-hit KO. And knocks out that Pokemon in one, which means that Carson's Chien-Pao is just going to be sort of scouting, seeing what it wanted to do. Sacred Sword, sure, makes sense. Crucially, though, that Chien-Pao being on the field for Carson means that there is no Dondozo and Tatsugiri in the back. Likely going to be that Dragonite which Chin Pao probably doesn't need the Stellar boost on that Icicle Crash to KO either, but can't dodge an Extreme Speed now.
Right, can't dodge Extreme Speed, and the speed boost from Embody Aspect is coming in handy here because Urshifu will enter the field. It does have a Choice Scarf, but thanks to the speed boost and Ogerpon's natural speed, should still be able to attack before this Urshifu and get off a big Ivy Cudgel. Boost. You do lose your Defiant boost, so with the Superpower, you're now back down to neutral attack. That is the beauty of Superpower, though, is that, especially if you get the Defiant boost, you kind of have one free +1 Superpower until you have to start worrying about lowering your attack. And a Terra Grass Ivy Cudgel should be able to KO Urshifu without that boost anyway. The Chin Paos both have their Focus Sashes intact still, which is important. If the Ogerpon wants to attack on Carson's end, it kind of risks getting knocked out by Icicle Crash. We're not going to see that.
Yep, no Icicle Crash, just a Sucker Punch into the Ogerpon, and what?
Wow.
Picks up the one-hit KO on the Ogerpon. All right, Jake, we might have been wrong about Stellar Terra on this Chin Pao.
I don't want to be proved wrong this quickly, but clearly I am. U-turn coming out here is going to break the Focus Sash into a big chunk here, so really great turn for Jeremy so far.
Yeah, so far so good for Jeremy, but will have to waste his Focus Sash on the Chin Pao as Carson has the ability to go for the Sacred Sword back into it. Urshifu switches out in favor of the Rillaboom, which gets poisoned by the toxic spikes here. Could be pretty big to sort of chip away at some of these Pokemon. The Grassy Surge, though, will be able to deal back a little bit of that chip damage every turn as Chin Pao on Jeremy's side goes down to 1 hit point after that Sacred Sword.
I do kind of worry about the Dragonite that's probably in the back for Carson. If you're Jeremy, your remaining Pokemon are your the Rillaboom, which has a really hard time against Dragonite, and your Urshifu, which even though it does have the Choice Scarf and will be able to outspeed, it's not running Ice Spinner. You
it
have
can outspeed Extreme Speed.
Exactly, yeah. So you just have Surging Strikes, Close Combat, Aqua Jet, U-Turn, all of which won't damage Dragonite very heavily. And so this Dragonite, even though it is at a Pokemon disadvantage now, kind of a really big problem for Jeremy, especially considering Sword of Ruin is still active. Chin Pao on either end is on the field, so Dragonite will benefit from the decreased defense on the Rillaboom or the Urshifu in the back. And it's going to be difficult, especially because you really can't Icicle Crash. You're not going to get the chance to because either Extreme Speed or Sucker Punch will attack before that. And so you're going to have to play around, is there a way I can get an Icicle Crash off here? And the answer is probably not.
Yeah. It seems like it's very difficult. Maybe you try to sneak it in and hope that Carson is over-predicting and allowing that Chin Pao. Maybe, going on the offensive here, I like, in case this Chin Pao on Carson's side goes for a Protect and tries to play a little bit passively into the Fake Out, but no. Carson's not making that mistake, just going to pick up the KO onto Chin Pao with that Extreme Speed. Again, because the Stellar Terra type keeps the Dark Ice typing of Chin Pao, is not having the defensive protection of the Ghost Terra type, can't dodge that Extreme Speed, and picks up that KO. And you are totally right. This looks like another game where Dragonite matches up extremely well against all the Pokemon remaining on the field. And having Chin Pao on the side there means that this Urshifu is going to take a lot of damage from Extreme Speed. This Rillaboom is going to take a lot of damage from Extreme Speed, at least until this Chin Pao goes down, and then it will take slightly less, but still quite a bit of damage.
And especially something else to call out is the Dragonite is running the Inner Focus ability, so a possible Fake Out Icicle Crash into that slot was not an option on the prior turn. So Jeremy really caught in a rough spot here. There's really nothing, there's no neutral damage left into this Dragonite. Any attack you can throw into it will be resisted, whether it's a grass or bug type thing from Rillaboom or any of Urshifu's attacks like we said earlier. So even though Jeremy did have the Pokemon advantage early on, it looks like these Extreme Speeds should be able to clean up this match really well. That's so much damage.
Yeah, Chin Pao doesn't need the Terra Stellar to do a lot of damage with that Sucker Punch. Urshifu will clean up the Chin Pao here with those Surging Strikes, extremely necessary to sort of drop some of that damage output. But really, with only access to, Wood Hammer as the most powerful attack for Rillaboom, plus the poison on the field, not enough damage. The recoil plus the poison. This Dragonite, Carson making a great call to bring that Pokemon in the back, matching up so well against these two.
And that wasn't even multi-scale. That was just a straight up
focus.
full power Wood Hammer.
On grassy terrain.
Yeah. Bit of a sad bit of damage there. Like 2 more Extreme Speeds will just end this game. And so if you're Jeremy, I think you started the game very well with that call into Glamora, the KO with the Helping Hand, Stellar Terra, Icicle Crash, and then it just kind of fell apart. What do you think you can do differently if you're Jeremy there, Evan? Because in all theory, you take a KO turn 1, you take no damage in return. That's really good.
Absolutely. But the problem here is that of the 4 Pokemon that Jeremy brought, only Chien Pao is really threatening this Dragonite. The Incineroar only has Flare Blitz for damage.
Yeah.
The Rillaboom only has Grass type attacks and U-turn for damage. Urshifu only has Water and Fighting for damage, and Bug with the U-turn as well. Chien Pao is all that can threaten it, and once Carson's able to break that Focus Sash, because there's no Ghost Terra type, Extreme Speed can still just clean up that Pokemon.
So I guess we found a reason why Stellar Terra wasn't the best option there. We did it.
It looked flashy for a while,
It did,
though.
it really did. The Sucker Punch KOing the Ogerpon in one hit, I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah.
I guess, it was -1 defense from Superpower.
That's right.
That
why. Makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now.
Well, this is that Helping Hand boosted, Stellar Terra boosted, same type attack bonus boosted, Icicle Crash picking up the one-hit KO on Glamora. Crazy amount of damage multipliers there to pick up that KO. But this Ogerpon getting the Incineroar off the field as well, and making sure that this Chien Pao really crucially had to take a Sacred Sword from Carson's Chien Pao before it was able to force this Dragonite out onto the field, meant that Pokemon was a sitting duck, and then the Rillaboom and Urshifu just could not clean up from there.
The Ogerpon was actually a really big player for Carson there, even beyond the fact that it took that KO with the Superpower. Like on the turn that we saw it get knocked out by Sucker Punch, the +1 speed boost from Body Aspect meant that you kind of had to focus at that turn. Otherwise, your Urshifu just gets knocked out by an Ivy Cudgel, and you just kind of lose another Pokemon there. So even though it was, it took the 1 KO and then got knocked out in return, I think the use of the Defiant ability, turning into a Body Aspect for the +1 speed as well is really important for Carson, because if it was Choice Scarf, Urshifu isn't outspeeding something, it's probably heavily threatened by it. And one of the very few ways you can actually outspeed that Scarf Urshifu without something like a Tailwind or an Icy Wind is the +1 speed boost from the Teal Mask Ogerpon. So I think a really good use of resources there for Carson.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. This is a Dondozo team that did not bring Dondozo in Game 1. So facing down these Pokemon, if you think Carson's going to bring the same 4, you have options if you're Jeremy. You have the Flutter Mane that did not come to this battle, and typically does like to see if he can try to get an attack off onto Dondozo. You have the Raging Bolt as options as well. We'll have to see what Jeremy has decided to bring to potentially counter a Dragonite in the back, as Carson has led the same 2 Pokemon as Game 1, and so has Jeremy.
I mean, I think if you're both players, you don't feel too bad about this lead. Carson obviously won Game 1 off of this lead, and Jeremy had a very good turn 1 that hopefully maybe he tries to replicate and then maybe adjust the game plan from there on out. I do think if you're Carson, the Dondozo bring is tempting just because you saw the lack of Raging Bolt, which I think is something that is kind of a big threat to the Dondozo on Jeremy's end. And more importantly, they saw the Urshifu get brought, which means that if you're able to swap that Dondozo in on a Surging Strikes, Urshifu is already at about half health, and it's not really useful into Dondozo anyway. But interesting turn 1 option here, because we have the option for the Stellar Terra once again. It's proven that a Stellar Terra Chien Pao can knock out either of these Pokemon in one hit. And so interesting to see what Jeremy opts for on this turn.
Well, Jeremy has decided to Stellar Terrastalize the Chien Pao once again, going immediately on the offensive. In Game 1, Carson protected the Ogerpon and afraid of a fake out. This time around, there's the Spiky Shield coming after the Helping Hand. Carson again protecting the Ogerpon, trying to dodge any damage actually from both Pokemon. Not going to let Jeremy sneak an attack off. Another one-hit KO here, as Jeremy did go for the Sucker Punch and the Helping Hand boosted and the Stellar Terra boost. No damage there, but because it did not go off, still has the ability to launch that boosted Sucker Punch later.
And a much safer play from Carson there. If Carson had gone for that exact play on turn 1 of Game 1, that might have gone a lot differently, even though he did end up winning that game. So I think that's just a smart play. There's no shot you got faked out. There's no shot you get an accidentally, get caught out, protecting one slab and not the other. And now that the Incineroar cannot fake out, you have the option to attack with both of these things. You can't possibly lose both of your Pokemon before they attack, because Incineroar is going to be the slowest thing in the field. And both of these Pokemon on Carson's end can actually just one-hit KO the Incineroar anyway, with either Meteor Beam or Superpower, like we saw in Game 1. And so this Incineroar now in a much rougher spot. Not surprised to see it swap out here for Jeremy.
Yeah, Incineroar going out of the ring, switches out for Rillaboom, which will be able to take either attack that you mentioned, the Meteor Beam or the Superpower, much better than either than the Incineroar. Carson is actually deciding to sacrifice this Ogerpon potentially with the Follow Me. Chien-Pao's Icicle Crash, instead of targeting down a Glamora, potentially going for the Ogerpon. May have just been the target anyway. One-hit KO with that Stellar Terra. That Ogerpon, though, does get a free turn for this Glamora to fire out a Sludge Bomb that dealt big damage to Chien-Pao there. That's back in extreme speed range.
It sure is, and that's important because, like you said, Evan, there's no way to turn into a Ghost type, dodge those extreme speeds. You can't even, fake out the Dragonite and try and prevent it from going for that extreme speed because it is that inner focus. And I really like the decision to not use Meteor Beam there. I think the Incineroar swapping out was pretty obvious. And even if you do Meteor Beam the Chien-Pao on that turn, the Focus Sash prevents it from getting knocked out. Now you still have the option for Meteor Beam into the Incineroar later on.
There's a Protect coming out from the Chien-Pao to dodge this extreme speed from Carson. Again, that is a Choice Band Dragonite. That means that this Pokemon is locked into extreme speed until it switches out, and big damage coming out from the Sludge Bomb. We are so used to seeing Glamora just click Mortal Spin. Big damage from Sludge Bomb, but big damage right back with that Wood Hammer, picking up another one-hit KO on the Glamora.
It's another one-hit KO, but you have to imagine.
Recoil.
Ooh. Yeah, big recoil damage, and of course this Dragonite's still in kind of a great spot. The Incineroar does not have a Dark type move, it only is running Flare Blitz, and of course you can't fake it out because it is running Inner Focus. We do see the Flutter Mane though from Jeremy. That's really big because if you do get Carson down, actually no, Carson is.
Yeah, Carson can't switch.
Dragonite's locked.
Yeah.
Dragonite can't touch the Flutter Mane. That's actually huge for Jeremy now because he knows that as soon as the Chien-Pao on Carson's end goes down, the Flutter Mane simply just wins the game.
Yeah,
if you can get rid of that slot, it's over.
Yeah, and this Intimidate on the Chien-Pao is actually very relevant in helping that Flutter Mane in the back survive a big Sucker Punch or an Icicle Crash, or Ice Spinner rather, from this Chien-Pao that Carson is running. So by bringing the Flutter Mane, by switching up the Pokemon and getting this Dragonite stuck on extreme speed, Jeremy has unlocked the win condition, which is just take out this Chien-Pao and then Carson cannot win.
I really like that you call out that Intimidate as well because Flutter Mane often is trained to survive an attack from Chien-Pao, but with that Intimidate taken into account, it's much more guaranteed. And so you have the option to possibly try and break the Focus Sash this turn if you can. Obviously will not happen through Protect, but if you're able to knock out this Chien-Pao with a combination of attacks, then much more easy for you to win this game.
Well, there's the extreme speed picking up the KO on Chien-Pao. Jeremy's Chien-Pao goes down, and that means that Flutter Mane will come in, and Carson will know what he needs to do.
Oh, even better.
But yeah, this is Parting Shot connects onto the Dragonite, meaning that this Incineroar gets to stick around longer because it's finally found a way to drop the attack of the Dragonite.
I love that play. The Chien-Pao protecting is a little bit telegraphed on Carson's end, so to make sure you're getting something out of the Incineroar that turn, you're not going to waste your fake out into that slot. You Parting Shot the Dragonite, which is not blocked by Inner Focus. You lower its attack by 1. Now Incineroar can come back in. Since Chien-Pao just protected, you have to rely on a possible double protect from Carson there. And a combination of fake out and a Choice Spec Dazzling Gleam should be able to KO this Chien-Pao here.
And even if it doesn't, another Intimidate.
Yeah, so the Chien-Pao is now at -2, which means Flutter Mane maybe survives a couple attacks. With the poison, it might be a little bit close. But at this point, you really just need to survive one Ice Spinner or Icicle Crash, whichever that Chien-Pao is running, in order to survive and knock out this Dragonite.
Yeah, Carson actually probably has to go for the double protect here on the Chien-Pao, even to just have a hope to survive. But like we saw, Jeremy just locking in the Dazzling Gleam and actually going on the offensive with the Flare Blitz to try and, punish a double protect that may fail here. And of course, the Ghost Terra type is still saved, so Fake Out not an option here.
Fake Out not an option. I think if you're Jeremy, maybe you would try and call this and go for a Flare Blitz instead, which looks like did happen. There's no Fake Out. Extreme Speed comes out into Incineroar, thanks to the -1. From the Parting Shot, does not a huge chunk. Dazzling Gleam still does a huge bit of damage here, but Ice Spinner comes out into Flutter Mane and will not KO.
Ooh. Yeah, that is a bulky Flutter Mane.
Yeah.
-2 on that Ice Spinner. Flutter Mane survives that pretty easily, even though the terrain has now gone. Dragonite can't deal any damage to this Flutter Mane. That's game for Jeremy.
Yeah, it sure is. Poison will not be enough to take out the Flutter Mane from here. Important bit of information for both players. The Flutter Mane actually did outspeed the Chien-Pao. Naturally, they do have the same exact speed, and so that might tell you a little bit about how they're trained. Clearly, the Chien-Pao is not, at the maximum amount of speed you can possibly have. A lot of times, people are opting to run a more offensive version that, boosts its attack instead of its speed, and that could tell you that possibly this Flutter Mane is fully indexed into speed instead.
Yeah, and that also means that those intimidates are extremely important for Jeremy, because if you have a Chien Pao that's running not maximum speed, that means you've probably maxed out your offense instead.
Right.
So you need to get those intimidates off onto that Pokemon in order to help this Fluttermane survive, especially after a tick or two of poison. If it was only at -1, that may have been enough to get the KO.
Yeah, the 2 intimidates coming in clutch here. That parting shot on the prior turn really sealed up this game for Jeremy. I think it was probably still most likely a 1 game without that play, but that was a really heads-up decision to not get caught going for the fake out on that turn, and put yourself in a much better spot for this end game.
And an extremely smart adaptation. Jeremy saw that he had no answers for the Dragonite in game 1. It's like, okay, Carson's bringing the Dragonite. That means I have to bring this Fluttermane so that I don't just get in an end game where extreme speed runs over my team.
Well, it was a good adaptation at team preview, but also a really well-played adaptation, because you kind of, I think at that point, Jeremy really baited the extreme speed into the Chien Pao slot, and at the same time KO'd Carson's second Pokemon, which forced the Dragonite to stay locked into extreme speed for the rest of the game, and then revealed the Fluttermane. Carson didn't see that until Dragonite was forced to only extreme speed for several more turns. So it's a great decision at team preview to bring that Fluttermane and block any kind of extreme speed from Dragonite, but also played out, knew that was his win condition and played to that end very well.
Yeah, that's a really great point. Jeremy played these first couple of turns very similar to how he played the first few turns of game 1, maybe getting Carson a little bit overconfident that, oh, Jeremy brought the same 4 Pokemon, he wants to run it back, I can just use the same tactics and lock into extreme speed and feel great about it. But here's that turn you mentioned. Carson locks into extreme speed, while at the same time Jeremy locks that Dragonite on the field, stuck on extreme speed, and still has the Fluttermane in the back as a win condition.
Yeah. So I really like that. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see a similar team coming out from Jeremy. I do think even if Carson opts to bring the Dondozo for this third game, the 4 Pokemon Jeremy brought are pretty well equipped to take it down. We have the Incineroar that can intimidate away those boosts. The Stellar Terra Chien Pao has the option to get some big Icicle Crashes or some Quick Swords off, like you mentioned. And I think Fluttermane's a nice bring because Dondozo is not known for its special defense. It's much more bulky on the physical side. So even if it does get some boosts,
it's still fine.
Exactly. You have the option to get some big Moon Blasts off regardless.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting game 3 here, as Jeremy really showed that the adaptations he made in game 2 match up extremely well against the 4 Pokemon that Carson brought in that set. So I have to see if Carson now, on the back foot, having lost that game 2, will make any adjustments here, or just go ahead and try to lead the same Pokemon, use the same 4, and use what he has learned over the last 2 games to try and outplay Jeremy. We've seen a lot of sort of guessing games on those first 2 turns of both games. Maybe Carson thinks that I have a read now and I can play this better.
Yeah, very true. I think Carson, the way that Carson's used the Ogerpon in the first 2 games was very different.
Yeah.
In game 1, it was a big offensive threat. We got the Terrestrialization from it to get the speed boost, and it got a big KO with Superpower before threatening a KO with Ivy Cudgel as well. Whereas in game 2, all it did was follow me an Icicle Crash away, which I think is useful. Like, obviously, you protect the Glamora, you get rid of the Ice Boost from that Stellar Terra, which is important, but there's no offensive threat anymore into that Incineroar, which became a problem.
Well, there is an adjustment on the field here in game 3, and it's on Jeremy's side. No Incineroar in the lead. Instead, it will be the Rillaboom. And what this means for Carson is no free Defiant boost on that Ogerpon. It's still a pretty powerful Pokemon. If it Terrestrializes, it will be the fastest thing on the field, and getting that boost on the Ivy Cudgel will still do enough to get to Focus Sash on Chien Pao, but not anywhere near as threatening as it was when it was getting that +1 boost after the Defiant. Glamora, though, here loves to see Rillaboom out on the field, matches up really well against that Pokemon, and no helping hand here to add to the multipliers for Jeremy.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix-up. I do agree there's no threat of Defiant anymore, but I think at the same time, helping hand was a lot of your big threat on this turn 1, and so I don't know that you have a way to KO this Glamora. I don't know that just a Stellar Terra Icicle Crash would do it, so maybe you would have to direct a Grassy Glide into that slot as well, but that would give you 2 layers of Toxic Spikes. There's some trades that go off here. Importantly, though, no Defiant boost, no +1, and we do, for the 3rd game in a row, get the Stellar Terra out of this Chien Pao.
Yeah, Jeremy has opted to just go extremely offensive. Stellar Terra all 3 games on the Chien Pao. Will be matched, though, on Carson's side. Carson opting for the terrestrialization on Ogerpon, getting the big teal mask out in front of that Pokemon, embodying the aspect of the teal mask and getting a speed boost. So it does not have the Defiant boost, but does have speed. Calling no fake out coming out from this Rillaboom and hoping to sneak an attack in as Glamora protects itself from a potential fake out. Oh, it's just a sucker punch. Chien Pao with the stellar terrestrialization. Not enough to pick up the KO on Ogerpon without the without the drop, but Rillaboom is right there. Who needs helping hand? You don't need to cheer on the Chien Pao. You need to join in.
Yes, the combo attack there into the Ogerpon is a huge KO. So Sucker Punch and Grassy Glide just enough for the KO on the +1 speed Ogerpon that did not get to attack, make use of that boost. And now Carson is without his terrestrialization for the rest of this third game. That's a pretty disastrous turn 1, especially considering the spiky shield from the Glamora. You didn't get anything done that turn. The Chien Pao is still at its Focus Sash. You lost the Dark boost from Terra, but you still have the Icicle Crash boost. And now, especially considering Glamora just protected, you have the option to possibly double that slot with a Wood Hammer, Icicle Crash, Grassy Glide, like whatever you might want. It's a very vulnerable position for this Glamora.
Yeah, disastrous is exactly the word I was thinking of about that turn 1 as well. Carson is going to need to make something happen here. It feels very similar to game 1, where Carson lost a Pokemon extremely quickly, and it looks like Carson is just going to lose another one here as a double up Sacred Sword Grassy Glide into Chien Pao. Easy KO there. Glamora has to make something happen here. It can do big damage to the Rillaboom, but it doesn't pick up the KO without a critical hit. It can get this Meteor Beam off and deal big damage to the Chien Pao as well, but that Focus Sash is going to keep it around. Both of these Pokemon are still going to be on the field after Glamora is done powering up with this Power Herb and firing off this Meteor. Oh,
no!
Not even! Not even!
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I guess luckily enough, you still get the special attack boost, but the Chien Pao now has not been brought down to its Focus Sash, so an extreme speed will not be enough to knock it out, and a single Icicle Crash, because the terrestrialization has already been burned from Carson, will easily clear out this Dragonite. Unless it misses 2, we can't discount that.
It can always miss.
But again, that's just 2 really rough turns. A KO in one slot and no damage out of the other slot. Twice in a row for Carson to start off this third game.
Yeah, and Jeremy forces the lock-in to extreme speed once again. It's the only way outside of a miss that Dragonite's going to be able to deal any damage before going down. Glamora, actually with that poison, will pick up this KO on Rillaboom. Well, with the Wood Hammer for sure. Yeah. That's going to be a KO onto Glamora, and then the recoil will finally pick up that KO. And at this point, Jeremy just needs to switch in the Flutter Mane and claim his 5-0 record heading into round 6.
The king of Day 1 Swiss is certainly showing us why so far here in Portland. A really well-played game from Jeremy, especially that second game, mixing up the strategy to bring Flutter Mane in the back.
Yeah.
And a very well-played game this game as well. Did get that, slight bit of luck with the Meteor Beam dodge, but at the same time, Carson was still going to be down to his last 2 Pokemon, which means that the Dragonite locking into extreme speed would have not been able to damage the Flutter Mane. So I think Jeremy was still in a pretty strong position, just kind of sealed up by that Meteor Beam dodge as well. So
yeah. Carson really needed to be able to pick up the Sludge Bomb KO on that Rillaboom to keep the Glamora around, even with the Meteor Beam hitting onto the Chien Pao. But even after that +1 boost from the Meteor Beam, not enough to pick up the KO, thanks to the best Pokemon in the game, the Assault Vest item on the Rillaboom.
How did Jeremy have 7 Pokemon on his team? That's weird.
Judge. There's the Moonblast from the Flutter Mane, picks up the KO on Dragonite quite easily. 5-0 for Jeremy after a really tough game 1. Incredible adaptation there. Flutter Mane coming up huge for Jeremy. And you know what? The Stellar Terra, it did work there. It was doing, those multipliers were real.
I must admit, Stellar Terra was very good for this Jeremy on this match. I can be wrong, it's fine. Certainly this is the only time it'll ever happen, though.
Certainly
can't
the only
possibly
time.
work again.
How could it?
No.
Well, congratulations to Jeremy there. I think those were incredible adjustments in game 2 and 3, and Carson just was not able to find a way to threaten that Flutter Mane.
Yeah.
Jeremy did such a great job in that game 2, like you mentioned, preserving the information that he had brought Flutter Mane, pretending, sort of bluffing that it was the same 4 Pokemon as game 1, showing the trump card, the Flutter Mane in the back, and then game 2, the Rillaboom out front. was able to immediately threaten that Glamora, being able to threaten the Ogerpon as well, picking up that, like you said, disastrous turn 1, the double up, the Sucker Punch, and the Grassy Glide, picking up the KO on Ogerpon. It needed that extra damage from the Stellar Terra to make that happen, too.
It did, yeah. I mean, that was exactly what Jeremy needed on that first turn. Jeremy had some very explosive early games throughout this set. You know, we got the big call on turn 1 of game 1, even though it didn't go his way. And then again on game 3 here, the Sucker Punch Grassy Glide combo. I think when you're running a team like this with this very offensively focused Qian Pao, even though it is a focus sash, you do have 3 very strong attacks boosted by the Stellar Terra, and showing us why maybe our original analysis of it wasn't as accurate. But preserving that Qian Pao very well. There were times when Qian Pao would be on the field a few turns and still have its focus sash intact, which if you're running on offensive Qian Pao is massive. Like, that's a really, really big piece of information there that you just have to play towards, and Jeremy did very well.
Absolutely. This is a Pokemon, Qian Pao we think of as just sort of the max speed. Honestly, it's supposed to be an explosive offensive threat, but if you're running like max speed, it kind of isn't. And a defensive Terra, it doesn't, and a focus sash.
Yeah.
But we have seen offensive versions of Qian Pao play really well. There was the Life Orb Qian Pao that Hirofumi Kimura used, that then sort of in Regulation D that morphed into the Regulation E sort of Hisuian Arcanine team that we saw know and love and won 2 regional championships. But Qian Pao does have the ability to blow things up. It has great typing coverage, especially into a lot of the meta threats. And having, I think, a really important piece of that puzzle, like you mentioned as well, was the helping hand on Incineroar. Being able to add to those damage multipliers is huge, whereas just Stellar Terra on its own wasn't going to be enough. Needed the helping hand to get over the hump, also needed the Grassy Glide boost to get over the hump. But once Qian Pao does that, if it's still at full health and it has a focus sash attached to it, like you're running scared.
Oh yeah, I mean the way that all these boosts stack on each other well just kind of contributes. It's all multiplicative. So you have the Sword of Ruin defense drop. You have the same type attack bonus on Icicle Crash and Sucker Punch. You've got the Stellar Terra boost, which is I think another 50% on that Icicle Crash and Sucker Punch, which is insanely threatening. And I think it's even very worth it for Sacred Sword.
Yeah.
It's a strong attack, but it doesn't get that same type attack bonus, so it comes short on a lot of KOs. But if you give it that Stellar boost for just one turn, that can be enough. Something like Incineroar might get knocked out by a Terra boosted Sacred Sword, whereas it wouldn't without that boost.
Absolutely. So the Qian Pao maybe making believers of us. Let's see how it does as we continue through the rest of the tournament. But looked pretty good there in all 3 of those games, actually. And I really think that it's really well played there from Jeremy. Like you mentioned, he had some really explosive turn 1s. And it really is, he was reading Carson really well, especially in that game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the biggest read of all games.
Absolutely.
Like the Sucker Punch Grassy Glide into something that could just go for Follow Me. That would have been equally disastrous, but the opposite direction. But a great call by Jeremy, and just well played throughout those 3 games. And we are ready with Rosemary for an interview with Jeremy to hear how that round went.
Hello everyone, I'm here with the winner of Swiss round number 5. This is Jeremy Parson. You put on a fantastic display of one of the new mechanics I think everybody is interested in, and that is Stellar for your Terra. So can you talk me through that? How long have you been practicing with Stellar Qian Pao, and why did you feel like that was the best strategy for that game?
So after San Antonio, tried out Stellar Qian Pao pretty quick. Just trying out Stellar Terra, see how it felt on a lot of different mons, and I found it was best on, focus sash mons that can really take advantage of the damage without losing the defensive utility. But Qian Pao is really messed up to play against when you have to cover for it. You're basically covering for a Terra Dark, a Terra Ice, and a 20% boost to Sacred Sword. All those mons that were trained to live the attacks, just don't anymore. You get that boost and you can just run right through them. So I found it was very good pretty early on.
I feel like it's one of those more underexplored options when it comes down to just how many Pokemon can really take advantage of that. So really cool to see it on the Qian Pao for your team. And when you were thinking about bringing it to this match, were you at all concerned lead-wise about having to face a Dondozo, or did you just write that out of the equation entirely?
I was accounting for Dondozo could have come as a lead. But I have Fake Out on lead. I have the Sacred Sword for if I can force the Dondozo to eat the Tatsugiri to be able to take an attack. I can then Stellar Terra Sacred Sword still does boosted damage. I felt like the tools were there enough. The matchup's honestly very tough, and it's just the best I could do is trying to create situations where It's basically a 50-50, whether he attacks, whether he protects, and just trying to get it right. So Dondozo was in my mind there, but it was certainly not the scariest part of the team.
Well, let's talk about that turn 1 of game number 3. You talk about some 50-50s. That was a huge read and turn to get right for you. How did you feel after you had nailed it?
Well, I actually had decided after turn 1 of game 2 that if I won that game, that's what I was doing. I was like, I'm locked in. That is what I am pressing. I second-guessed it a little bit in the preview, but I stuck with it. I was like, that's what I'm going to do. You know, the way he's played it is kind of trying to take advantage of that. I felt like maybe he would be trying to take advantage by conditioning me into thinking that's going to protect that turn and trying to take advantage, get a big hit off. So I figured my best move there is to just deny that and basically just make another 50-50, and luckily I got it right this time, so I'm not going to complain.
Well, now with that read and with the win in this matchup, you are 30-2 in your day 1 performances at regionals. Are you confident to keep that number going up heading into day 2 and the later parts of this tournament?
Well, it's 30-2 since Peoria. Pittsburgh was a little iffy, 4-5. So lost more in that than the other 4 now, if you count this one. So, you know, I'm feeling good, and hopefully I can keep getting that number up. You know, I got to get at least 2 more. Hopefully I can just make it 4 and be a little easier tomorrow, and, you know, try to make it in top cut.
You're too modest. Yeah, just enjoy the 32 stat line, why don't you? But I know that you're not alone when it comes to preparing for these events. So I was wondering if you had any shout outs you'd like to make for people that are helping you and supporting you at this event.
Yeah, so shout out to the Smoliv Garden. Y'all know who you are. And shout out to my girlfriend Anne-Marie, my sister Olivia, and everyone else that supported me. Oh, and my friend Mish for the beautiful sweatshirt. Appreciate it.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament. All right, casters, back to you.
Thanks, Rose. Thanks, Jeremy. Incredible to hear from Jeremy, who is, yeah, you know, we can forget about Pittsburgh. That was that was 2 regulations ago.
This is the warm-up tournament.
Yeah.
For the year. It's fine.
You know, it's very important that you warm up before going into any kind of strenuous exercise, and that includes Pokemon tournaments.
Of course. And you got to take a whole tournament to warm up sometimes, and then I don't know. I think if I'm Jeremy, I'll take the 4-5 in return for the 30-2 following. It's a pretty good payoff.
Yeah, if that's all it takes, then I'll make sure that happens too. Really cool to hear from Jeremy about his thought process, especially on the Stellar Terra. Yeah. You know, that is very true. A lot of players are trying to train their Pokemon to survive, you know, thinking that the worst they'll have to deal with is like max attack, Chin-Pal, Icicle Crash.
Yeah.
You throw in the Stellar Terra in there and all of your calculations go out the door.
They're just gone. Especially, again, with that Helping Hand Incineroar. That's not something that I think many players are prepared for. It's just that extra damage coming out of the Incineroar partner. Mm-hmm. So a really cool combination of partners there for Jeremy.
Yeah, definitely stacking all of those multipliers, a huge deal for that Chin-Pal. Really, really cool to see. And of course, we do have, you know, more matches out in the field. They are currently happening. Some other players who have won this round and are now 5-0 as well include regional champions Riley Factura and Chuppa Cross. Both made it to 5-0. Yeah, shocking, right? Speaking of consistency, Jeremy has gone 30-2 in regional records day 1 Swiss so far.
Yeah.
Riley has not failed to make top 16 of his tournaments so far. So not bad, not bad. And of course, Chuppa off of a regional championship himself earlier on in the season in Toronto.
Yeah.
Also, Zach Droykamp, of course, multi-time regional champion, also at 5-0, and player to watch, Raghav Malavia, also made it to 5-0 so far.
Those are all great players, and people I'd love to see, you know, get to feature on stream later on today, even tomorrow. Hopefully, if some of them make it through into day 2, and certainly everyone on that list is more than capable. All players that we're very familiar with here, especially if you've been tuning into our streams the last few months. But going to be really exciting to see how it all shakes out.
Absolutely, and of course, we are focusing on the Pokemon battles here in Portland, but there are so many other ways to compete and participate in the Pokemon brand. And of course, we love our artists, and that's why Pokemon Company International and Creatures Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest. It is back for another year here in 24, and we are inviting participants to submit your best creative artwork capturing the theme of this year's contest, magical Pokemon moments. Maybe that is your Pokemon actually becoming a champion for the first time. Maybe that is just sort of a pastoral pastiche of your Pokemon hanging out. Magical Pokemon moments is the theme. You can choose one of 10 Pokemon like Charizard, Pikachu, or Koraidon. Draw an illustration that captures that Pokemon enjoying a moment in its day, or draw an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic to capture that magical Pokemon moments theme. It's open to applicants 18 and over in the US and Japan, and the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand regions for the first time. Entry is open and runs until the end of the month, January 31st, 2024 at 5:59 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I love watching all of our great artists in the community, seeing what they create, their favorite moments with Pokemon. I think it's incredibly exciting, and I'm really stoked to see what people's magical Pokemon moments might be.
And there's so many too. Like you said, there you can win a tournament. You can just have a great moment like in game with your Pokemon, and take down the Ace Academy tournament or anything like that. And so we have some very, very talented artists within our community, and it's gonna be great to see what they come up with. If you want to enter the contest, please feel free. If you want to draw something you're seeing on stream this weekend, make sure to show us with hashtag #PlayPokemon. We can possibly feature it on stream even this weekend. So it's gonna be really cool to see what people come up with.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think, what would my magical Pokemon moment be?
Ooh.
I think the thing that most stands out to me as a magical Pokemon moment was the moment in Scarlet and Violet, where I was running around about to challenge Brassius for the gym challenge, and I just had a horde of Sunflora chasing me around Arteza, and I was like, okay, this is pretty cool.
That's like
this feels magical.
That's gotta be it for you, yeah. Oh man, what would mine be? Probably a tournament moment. Maybe making day 2 at NEIC. Maybe my first, I think one of my favorite moments I've had as a player was on stream at Missouri back in 2015. I got to show off my Mega Metagross substitute tech, and that was really fun. I think that would probably have to be it for me.
Yeah, that was pretty magical.
Yeah.
And Metagross is back. Maybe we'll see some Metagross. No Mega Metagross, but we might see Assault Vest.
I mean, I was playing around with a few teams before this event. That was the first thing I built was a Metagross team, of course. I got to stick with my brand. But I think it's pretty fun. I know Raga's actually using it, so maybe we'll get to see it featured on stream this weekend.
Yeah, seen a few Metagross out in the field, both Assault Vest and also I saw Metal Coat Metagross, just trying to pick up that extra multiplier on Bullet Punch for those Fluttermane KOs.
Yeah.
Once again, Fluttermane, again, best Pokemon in the format, best Paradox Pokemon.
Party move you can lock into and not be immune to Fluttermane. So.
Yeah, one of few.
Yeah.
And we've seen just how important priority has been. It's also why we saw Farigiraf sneak into the top 12 here in day 1. Lots of powerful priority moves. Of course, we have the Dragonite Chien-Pao combo that everyone already knows and loves, Extreme Speed and Sucker Punch. Also adding an additional Extreme Speed user in Entei. Of course, Rillaboom with the Grassy Glide, as we have seen since Regulation E. And also adding, of course, in Metagross with that Bullet Punch. Plenty of priority moves out in the field. And Farigiraf has always kind of been pretty good, but mostly because of its ability. Now there's finally a lot of things to block with that ability.
Even like prankster Pokemon like Tornadus is something you can really mess up their day with that Armor Tail ability. Like you said, it jumped onto top 12, I think for the first time ever on our graphics, which is really interesting. It did just win San Antonio, so maybe a little boost from that. But at the same time, there's a bunch of new priority moves. Its typing is pretty solid. Like normal Psychic is surprisingly good, like neutrally into pretty much everything. And so if you need like the utility, you need a possible Trick Room setter, I think it's a good pick. Yeah, it's one of the only Trick Room, I think Trick Room is particularly strong right now. Yeah. I don't think it's really hard to do Trick Room this early in a format, but as a mode, it feels really strong. And especially when people have dropped Taunt from a lot of things. Yeah. Basically, the only Pokemon still carrying Taunt is Tornadus. Yeah. And if you have Farigiraf, you can't get taunted, and you can't block Trick Room. So. Yeah. Anyway, the other things you can't block are us having fun here at the Portland Regional Championships. No matter how hard you try. No matter how hard you try. Don't even think about it because you can't do it. I got to toss it down to my good friend Rosemary Kelly in the lounge with the boys for a very special segment.
Thank you so much, Evan and Jake. I am here with Len and Joe, and we're going to be making a tier list of the Paradox Pokemon that are in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, and how good are they in Regulation F competitively. First thoughts?
I'm going to have some strong thoughts about these. I can already tell.
I think all Pokemon are created equal, so S tier should be a little bigger, in my opinion.
Everybody gets an S, huh?
Okay, that's fair. They all do get an S and at least one person's heart. But are they actually good enough to be able to take home a regional championship title? That's what we're here to figure out. Chat, I hope you guys play along as well. Tell us your thoughts about these different Pokemon as we are talking about them in the lounge. And the very first one I feel like we have to start with is going to be one of the ones that is coming through on the future side. Let's talk a little bit about Iron Leaves.
Well, this feels like a bit of an easy one. I mean, I think that's just straight down there in C tier.
Yeah, can we get a second board and put it down there, put it in the next tier? Listen, all I will say is we actually looked it up. Len and I did the work. There is statistically 1 Iron Leaves in the field of 500 trainers.
501 people playing today. Only one of them believed that Iron Leaves was the
and it
choice.
also was, they also had Iron Boulders, shout out. They had 2 of the new future Iron Pokemon on their team.
Okay, so like really leaning into the future Paradox.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna follow up with another one then, because that was too easy. That's unfair. How about Iron Crown? This is gonna get some talk, I think, between the two of you.
Iron Crown's a little bit better. I could see a B tier for that one.
So if the category is, can this Paradox Pokemon win a regional, which is what Rosemary said, I think Iron Crown's at A. I could feasibly see it winning a random regional that people weren't prepared for size.
Yeah, I could see it happening at like a B tier odds of it happening.
Rose, you're the tiebreaker here. Is it B or A tier?
I wish I could rotate it because I wanted the Iron Crown to be like walking over to you, but doesn't.
I just think it's a little bit one note, Slice Spam. I'm not sure it's even the best at being Slice Spam. I think Hatterene might have something to say.
All right, so Rose, would you agree B tier instead of A tier?
I think it has to be B tier just because of the versatility of Iron Crown, but like it's like high B tier.
Yeah, high B tier.
I think
that
it's
makes
like
me feel
high
better.
B tier. See, we're being reasonable, I think, on the desk so far.
So far is the key
so
word.
far.
Yeah.
This next one is everybody's favorite long-necked boy. It's Raging Bolt.
Oh.
Where are we putting this Pokemon?
Now
It's clearly S.
Oh, you think S? I think it's borderline S and A.
Oh, really? It's like what, 25% usage? It's.
I'm so biased.
I think you've really got to hold S back for the best of the best.
Oh.
My S tier may only have 1 Pokemon in it by the end of this.
I feel like S has to have more than 1 Pokemon, though.
I don't know. That's the top.
Would you argue? So, all right, let's say for argument's sake, there are 2 or 3 S tier Pokemon.
Okay.
In the paradoxical world.
See,
would you argue Raging Bolt is one of the 3 best Paradox Pokemon?
Well, maybe, but I don't think we have to hit quotas here. I think there's like question marks at Raging Bolt. I think you heard Evan and Jake deciding how good they think it actually is, the first tournament with it. It does a lot of things pretty well, but maybe not anything super excellently.
I don't know. To me, of the question of can this Paradox Pokemon win a regional, I think it's inarguably S tier that it can win a regional.
I'm with Joe on this one.
right.
I'm also really biased because it's so cute.
It is so
I wish
cute.
its
And by
neck was
putting it at S,
longer
we can
in
get
the
its
photo.
head
Yeah.
off the top of the board.
I wish
Let's go.
we need a longer neck, just one that's the whole board.
I should have like really extended the neck. Okay, well, I think Raging Bolt makes a pretty strong case for itself. I think one maybe in between all of the ones that we have on the board here is our next little past Paradox friend. It's Walking Wake, but I'm very curious to hear both of your thoughts on the competitive viability of this Pokemon.
I was so excited for Walking Wake for the last 8 months as it was sitting in my box waiting to become legal. And then now it's like, man, I kind of don't know if I want to build around Walking Wake. So I don't think it's S. Do you think it's A? I think it's kind of B.
I think I would go A. I'm kind of a Walking Wake believer. I feel like it does a lot of things pretty well. It can do a ton of damage. Typing's pretty nice. I could see it doing well. I definitely put it like above Iron Crown in my mental model of the Paradox Pokemon.
Okay, then if you're Rose, you all right with the A?
I think it's a I think it's A. I think it's like above Iron Crown, but it's like bottom of A.
Bottom A, yeah.
I think it's bottom of A.
Okay.
We're filling out this board nicely, though. I like the spread that we have so far for all of our Pokemon.
Trying to keep all the faces visible in the group picture. Raging Bolt's helping me out by being just a little bit taller in the back row.
One of them's going to get Mike Wazowski, but that, it's going to happen. It's probably going to be poor Brute Bonnet or Sandy Shocks or something. But the next one that's up on the list here is Iron Jugulus.
Well, I think
That's
Iron
not what I was
Jugulus was
expecting.
C tier about 3 regulations ago.
Yeah, I don't
and
even
has
know.
only gone
I don't even
downhill.
know if we waste tape on Iron Jugulus, Conserve,
We just kind of
Put it on the bottom, like.
Rest in peace.
we'll
Come
stick
on
him
the back of the board.
on the back. We'll stick him
Iron
down there.
Jugulus it's rough. It's a tough typing with Raging Bolt and Fluttermane, right?
It has a lot of competition in what it wants to do, right? Like, there's a lot of dark types out there. There's not room for there to be a ton of dark types because Fluttermane is at #1 in usage. A lot of flying types out there. Like, it's kind of a role of maybe Tailwind without Prankster. It's just really occupied, and it's not the best thing at doing that.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm sad because I think that one of my favorite Paradox Pokemon designs overall is just not living up to the hype. It's too bad. What about Roaring Moon? It's finally time. Is it Roaring Moon or is it Roaring Mid? Where are we putting this?
In Regulation F?
In Regulation
Oh, this
F.
is a tough call.
This is a hot topic.
I mean, I think borderline AB. It's definitely not C tier.
I agree. It's A or B is the question.
It's one of those that's going to be really interesting to see in Regulation E how it holds up, right? Like, I think you would have had no question putting it in A tier just a month ago in the last regulation, but does it keep up with that as we move into the next
Because
one?
there's so many other Pokemon that want that booster energy now, where that's why Roaring Moon was so good, because it was essentially the only one that needed it. Now there's like 4 or 5 different Paradox Pokemon that could use booster energy.
Like Raging Bolt.
And there's a lot of dragon types out there suddenly too. I think we were kind of we were wanting more dragon types than we were. People were playing bulky Tailwind Salamence, like hoping for more dragon types than we actually had. But now suddenly, we've already put 2 up here, S and A. We've already talked about things like Latias as well. I think there's a lot of competition for what Roaring Moon does.
I think it's B now. What do you think?
Yeah, we might be proven wrong eventually, especially someone may look back at Walking Wake above Roaring Moon and question that. But yeah, I could see it being B tier now.
I'm okay with B. I was almost going to be a little bit harsh.
Oh, you were ready to go C tier.
No, well, I mean, B tier is as Roaring Mid as we can get, right?
I think so. He's good.
He's good. We can cover Iron Leaf.
Yeah, no one. Iron Leaf is just one eye peering out from behind Roaring Moon.
He's like, if only.
Put them on the same team, maybe?
Maybe. I could see it. One Pokemon, though, I feel like has really been a discussion topic as of late is Iron Hands.
This one's super
This is a good discussion.
I think for the entirety of 2023, we don't even talk about it. We just put it in S and we move on.
Yeah.
But now we have to talk about it some.
I think that I don't think you could consciously put it in S tier.
Oh, I don't think S
in this format.
I don't think S in this format. I think like maybe solidly A. I think we'd have to be thinking about B. Like, there are not that many of them out there.
It's tough because there's so many Pokemon that want Assault Vest, but Iron Hands is like the Assault Vest Pokemon.
Yeah, a lot of competition on Assault Vest. Despite like a type matchup that seems like it should be pretty good into Incineroar, actually I think hates having Incineroar around. Iron Hands does not like to get intimidated. It doesn't like to get parting shotted. It doesn't like that it's slower than Incineroar, so Incineroar has the fake out priority against it, can parting shot away before getting drain punched. Makes life really difficult for Iron Hands to have Incineroar running around. And then Incineroar kind of just slots into one of those spots in these kind of bulky balance teams that Iron Hands might have taken up before.
It's true.
There's also a new Electrica type up here in the top for it to compete with.
I was almost wondering if Supercell Slam would have increased some of the utility that Iron Hands would have.
Such a risk.
It's so risky, I know.
Yeah, I think you just take your stable recoil and don't risk half of Iron Hand's health bar.
That's so true. Yeah, poor thing. Where are we putting him?
Are we thinking B?
What do you think, Rose? We haven't heard your thoughts.
I think he has to be in B tier. Like, it's so sad.
He fell off the top 12 graphic.
This could easily be an overreaction, right? Like, we could come back a few more regionals down the line and
next regional, I bet you.
and see like, okay, Iron Hands has like re-stabilized to the top. But yeah, I'm ready to put it in B today.
All right,
Let's do it.
I guess a bunch of overreaction Andes here putting it in B tier,
Wow. I think yeah. Just keep him there for now. There's movement on this board. That's tape.
That is tape. Wait, not glue.
That's not glue. Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, how about one of the new Pokemon, Gouging Fire? Where are we thinking Gouging Fire fits into the competitive format?
B, C?
It's tough. I mean, it's tough because, like, I'd rather just use Entei, but, like, I feel like with Walking Wake and Raging Bolt, I wouldn't rather use their original form, right? So I think Gouging Fire is the only one that's quote-unquote less viable than its original version.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. I think they're very different Pokemon. I think they occupy a different role. Gouging Fire is kind of Pokemon I can see having a ton of success on the right team, where that kind of role of maybe Breaking Swipe and Burning Bulwark just slots into a really strong team in precisely the right way. But I'm not sure that it's that strong of a Pokemon in a vacuum. It's not a Pokemon you necessarily start from and see a ton of success.
I like Burning Bulwark. That move is so cool to see in action. I think that there is a lot of room for that to be a very like high skill cap use move. And I do think that like on the right team, as you said, niche, but could be very successful.
It also gets Howl, so I think that's one thing that obviously is better than Entei's. Entei doesn't have access to that, so it's a little slower. I think Howl, Breaking Swipe, and Burning Bulwark are what keep it out of C tier for me.
Okay, I think I'm ready to put it in C tier until someone kind of displays how you put that Pokemon, that moveset into a really strong team.
I think I would give it. My heart says B tier.
Go with your heart. Go with your heart.
I think my heart says B tier, but like I totally get the reasoning of maybe.
Lena's the toughest job out of all.
Make everybody fit.
That is B tier for everybody.
Yeah, we're overloading the B tier here a little bit.
I might have maybe needed to put more room for the B tier. Well, here I'll help make it easy. Iron Moth.
C.
Yeah, you want to put tape on it?
I think if Sierra was here, we might have to talk about this for a while. Well, she's not, so we just put it down there.
Sierra's not here, we don't even have to talk about Slitherwing.
That's true, actually. But here, we'll fill that out. Len, I specifically want to ask you your thoughts on Iron Thorns.
Iron Thorns C tier. Yeah, I'll defend Tyranitar. If I was having to put Tyranitar on this board, y'all would have to fight me from putting it up on S. But this thing...
he's not Len Thorns, he's Lentar.
Okay? Bizarrely, somehow its best slot is becoming a bug type and clicking Pin Missile. That is not a good sign.
I can't argue with that. Go ahead, and I have to make you place this Pokemon.
Right, Iron Triglius is...
It's okay.
Oh God, you're covering somebody. I don't even know who.
There's some. You can tell that.
Oh, the Iron Moth is there.
The Iron Moth is back there somehow.
Yeah. We're maybe just.
Dude, look at Raging Bolt, just kind of chilling in a league of his own.
Yeah.
We do have to figure out if there's anything else that fits into the S tier that is worthy of the presence of Raging Bolt.
Well, we know one.
There's one.
Well,
Might as well rip the Band-Aid off.
No, I'm saving it.
Okay.
All right.
First, we've got Iron Boulder.
Iron Boulder, to me, it has so much potential.
It's so mid,
It is
It's
really
very mid.
I know, but the potential is there. It's so fast. It hits through Protect, or Shifu loves hitting through Protect. It's almost there. However, its Psychic Attack isn't great because you got to use Psycho Cutters and Headbutt. And it doesn't get Rock Slide. If it was that fast and got Booster Energy Rock Slide, it'd be so good.
Yeah,
That's depressing.
I think it's got a pretty bad defensive type, a ton of weaknesses to types you don't want to be weak to.
Like the difference between Rock Slide and no Rock Slide is the difference between like A and C tier. Like I think it's C tier since it doesn't get Rock Slide.
Yeah, I think it's C tier. I'm not sure how many of them are out in the field, but I'm not.
It'd be so good.
Not worried about Pokemon I'm ever worried about showing up on Team
Maybe
Preview.
Someday. Maybe 6 years from now, Iron Boulder will get Rock Slide added to its move pool.
Maybe. I think maybe. We have to wait and see. I would love to see that Pokemon usable. Wow, that is a very full B and C tier. Anyway.
We're being exclusive with our S and A placements.
What about Iron Bundle? Why is it S tier?
I'm not sure about S, but I am
kidding.
an Iron Bundle defender. I'm ready to put in A tier. I think Iron Bundle just consistently
Do you still
stays a
like
good
Iron
Pokemon.
Bundle in Regulation F?
I think it's A tier.
I think there's a lot of question marks around it, right? There aren't that many out in the field. We've definitely seen it kind of just gradually falling off all year. So the Pokemon that it most likes to fight against are down in usage, right? Like, it loved that moment in the fall where it could be up against Scarflandruses all the time, faster than them, threatening when it KOs. They couldn't even, like, effectively defensive terrestrialize out of. Those days are gone, right? There aren't that many Landers Therian out there. There aren't that many things for it to prey upon. Raging Bolt gives a priority move that like always one-hit KOs Iron Bundle and is like a problem for it. So I think it's really up in the air how strong this Pokemon still is, but I think we have a year of evidence that it can be very good.
A tier.
Yeah, I think it's A tier. Also, if you think about it, I believe 5 of the top 12 usage Pokemon were grass or water, right?
And
Freeze Dry
Dragon
likes both of
types.
those.
Ooh.
2 water types in
What a good little
A
Iron
tier.
Bundle. Yeah, I think that the Dragon types, the Water types, they're all doing pretty great. Obviously, the S tier you were talking about is great, Tusk.
If we go back in time 1 year, maybe so.
Portland last year, 8 months ago,
year,
Portland, yeah.
That was an S tier Pokemon. I think Portland in 2024, C tier Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Garte had a great Tusk on his Portland winning team. So
I'm joking around. I'm really sad about this, but this is definitely C tier material right now.
It shows how fast things can change in Pokemon, right? Just subtle shifts in what Pokemon are legal, change what you need out of different Pokemon, and can send something that feels like super relevant and important to the metagame down to
Rest in
C
peace,
tier
Iron Leaves.
and none out there.
No presence of Iron Leaves remaining.
You
I
can
guess
see
his foot. You can see his foot.
one hoof.
One hoof. Sometimes
all he
that's
gets, one
enough
hoof.
to identify a Pokemon. They are very characteristic, so I think that's enough. Let's actually rip the Band-Aid off.
Okay.
It's Fluttermane. It's S tier. Talk us through it. Why does it get that coveted tier alongside Raging Bolt?
It just still provides so much damage. You look around, look from the top down on what Pokemon we've put here, and Fluttermane one-hit KOs most of them.
True.
And the way its stats are distributed, you know, we talk about how vulnerable it is on the physically defensive side, right? So it always has to watch out for that. But the trade-off for that is that it's actually pretty bulky on the specially defensive side. We've already seen on stream this weekend how annoying it can be to take a Fluttermane off the field when you have to use special moves, and that just means it can always pump out so much damage, has such great speed, such great coverage. Fluttermane will be S tier for years and years to come.
Right, it's the Fairy Ghost combination is what's so fantastic, because ghosts are bad against dark types, right? And that's how the Fairy covers it there. So it just has really good synergy, and you know, as Scott Glaza once said, he argued that Fluttermane, sorry, as a Terra Fairy, Fluttermane is arguably the strongest regional dex Pokemon of all time.
Yeah, I think that's...
And it's potentially in the conversation.
And the ghost typing is helpful too as well. If you look, remember our top 6 usage graph, 2 of those Pokemon have Fake Out, right? And so having a Fake Out immunity that allows you to safely run choice specs. You know, a lot of times the downside to a choice item is that you have no way to protect yourself when there's 2 or 3 common Fake Out Pokemon running around at any moment. Fluttermane gets around that with a ghost typing and just continues to dominate the game.
I'm with you guys on all of these points. I think what will be interesting to see is if Fluttermane actually goes to something like a Stellar Terra. Can it actually use that? I think that's a discussion for another time. We might be sitting here for a while with this. And I'm disappointed to also say we have a lot more Pokemon that I think we can all agree on may have to go at the bottom of this board.
Put Slitherwing in S tier,
Just
coward.
mass batch C tier. I'm not sure if anything in there is secretly higher, but I don't think
We've
so.
got
I think
Iron
that's...
Valiant.
Screamtail won a regional.
Yep.
It did.
So did Great Tusk.
It sure did. Yeah, we've got Screamtail, Iron Valiant, Sandy Shocks, Slitherwing, Brute Bonnet, and Iron Treads. Brute Bonnet and Slitherwing are the only 2 that just by bias alone I would want to put into A tier, because I want that so badly for them. but you know.
I mean, it's just the mark of which of these Paradox Pokemon are actually worse than the original versions is a good indicator of where they fall on this chart. And Brute Bonnet is maybe by the biggest degree worse than its original version, who continues to sit in top 12. And even Slitherwing, worse than Volcarona, still had some success over this year, more than Slitherwing has.
He learned from his past, and he evolved into the Amoonguss we know and love today.
He dropped his dark tendencies and just became toxic instead.
Yeah, I would say know and love is a strong phrase. I don't know if we love Amoonguss today. But, you know.
Well, some trainers do, and you know what? It's working out for them. I don't know if
15% of Portland players.
That's a lot of players. It really is a lot of players. All right, well, that was so fun. Thank you both for sharing your thoughts on where all of our new and old and fan favorite Paradox Pokemon are falling for Regulation F. I'm sure we're going to be revisiting this topic, and Raging Bolt's just chilling up there above everybody else. But yeah, we'll get back to this at some point.
Is this tier list? Is this ordered? Is this is this
from top down?
From top down? Oh, I don't know.
Raging Bolt cheats in that regard.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to get Evan and Jake's thoughts on these as well. So let's go back over to them to see what they've got to say.
Oh, let me at that whiteboard. Oh, I got thoughts. Oh, man. I am sorry. I don't believe in a world where Raging Bolt and Fluttermane are in the same tier. I am sorry.
That might be I think a solid A for Raging Bolt, and I think an easy S for Walking Wake. That's my hot take. Give me all the Walking Wakes.
Well, there is one Pokemon that all of our esteemed analysts at the lounge thought was Bulk C, not even worthy of its own discussion. But Bulk C, that is currently sitting at 5-0, that we may have to take a look at in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at our standings after 5 rounds of Swiss. We have these 16 players plus a few more at 5-0, and man, these are some big names. Sitting at the top tables there, that's Chupacross Regional Champion and Raghav Malavia, who again, top four, finals appearance, now 5-0. Heading into round 6. And of course, Jeremy Parson, who we just saw, extends his amazing day one Swiss streak, now at 5-0 as well.
Other notable names here on these Masters Swiss rankings going into round 6. Ryan Haig, we've seen on stream a few times over the past year. Dylan Salvanera, who was our first featured match. And of course, Riley Factura down there at number 16 at 5-0, looking to continue his top 16 streak, if not even better. And players like Zach Drokamp and Gary Chan, who we've seen in the past, do very well at events as well. So some great veterans here, still making their way through Swiss undefeated, joined by a lot of players who are probably looking to make a first, super deep run into a regional as well.
Well, let's take a look at some of the matches that are out in the field as we get ready for our Swiss round 6. We will be featuring Raghav versus Anton as our stream match, but again, like you just mentioned, Jake, there are so many big names out in the field at 5-0 right now. Any one of these matches would be incredible. Like the Chupacross versus Gary Chan match, that would be exciting. Riley versus Ryan, crazy exciting. Like all of these are exciting. I don't even know why I'm bothering to to single them out. I would watch all of these matches.
Oh, for sure. It's so tough to pick between these 5 as well, just because. Again, like you said, there's going to be a great match between any of these players. There's going to be some cool teams in all of these matches, and like you hinted at, we do get a kind of a cool pick coming out from Anton, one of those Bulk C Paradox Pokemon that didn't get the chance to have their own little segment there in the lounge. We do get the Screamtail coming out, something we've seen have some success off and on in past regulations. The first Screamtail of Regulation F, though.
Yeah, of course, Wolf Glick made Screamtail pop with a Perish Trap team last season. Zachary Thornburg also using the Screamtail quite a bit at the end of last season. Now, Anton Galkin going to be a hero for Screamtail, bringing it at 5-0. We'll have to get through Raghav, who, again, has had an incredible season so far since Regulation E. Running a really cool team here that Landorus Incarnate form, something a lot of players have been talking about in the run-up to this tournament, has not really appeared too high on the top tables thus far. And is a Pokemon that Raghav is very familiar with, having used it in San Antonio.
Yeah, I was about to say, Raghav did just have a second place finish with that Landorus Incarnate. hoping to take it one further. But to do that, they will have to get through Anton in this round 6 match. Anton, like we said, is running that Scream Tail, and it's accompanied by the Goldengo, Regidrago, Ogerpon Wellspring form, Incineroar, and Tornadus Incarnate. Something I think is cool is that one combination of Pokemon we've been seeing is the Regidrago Goldengo. They're two very strong special attackers that kind of complement each other well, both offensively and defensively. There's very few things that resist both Dragon Energy and Make It Rain, and probably all of those things are steel types. And so if you can capitalize on that, have different ways to knock off different steel types, you can complement the combination of those two very strong attackers very well.
Yeah, well, one of the Pokemon that does do very well into Regidrago and potentially Goldengo is Metagross, that Raghav has brought back from the depths of the early 20-teens, bringing that Pokemon out here in Portland. I think it's going to be really interesting. I love Anton's team because when you're running a Scream Tail team, you're often trying to find ways to set up a Pokemon. And on Anton's team, that's the Nasty Plot Goldengo. Actually, there is a lot invested into getting a single Nasty Plot off on Anton's team. You have Follow Me on Ogerpon, you have the Tornadus, and you have the Scream Tail. It's going to be incredible to see if Anton's able to get that, and if this Metagross can be enough, the Assault Vest Metagross be enough to block the damage coming out from that Goldmon. Instead, Goldengo on the lead with Ogerpon, so getting the Follow Me support ready for Goldengo, and that is the Fluttermane Incineroar lead from Raghav. Of course, Fluttermane able to deal big damage with Shadow Ball, but does not want to accidentally take any kind of Make It Rain or Shadow Ball.
Not at all. The immediate support for Goldengo is apparent as Ogerpon is there to protect it with Follow Me's. Raghav, not wanting to possibly take a Make It Rain, opts to swap in this Metagross instead, which would be much, much more well-equipped for that powerful steel attack.
Yeah, another Pokemon that actually matches up really well against this Goldengo is the Incineroar. Has the ability to deal big damage with knockoff into that Pokemon, but Anton's just going to go ahead and Terrastalize away that weakness, as well as use Follow Me to protect the Goldengo. Goldengo goes for the Nasty Plot, gets the first of probably many Nasty Plots off onto the field here, staring down the Incineroar and the Metagross. Flare Blitz, the choice from Raghav, covering for that Terrastalization, deals a little bit of damage to Ogerpon, but now Metagross is on the field, and Metagross resists the Make It Rain, but does not resist without Terrastalizing the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, kind of a rough swap there. I think the Metagross coming in is really hoping for a Make It Rain to come out. And now that Goldengo actually just went straight for Nasty Plot and you got no damage off on it, it is now being threatened pretty heavily by a +2 Shadow Ball. It is holding the Assault Vest, which might help the bleeding a little bit, but Raghav opting instead to Terrastalize the Metagross, take away that Ghost weakness, also drop the Steel Resistance though, so depending on what the Goldengo went for this turn, it could be either good or bad.
Well, Metagross has to go ahead and Terrastalize in fear of that Shadow Ball. Incineroar matches up really well into it, but with this Follow Me Ogerpon not able to get to the Goldengo to actually deal damage, and well, Anton's cooking up something. I don't want to know what happens when that plot comes to fruition.
These Nasty Plots are getting real scary. Psychic Fangs coming out from Metagross does a good chunk to the Ogerpon, and in combination with Flare Blitz will be able to knock it out. So the Follow Me threat is gone. However, the Nasty Plot threat is double because we are at +4 now, and especially because Metagross dropped its Steel Resistance, you have to imagine Make It Rain into that slot would be pretty devastating.
Well, and Tornadus coming out from Anton, so you know, this Goldengo is faster than both the Metagross and the Incineroar right now, so it doesn't have to worry about Tailwind immediately. May just get some extra damage from a Bleak Wind Storm, but should that Fluttermane ever decide to come back out and try to threaten it, or any other Pokemon in the back for Raghav, this Tailwind now assures that this Goldengo is the fastest thing on the field, and that is a huge Make It Rain coming out. That is Terra Steel, Metal Coat.
My goodness.
4 boosts from the Nasty Plot. Yeah, that's a 1-hit KO and then some.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do much there if you're Raghav. Obviously, Fluttermane really can't switch into that. The Incineroar is not holding that Assault Vest item. It's got the Shucka Berry instead. So even though it does resist Make It Rain, the +4 Metal Coat boosted Make It Rain is more than enough for that KO. And especially now that the Tailwind has gone up for Anton, he does not have to spend a turn going for a Tailwind now to make sure Goldengo outspeeds this Fluttermane. You have the option to go for something like a Bleak Wind Storm, get some damage out. Obviously, in Make It Rain, we'll be able to dispatch Fluttermane and honestly, maybe even Ogerpon. Like, it does resist, but in combination with Bleak Wind Storm, that's more than enough. Ooh, double connects at least, so this game is all but done here.
Yeah, actually big damage on that Ogerpon too from the Bleak Wind Storm, and this Make It Rain gonna clean it up. Goldengo with those 2 Nasty Plots Whew, that was scary and a quick 3-0 for Anton here.
That was very fast. Like, the Golden Go got going. It spent 2 turns nasty plotting and then 2 turns making it rain, and the game was over. Like, that was really not a lot Raghav could have done there. I think beyond possibly leading better into the combination of Golden Go and Ogerpon, that was a big threat coming out from Anton that Raghav possibly just didn't account for in that lead position. The Landorus on Raghav's side is running Substitute instead of Sandseer Storm, so there's no option for the big spread ground type damage. Just looking at Raghav's team, there's really not a good spread damage option for the combination of those 2 Pokemon.
You said lead better into that, but like I don't know what options Raghav has here.
Good point.
Like maybe you just lead the Metagross alongside the Incineroar and try to like burst down that Ogerpon as quickly as possible, but otherwise you're at least having to risk your Flutter Mane, having to risk your Landorus out there just to try to get through the Ogerpon. And there's always the risk that Ogerpon goes ahead and terastallizes and boosts its special defense, gets rid of its poison weakness to the Landorus, and really extremely difficult for Raghav to prevent Anton from getting at least 1 nasty plot, probably 2.
Yeah.
And then Tornadus coming in, there's no speed control to speak of on Raghav's side. Tailwind plus multiple nasty plots. I don't see an answer here.
Especially considering the Ogerpon on Anton's side took under half from a Flare Blitz.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even, there's no like Intimidator, like Friend Guard or anything. That was a full-powered Flare Blitz doing that little damage. So it's either just a very, very bulky Ogerpon or just a 0 offense Incineroar, maybe even both. But there's, like you said, not a great burst option for that Ogerpon, which means that this Golden Go is really safe. And especially considering if Ogerpon does go down, you just bring a Tornadus and Tailwind, and there's nothing to stop that either.
Yeah, you want Ogerpon to go down without any spread options here, because then that Golden Go becomes the fastest thing on the field. Well, Raghav has at least opted to bring a slightly safer offensive threat here with the Landorus Incarnate form. Of course, Earth Power would be able to pick up an easy 1-hit KO on that Goldengo if it can actually get through the Ogerpon here. Incineroar also the lead, threatening some fake outs, threatening the Intimidate onto Ogerpon, because of course that Ogerpon is also threatening that that Landorus right back. And the Incineroar.
Yeah, I do like the swap there from Raghav in terms of the leads. You know, give yourself the fake out option. You can prevent the IV Cudgel going into that Landorus slot and either try and get some damage off if you're trying to catch Anton getting cheeky and going straight for a nasty plot here. You also have the option for Substitute, which would take advantage of a possible double protect from Anton very well. Ogerpon not wanting to stay on the field though means there's no chance for a Follow Me coming through in the following turn.
Actually going to be the Regidrago coming in favor of the Ogerpon. Double switch from Anton, hates this matchup. Turns out that Raghav has found the lead matchup that Anton does not want to play against. Switches both Pokemon out for Regidrago and the Tornadus, and Landorus gets a free substitute because of that. That's going to be really big towards making sure that this Landorus stays healthy.
That's really important now, especially because the Tornadus Regidrago combo, it's going to try and come in and go for like Tailwind Dragon Energy. That's kind of its big calling card. And now that the Landorus has a substitute up, you give yourself the option to, protect yourself from one attack. The Tornadus would have to attack with something like Bleak Windstorm or Icy Wind to break that substitute, which would allow Landorus to attack before Regidrago. So you have to protect Drago and then Tailwind or do something like there's not like a straightforward path here for Anton now, which he had in the first game. So nice mix up from Raghav there and a really good call with the substitute to buy himself some time.
Well, of course, you see a Regidrago on the other side of the field. You're going to switch in your Flutter Mane, but Anton's showing one of the techs on his Tornadus. It's not just Tailwind for speed control. It's not just Bleak Wind Storm for damage, it's also Icy Wind. And that's going to connect and break the substitute for Landorus, but will be faster than Regidrago. Picks up big damage with that Earth Power, but misses the 1-hit KO, but you are totally fine with that.
A dragon, no energy.
Like
that's what that
three
was.
hit points? Yeah. That's a dragon energy after a 10-hour workday.
There you go. Again, just a substitute coming in very handy there. The damage does go into the substitute from that Icy Wind and breaks it. But because the substitute was up, you don't get the -1 speed, which means that Landorus attacks before the Regidrago, weakens the dragon energy severely, and now this Regidrago is in a much tougher spot. You do still have the option for Tailwind, which will allow it to outspeed both these Pokemon on Raghav's side. And you have the option for a very strong Draco Meteor. It would certainly KO this Landorus, but you actually have like 0 weighted damage Flutter Mane right now, which is going to be the bigger deal you have to, like, the bigger thing you have to deal with right now.
Yeah, and this Tornadus is actually really threatening on the field here. The Icy Wind being faster than the Landorus. A lot of times we've been seeing Tornadus being trained to be slower and bulkier. This is clearly a fast Tornadus, able to pick up big damage, probably a KO on that Landorus from here with the Icy Wind, as well as controlling speed, which will allow that, which could allow that Goldengo in the back to come back in. And of course, Raghav there has to lock into Dazzling Gleam, picks up the KO on Regidrago, but at that low health, wasn't really doing a whole lot of anything anyway. But now Goldengo gets to come in, Fluttermane locked into Dazzling Gleam, and Icy Wind on that Tornadus means it's free to Nasty Plot again.
It is pretty free to Nasty Plot here. Icy Wind coming out from Tornadus threatens a KO on Landorus. I'm not sure how offensively trained the Tornadus on Anton's side is, because like you mentioned, Evan, it does have to be trained pretty heavily, if not, the maximum amount in speed to be outspeeding that Landorus, which is a great call out. But at the same time, like Icy Wind plus Make It Rain or Shadow Ball or anything like that is going to be enough to KO Landorus, so it's got to be very careful with it. A smart swap from Raghav here, going out to Incineroar, which is very well equipped to deal with this Goldengo.
Yeah, Incineroar able to take anything that this Goldengo or this Tornadus throws at it, resisting all of Goldengo's attacks and resisting this Icy Wind. We'll connect onto both Pokemon, which means that Fluttermane speed will drop. Incineroar is too, but Incineroar already slower than both of these Pokemon. And Goldengo goes for a Nasty Plot here. This Fluttermane is able to get off some damage, but because of the choice specs, is locked into Dazzling Gleam. That's a 2-hit KO on the Tornadus, so could get that Pokemon knocked out. Ideally, if you're Raghav, before a Tailwind can go up, but thanks to that Prankster ability, Tornadus can just do that whenever it wants and then be happy to go down.
You have to imagine if Tornadus does go for Tailwind here, it should get knocked out by Dazzling Gleam, which is kind of just perfect. If the Tornadus gets Tailwind up, gets knocked out, that's a free swap into the Ogerpon, which means that this Goldengo is now at +2 special attack in Tailwind with Follow Me next to it. Really optimal conditions for Goldengo here, especially because the Incineroar on Raghav's side is now a pretty big threat to this Goldengo.
Absolutely. The Incineroar has the ability to deal big damage to that Goldengo with really either the knockoff or the Flare Blitz. Flare Blitz, of course, being safer in case of a Terrestrialization, but that knockout and the parting shot means that Incineroar sticks around as the Ogerpon comes in. So Ogerpon now not intimidated, in Tailwind, has the ability to Terrestrialize itself and pick up a KO on that Incineroar with the Ivy Cudgel. And this Goldengo, like Fluttermane's locked into Dazzling Gleam, Raghav can't switch anything safely into this Nasty Plotted Goldengo, and this whole team built around getting Nasty Plots looks real strong right now.
It does. You have the option to swap in your own Ogerpon to try and eat an Ivy Cudgel with Water Absorb, but at the same time, you're still going to take a lot of damage from Make It Rain, and your own Ivy Cudgel can just get redirected by Follow Me. Like, that's kind of the weird thing in these Wellspring Ogerpon mirrors, is that if neither have Terrestrialized, neither can actually really go for Ivy Cudgel at risk of getting redirected into Water Absorb, which is really difficult. Incineroar swapping out here, does not want to take this Ivy Cudgel, and I believe we're going to see the Ogerpon coming in.
Yeah, Ogerpon coming in for Raghav as Raghav tries to stall these Tailwind teams out. Great call, that Water Absorb, absorbing the enemy Ivy Cudgel and tanking this Make It Rain. Whew. That dealt good damage to the Ogerpon, but manages to hang on as Fluttermane finally goes down. Snuck in a not insignificant amount of damage before going down in front of this Goldengo, but still picks up the KO, and now Landorus and Incineroar in the back for Raghav. Incineroar helps you to stall out these Tailwind turns, and then hopefully you can get through this Ogerpon and then bring in that Landorus to clean up.
I mean, there's there's nothing lost by the Ivy Cudgel that turn. The Ogerpon's already full health. It was coming in, it takes the Ivy Cudgel first and then the Make It Rain. So don't lose a whole lot there because the Make It Rain KOs Fluttermane, but now is when you have to start worrying. I really want Ivy Cudgel to KO this Incineroar, but I can't as long as this Ogerpon on Raghav's side is still up on the field. But if Ogerpon goes for Follow Me and takes a Shadow Ball or Make It Rain and gets knocked out, you lose it. So maybe you don't go for Follow Me, and Anton can try and call that and go for Ivy Cudgels. There's a lot going on here. Fake Out being the main thing, although obviously you cannot fake out this Goldengo, which is going to be rough for Raghav. Shadow Ball should be enough to KO Ogerpon at +1, but Make It Rain not doing a whole lot to either because of the resistances.
All right, both Ogerpon follow me, asking, please, please, follow me, target me. Ogerpon really wants to be the center of attention here, but Raghav actually finding an opportunity with this parting shot to make a switch. Extremely difficult to switch in sort of without support for that Landorus in the back. But Parting Shot, being the slowest thing on the field, super safe using that Follow Me, gets Landorus in and can bring that Incineroar right back in, cycling Intimidates and Parting Shots on the Ogerpon and stalling out this Tailwind.
Parting Shot's important here. The Ogerpon now down to -2 means that it probably doesn't have enough power to one-hit KO this Incineroar. Possibly the Landorus, because it has taken a bit of chip damage here, but at the same time, you still have to worry about Follow Me Water Absorb. And
Right.
like that's something that's not gone away yet. The Ogerpon on Anton's end, probably going to be more of a purely defensive piece for the remainder of this game, especially considering a Terrestrialization means you're boosting your special defense with the Embody aspect. I think if you're the Golden Go, you don't really need to use your Terra for defensive purposes this time around. In fact, it's probably worse, because then you become vulnerable to Fake Out. So if you want that special defense boost facing down this Landorus, which is a big threat to Golden Go, that might be the way to go with for Anton here.
Well, Raghav has found a way to stall out the Tailwind here. Double Protect, extremely dangerous in the face of Nasty Plot Goldengo, which is now back to +3 after sneaking one in last turn. Ogerpon on Anton's side goes for the Horn Leech to finally pick up the KO onto Raghav's Ogerpon. Hits into the spiky shield, so takes a little bit of damage back from that.
Oh!
And Goldengo.
Oh no.
That's another nasty plot. This Pokemon, Anton has invested so much into this Pokemon. Still has the Ogerpon up crucially to make sure that this Goldengo can survive this turn, protecting itself from the Landorus. Really going to have to see if Anton's going to be able to keep that Goldengo healthy to launch him big, make it rain.
And that's what it's going to take. This Goldengo is kind of the last offensive piece for Anton here, because this Ogerpon is a -2 attack. Will be at least -3 if Incineroar comes back in, barring any more Parting Shots or anything. And so this Ogerpon really just has to play defense for Goldengo. The Goldengo really can be the only thing that is the offensive output from Anton here, which means that I think this Embody aspect special defense boost is going to be really important, especially given the Landorus does carry that Life Orb with sheer force. You also lose the Grass typing, which is good. You can't get Sludge Bomb anymore for super effective damage. Follow Me coming out here.
But you can get hit with Horn Leech now.
You can, yeah.
Follow Me. The Horn Leech comes out from Raghav. That deals big damage onto Anton's Ogerpon and heals back quite a bit on Raghav's Ogerpon as well. And a substitute coming out from Landorus. Raghav is trying to stall out these +5 boosts from the Nasty Plot. Picks up the KO onto Ogerpon now at a measly +4 and demolishes that substitute as well. So now Incineroar gets to come back in, has access to the Fake Out onto the Ogerpon, and this Landorus as well has really only taken substitute self-damage at this point. And gotten that big Horn Leech onto that Ogerpon. I think Raghav might have enough damage here.
It's going to be really tough. Like, you almost have to call whether or not Raghav goes for a substitute on Landorus this turn. I think in all cases, you Fake Out the Ogerpon, and whether or not you think the Goldengo is going to attack or protect itself, fearing an Earth Power, is kind of the deciding factor here. Ogerpon, because it did Terrestrialize, I think it probably has enough juice to KO Landorus from this point, because it did take those 2 substitutes. It used up a lot of its HP for that. If you get this turn right, if you're Raghav, that's a really big deal. But if you get it wrong, I think you kind of just lose with the Ogerpon.
Well, Anton has decided to take all of the guesswork out of the Fake Out war. Of course, also protecting against the Earth Power. That's a Fake Out into the spiky shield. Incineroar takes a little bit of damage here, but Raghav, having tried to go on the offensive, that Earth Power connects into the Protect of Goldengo. No substitute. That means there is another turn where Ogerpon can redirect an Earth Power from that Landorus.
I think you have to respect that play if you're Raghav. Anton's shown that he's been very keen to, play a little bit risky with this Goldengo. It is his big offensive piece, but Anton playing it safe that turn means that there's no Earth Powers coming out. Instead, Earth Power goes into the Ogerpon, even though it did get the special defense boost from the Embody aspect that is enough for the KO here. And we're probably going to see a huge Make It Rain come out right now.
This is going to be a monstrous Make It Rain. And we'll have to see if this Incineroar can survive it at +4. Make It Rain. Incineroar with 3 hit points.
It's enough.
Incineroar hangs on. We'll be able to fire back with either a knockoff or a Flare Blitz to deal damage back to that Goldengo. Is it enough? The Flare Blitz connects onto the Goldengo. It goes down. Goldengo goes out. All those nasty plots for nothing. Incineroar at 3 hit points from the top rope. Raghav forcing game 3.
With a 0-0 win in game 2. How well played from Raghav there. That was a terrifying, terrifying golden go on Anton's side of the field. But Raghav knew that he had the pieces to get around, these nasty plots, the tailwinds, the icy winds, the follow me's, and played, I think, every possible piece of his team exactly how they needed to put himself in position to get that win. The substitutes from Landorus coming in huge there. I think you bought a lot of time. You forced some make and rain defense or special attack drops with that substitute that made the difference in that game. Like the Incineroar hanging on with 3 HP. If you're at 1 higher stage of special attack, obviously enough for a KO there. So incredibly well played from Raghav to squeak out the win in this second game and send it to a decider.
Yeah, absolutely incredible point there. The substitutes were really what saved Raghav in that game, because protects the Landorus from damage, and if you protect the partner Pokemon as well, the no damage comes out from the Make It Rain, but then you don't get the special attack drops.
Right.
And those special attack drops were huge. Anton was able to get 3 nasty plots off over the course of that game. At least, maybe 4, but I think just 3.
Yeah.
And still able to miss the KO on that Incineroar that had already taken a little bit of chip damage earlier. So Anton, unfortunately, not able to seal the deal in that game 2. And Raghav, through incredible play in literally the closest possible way, forcing game 3.
That was crazy. I think the end game there was so tight either way. Any slight difference in some damage rolls could have, flipped that match. I think one thing notably we saw different from Anton's side in the second game was that the Terra went to the Ogerpon instead of the Golden Go, and that maybe that difference in power. Obviously, if Golden Go had been able to terrestrialize on that final turn, the power boost from the terrestrialization would have been enough for the KO on Incineroar. Instead, Anton had to focus that defensive terrestrialization on that Ogerpon, which meant that while Golden Go stuck around a couple more turns, it didn't have the power it needed at the very end.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Anton, that defensive terrestrialization was not defensive at all. Took a Horn Leech and then opened itself up to an Earth Power later on. Raghav deciding that the leads that he had chosen in Game 2 are correct. Landorus Incarnate and the Incineroar for Raghav. Well, Anton has gone with the Tornadus and Incineroar. So Anton finally switching things up here. Realized after Game 2, we saw Game 2 turn 1 a double switch. Anton realizing I can't lead the same things if I just have to give up all the momentum on turn 1.
Yeah, I think that's smart. I think giving yourself the option to play a little bit slower off the bat is nice. The fake out's actually showing there that the Incineroar on Raghav's side acting first, flinching the Incineroar on the other end of the field there.
Yeah, it was faster, but takes a Bleak Wind Storm speed drop instead. Actually, the Incineroar not going for fake out at all there, we see as the flinch comes through. So still possibly Anton's Incineroar would have been faster, but now for sure after that drop is definitely faster. And as we know, this Tornadus is actually pretty speedy.
It is speedy and it carries Icy Wind as well, so you give yourself the option to possibly even KO this Landorus with Icy Wind. Obviously, you're not going to do much to Incineroar. I don't think there's any world where Raghav's Incineroar gets knocked out this turn. There's still some flexibility on either end. I think notably, though, the Incineroar on Anton's side is holding the Assault Vest.
Yeah.
So there's no parting shot. There is a U-turn instead. And also is running Snarl, which I think is actually a really cool option here, because if the Landorus does opt to go for a substitute, you can Snarl right through it, get some chip damage, and more importantly, lower that special attack.
Absolutely. Well, Incineroar has to use the U-turn because as it's holding the Assault Vest, can't use Parting Shot. Switches out for Goldengo. That's going to be a big switch, and this is the offensive pressure from Anton, and it takes a knockoff immediately upon switch. That's the Metal Coat knocked off, so one of the big multipliers that this Goldengo is really relying on to do big damage with Make It Rain, gone now, and took just under 50% of its health to boot.
That's big. That's a really nice chunk of damage on Goldengo, but more importantly, like you said, knocks off that Metal Coat. So that's a 20% boost to Make It Rain that's now gone. And I think a really smart knockoff there, because if Incineroar stayed on the field, you're going to get rid of its Assault Vest, which makes it so much easier to KO with Landorus. I think the Assault Vest is probably the difference maker between Earth Power KOing and not.
Yeah.
So a smart play there from Raghav to get rid of that Assault Vest. If it stayed on the field, or more importantly, knock off this Metal Coat. Now, Goldengo is in a much worse spot if it wants to kind of be the sweeping kingpin it was in the first game and attempted to be in the second game.
Yeah, and instead of going for nasty plots, Goldengo has to go ahead and protect itself this turn. Tornadus still firing off these Bleak Wind Storms, but Raghav keeping Landorus in. Dodges the Icy Winds coming out, but the Bleak Wind Storm landing means that substitute. Landorus just doesn't have enough energy left in it to put up a substitute and waste that turn.
Well, that's a really big turn for Anton, too, because Substitute not going up means that's a wasted turn for that Landorus. You've also put this Incineroar in range for something like a combination of Bleak Windstorm and Make It Rain. Maybe even Icy Wind, Make It Rain's enough, because I think you maybe want to not risk the miss on Bleak Windstorm and take the slightly lower miss chance on Icy Wind here, like we see. We'll KO this Landorus, do some chip damage to Incineroar, and I would have it has to be Make It Rain here coming from Golden Go, right?
Yeah, single target. You don't have the metal code anymore, but Make It Rain is just so strong, even without the boosts. One target left, the Incineroar. Golden Go finally not bothering to plot.
Enough.
This time finishes it, gets that Incineroar off the field, and finally Anton has the ability to take control of this game with that Golden Go.
And we see the Rillaboom being the fourth option from Raghav here, not something we've seen in the first couple of games. It's holding the Clear Amulet, which I think is a cool adaptation into an Incineroar metagame. And we have the option for a really strong Fake Out or Grassy Glide. Unfortunately, it's not carrying a coverage move like Wood Hammer, like a Stomping Tantrum, even Superpower, High Horsepower, yeah. So there's no real option to damage this Golden Go or even the Tornadus with meaningful damage here. So you kind of have to rely on Flutter Mane for these two things. And especially given that the Tornadus and Golden Go have two partners left in the back. Like a Tailwind Make It Rain here is pretty devastating, but you don't even need to go for it on this current turn.
Absolutely, and especially with the Fake Out pressure, not going to be able to just sort of start speeding ahead. Switches in the Incineroar instead, so Anton getting his own Fake Out pressure on the field. That Clear Amulet preventing the Rillaboom from taking that attack drop. So this Rillaboom is able to deal full damage with its physical attacks as the Terastallization comes through on Flutter Mane. Now a Fairy-type Pokemon, Pure Fairy, extra powerful with those Moonblasts coming out from this Choice Specs. Choice Specs Terastallization boosted Moonblast deals big damage to everything in the format as Tornadus blocks the Fake Out with Protect. And here comes Flutter Mane. This is why Flutter Mane is undisputed S tier in the format. Deals half HP damage to Incineroar, the big defensive pivot on Anton's team.
I like that play a lot. I think Incineroar coming in means that you have the option to Fake Out Rillaboom on this turn. The only way that you can not Tailwind with Tornadus for the remainder of this game is that if Grassy Glide happens to KO it. I kind of doubt it would, even with a critical hit, because it is, resisted a flying type. But now you guarantee it. Actually, just going straight for Fake Out into Flutter Mane instead, and Tailwind going up now too.
Yeah, Tornadus gets the Tailwind up finally. That's going to be big news for the Golden Go in the back, which now will be faster than the Flutter Mane and able to KO with a full power Make It Rain. Rillaboom picks up that KO onto the Tornadus, gets it off the field, but again, that just means that Golden Go gets to switch in for free.
Yeah, I mean, that's rough. There's not really a way around it, right? And Golden Go comes in, it KOs the Flutter Mane with Make It Rain, especially thanks to the little chip damage from Fake Out. And because Tailwind goes up, the Incineroar should be faster than the Rillaboom as well, and able to finish off what the Make It Rain can't do in damage with a Flare Blitz. And so it's going to be a really difficult turn here for Raghav, because I think you maybe have to hope that there's maybe a way if Flutter Mane survives Make It Rain, which can happen unless it's Terra boosted, so I don't really see a way
There's
out
no
here.
metal code at least.
True, that is true.
If there's no metal code, it's not Choice Specs boosted, there are no nasty plots, but it is Steel Terra boosted into the Flutter Mane, and no Assault Vest on the Rillaboom, double KO for the Golden Go, and whoo boy, Anton's Golden Go made that look easy.
Yeah. Ironically, the game where Golden Go got the most nasty plots off is the one game Anton
lost. Yeah.
But it still just goes to show the power of Golden Go. I think a lot of people, when a new regulation comes around, you can kind of tend to sleep on Golden Go a little bit, just because it's been around since day one. So Regulation A was one of the biggest threats, and is in the forefront of everyone's minds when they're going into a tournament. Once we start getting these new toys, it kind of falls down the priority list in terms of biggest threats in the metagame, and then you have the opportunity to just come in and capitalize, and that's exactly what Anton's doing here.
Absolutely, and such smart use of pivoting the Fake Out pressure from Incineroar, making sure to set up that end game where Tornadus would be able to get a Tailwind off. Having seen that Raghav was keeping that Rillaboom in the back, able to switch that in to potentially block Tailwind.
Yeah.
But Anton not letting that happen. And again, we saw the power, or the lack thereof, of having an Assault Vest on that Rillaboom. Even without the boost, Golden Go able to pick up the KO because it was Clear Amulet instead.
I mean, the Golden Go, even it came in onto the field, immediately took half of its HP and lost its item.
Yeah.
But still was like the winning piece. Like that, it just kind of goes to show how strong it is, especially on a team like Anton's that supports this Golden Go so well. You have the Intimidate fake out from Incineroar, as well as the Snarl, which can even aid in its Nasty Plot supports. Tornadus with 2 forms of speed control, 3 I guess if you count Bleak Windstorm with the chance to drop. And of course the Follow Me Ogerpon as well, which we didn't even see in this 3rd game, but you have to assume was Anton's 4th Pokemon.
Absolutely. Well, Anton has now advanced to 6-0 after that win. Really crazy 3-game set.
Yeah.
Honestly, you know, props to Raghav for pulling out that game 2 as well. Seems like a very difficult matchup for the team that Raghav is running, but Anton really supporting that Golden Go. And again, like you mentioned, this was the game where Golden Go got the fewest possible boosts, 0, lost its item, did get the multiplier in the Terra Steel, but you know, the flexibility that you can see from this Pokemon, it doesn't need to get all those boosts to be extremely threatening. Just the sheer power of the Make It Rain attack hitting both Pokemon, like crazy big damage.
Well, especially if there was the Fire type and the Water type in Incineroar and Ogerpon on Raghav's team.
Yeah.
And the Golden Go only went for Make It Rain.
Yeah.
Like it Make It Rain resisted targets for like more than half of their HP multiple times, which is crazy.
Yeah, we didn't see a single Shadow Ball.
No, not once.
Well, congratulations to Anton. That was an incredible set, and really excited to see how Anton does moving forward. Previously, Anton's top finish was a top 32 at the Charlotte Regionals last season. So starting at 6-0, on track to make day 2 and potentially improve upon that here in Portland.
Yeah.
Other big 6-0s that we know out in the field, Riley Factura is still undefeated. Shocking nobody, I think. We also have Everett Filoon, who is at 6-0, running probably our top placing NDD Iron Crown team right now.
Yeah.
So that is still out in the field and probably making it into day 2. Again, just need to win one more round to make it into day 2 if you are undefeated at this point. We also have Colin Hand, who, you know, a lot of these players in the field right now are, you know, probably want to take some issue with the with the rankings on the whiteboard, because that is Colin is running a 6-0 Gouging Fire team right now, so Bad Inte is undefeated right now.
It's just the weekend of us being wrong is what's happening right now.
It's a new format. We're exploring.
Exactly.
We're figuring things out. We're trying to make it work. Jay Zhang and Navjeet Joshi are also at 6-0, so all of those players who are undefeated only need one more win to advance into day 2. Of course, it doesn't stop at one more win because your record carries over. You want to get as many as possible, but these players are in really strong position going into day 2.
Of course. I mean, especially, it feels really good to have that day 2 locked up immediately. You know, if you're playing round 9 at 6-2, that's one of the most stressful things you can be doing at a Pokemon event. But of course, if you do even get to 7-0, you lock day 2. But like you said, Evan, you want to make sure you keep winning, because those wins, you want to get them whenever you can, whether that's today, tomorrow, all of them stacked together for the same record at the end of day 2, and that's what determines who makes our top 8 single elimination bracket at the end of the 2nd day. So congrats to everyone at 6-0. Of course, that's your optimal start here at a regional, but don't forget to keep on fighting for those wins all 9 rounds today.
All 9 rounds. And, you know, one of the Pokemon, you know, looking at Anton's team and the way that Anton, you know, as he is heading into a win and in round for day 2, Goldengo is a Pokemon that, you know, you mentioned often ends up being sort of overlooked, but is really strong pretty regularly.
Yeah.
The Steel Ghost typing is extremely good typing. Make It Rain is extremely powerful. And it's a Pokemon that, you know, once it gets rolling, really gets rolling. Like game 1 picked up multiple double KOs. Like the Goldengo did everything here.
Yeah. I mean, like it nasty plotted twice and then Make It Rain twice, and those were the 4 turns of the game. Like from that point, the game actually just ended, which was crazy.
This Goldengo is picking up a KO here, double KO on Incineroar and Assault Vest Metagross, like with Make It Rain.
Right.
Like that's huge damage.
Why is that okay?
And this is what Goldengo does, and it really feels like, you know, I think a lot of people maybe thought that Goldengo was going to be in maybe not as strong a position heading into Regulation F. Pokemon like Entei being back in the format that are resistant to Steel. A lot of the Pokemon, if you are trying to index for Flutter Mane, also end up resisting Make It Rain.
Right.
Especially the, you know, Incineroar resisting both Shadow Ball and Make It Rain. Feels like it should be a pretty hard counter to that Pokemon. But we just saw here, Incineroar wasn't able to actually threaten it in a real way.
No, the only time I think Incineroar attacked the Golden Go, like I said, in Game 2 when I got the Flare Blitz at the very end after surviving, and then I got the knockoff in the third game. But other than that, Anton did a really good job protecting Golden Go from that Incineroar.
Yeah.
There were very few turns where Incineroar had the option to even attack the Golden Go at all, which I think is just really well played. Like, you're protecting that one piece that you know is your big offensive threat, and keeping it away from this one thing that should, on paper, be very, very good into it. Incineroar didn't put on a whole lot of work at all. And I think one thing that we didn't touch on was that Parting Shot is also just blocked by Good as Gold.
Right.
And so, like, that's one thing that Incineroar can do into special attackers is lower their special attack and swap out. It's just not an option anymore.
Yeah, not against Golden Go.
Yeah.
Just can't do it.
Right.
Well, we have been enjoying the battles here from Portland, but we want to know what y'all have been thinking at home or here in the venue as well. Let's take a look at some of our posts from around the venue and beyond. Maddox at Portland. We're in Portland. Time to send it and start the new year off right. Good luck to everyone competing today. And look at those medals up for grabs. That is what everyone is competing for. In addition to, of course, championship points and the World's Invites, being able to take home a champion medal.
I love that they display them out on the floor. This is just like out, like in the venue. Anyone can like walk by and see the medals and think, you know, that's what I'm here competing for. Like you said, there's the championship points and the cash. This is your like physical token of, you know, your success at a regional championship. So it's really great to kind of get that inspiration right off the bat.
Absolutely, and I love the pedestal that has the trophies and the medals available. It's it's one of my favorite things, especially at the World Championships, seeing the Pikachu trophies out in the wild. So good luck to Maddox, good luck to everyone else who is competing in the tournament out on the field. Here we have Jarek G, excited to be competing in the Portland Regional Championships today, hoping for a deeper run than last year, and I'll keep this thread updated throughout the day. Yeah, everyone except for Joe Ugarte is probably hoping for a deeper run than last year here on our side, and Joe is hoping to match the run from last year.
That's all you can ask for, really, if you won the prior edition of the tournament. That's all it's all about, too. Like, you come into a tournament, you have, you know, certain goals you might set for yourself. Some players are, you know, solely gunning for like the win at the regional championships. Some players, you know, want to make day 2. Some just want to get points on day 1. And I think if you go into a regional or any tournament really with your goals in mind, and you have ways, you know, plans to meet them, like I'm going to do better than last year, I'm going to do this during my games. I think it's really fun to have these like smaller goals on the way to a regional championship, a World's Invitation, that kind of stuff.
Absolutely, it's all about the stepping stones. It can't always just be about winning everything, because no one has ever swept every regional championships, every international championships, and every world championships. Closest thing being Ray Rizzo and his 3 straight world championships. But other than that, really have to set goals for each individual event, practice and focus and train so that make sure you get them and continue to keep improving. Let's see what else we've got going on here in the venue. Girl Power TCG hanging out by the medals again. Probably an extremely popular photo spot right now. Girl Power TCG at Portland Regionals. Good luck to everyone. Stay safe, and may you always flip heads on your Cram-O-Matics. Wise words, PokeM8. Thank you for that.
I, as a VG player, I don't know what that means, but I'm sure flipping heads sounds like a good thing when you're playing Cram-O-Matic in the trading card game. So I also hope that everyone pictured in this photo here has their head flips. I think it's just fun. Like, the camaraderie at these events is one of the best parts. You know, you come to compete, of course, and the competing is very fun, and a lot of players, you know, thrive in that kind of stressful competitive environment. But I think one thing that always kind of goes unsaid is that just being around people with these similar interests, whether it's your trading card game players, your Go players, your VGC players, it's so fun to be in this environment where everyone's here to enjoy Pokemon, and that's kind of the main deal.
Did you see this, Jake? Hear about this? Did you see this? Recently came out that Swiss statisticians found out that flipping a coin is not a 50% for each one. It's actually 50.8 slight bias towards heads.
Okay, so we got good odds here.
You have much better odds than you think that you may flip heads for your Cram-O-Matics. I hope everyone in the TCG side is accounting for this. Maybe rolling dice instead of flipping coins.
There we go. Oh no, there's different like weights on the die too, maybe. We gotta get some statisticians on that one too.
Yeah, we'll get our best statisticians on it.
What's the chance of rolling a 1? 1 in 6? I don't think so.
No, it's actually about 50% to roll a 1, and then everything
Whenever
else.
I'm rolling, that's true, yeah.
All right, let's see what else is going on out in the field. We've got Anthony Grasso. Good luck to everyone playing in Portland today. Hopefully we see Maddox and Eric Ridgway make another day 2 appearance and not get paired up in round 1. Can't wait to watch the stream. Yeah, that is there's nothing more Pokemon tournament than finishing day 1, being like, I made day 2, I'm so excited. Your friend comes over and is like, I made day 2 too, we're so great, we're the best. And then you wake up Sunday morning, make your way to the table, all excited, see the pairings, you're like, oh
no.
You? Really? Why?
Yeah, I mean, it's even worse if it's round 1 of day 1 too, right?
Yeah.
You know, especially, let's say you get a carpool together, you all drive to a regional together, and then the first round, you just play the person that drove you there. Like, well, thanks for getting me here, I just have to defeat you now.
Yeah, it makes for an awkward car ride back.
Yes, yeah.
All right, let's move on to our next post here. We have, let's remind everyone how we do things in Pallet Town, Pikachu. Great Pikachu plush there.
Is.
And also, like, this is one of the most fun things about being in venue, seeing everyone dressed up as their favorite Pokemon characters. That's why I had so much fun in Toronto for our Halloween broadcast. I got to participate myself. But yeah, this is how we do things in Pallet Town. Those of us who remember Pallet Town, who grew up in Pallet Town, we're still out here. We're still doing what we do and trying our best.
It even bleeds over into like other areas of the city as well. Like I was at the airport, you know, coming into Portland, and I saw someone dressed up in a very similar as this one, like Ash Ketchum cosplay. And it was really cool because I was like, oh, they're probably here for the same reason I am.
Absolutely.
And it's kind of just a big community event. We don't take over cities, but I think we make our presence very well known here.
Yeah, it is always fun when you start getting on the airplane. You're like, oh, there's an Eevee, there's a Charizard. Like, I know where you're going.
I've like boarded airplanes behind someone with a bunch of Pokemon pins in their backpack before. Like, okay, I know what you're up to.
Yeah. Hello. Moving on to our next social post. Again, remember, use #PlayPokemon to have your posts featured. And yes, Togepi is here. We here in Portland at the Oregon Convention Center.
Unfortunately, I don't know that Togepi is super valuable in Pokemon Go. We might have to ask some of our Go caster friends over on the other desk about that one, but
Call
also,
an expert.
Yeah, exactly. Togepi, this is a very, very adorable picture. I love that AR feature in Pokemon Go. It allows you to take some really fun pictures. And of course, Togepi may not be here to compete, maybe just supporting its friends, cheering them on as they take on the competition.
I think Togepi is here to watch any Excadrill on our side and be like, you're doing great.
Yeah.
I'll see you sometime, but you're on your own for this one.
Yeah. Maybe it's got a helping hand or two.
And I believe our final social post here of the segment, Z-Boy Wonder with some fire shoes here on my way to Portland for Pokemon Regionals. And yeah, that's a nice pair right there.
That looks like airport carpet to me. That's definitely something I'd see at the airport waiting for my flight. You make eye contact, like, oh great, I know what you're doing. We're doing the same thing here.
It's like, all right, I'm gonna go get a sandwich. And, we'll both open up our switches. Or
Can you watch my bag for a second so I can run to the restroom?
Well, that is the social post that we have here for you. Use #PlayPokemon if you would like your post to be featured on a broadcast as well. There is so much activity happening here in Portland, Oregon for our regional championships, and we are going to be getting right back into it as round 7 is getting ready to begin. And again, round 7 is our first round where we are starting to decide who's going to make it into day 2.
Yeah. I mean, it's the first win and in round of the weekend. Those are always the most exciting because they're some of the higher stakes. Of course, the first 6 rounds of the day are equally important in terms of record. Every game counts just as much as the next one. But if you are 6-0, it's your first chance to secure your day 2 spot. Yeah. And that makes it really, really fun to watch when the stakes are a bit higher.
Absolutely. The stakes here, you know, you're 6-0. This is the thing. You can be 6-0 feeling on top of the world and then lose your next 3 matches and not make it into day 2.
Yeah.
And I don't know that there's a worse feeling than that in Pokemon.
There can't be, I don't think.
It seems pretty bad.
Yeah.
But for our players here, this is where we start deciding who's going to be making it into day 2, which means who still has a shot of winning this entire championship, an invite to the World Championships, as well as championship points for the travel stipend race, as well as day 1 buys.
Yep.
And then, you know, a significant cash prize on top of it.
Yeah, there's a lot to play for here in Portland, not the least of which is the first spot in day 2. And it's going to be fun to see, which of our 6-0 players make it in, which of them have to, fight in rounds 8 or 9 to possibly book their ticket. And of course, everyone's goal here at Portland is to win, but to win, you got to make top 8. To make top 8, you got to make day 2, and to make day 2, you got to get that 7th win.
All right, well, we're going to take a real quick break, and when we come back, we will have round 7 of the Portland Regional Championships, so stay tuned.
History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The heavy slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it at the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. I wonder how good Celesteela would be with terrestrialization. Maybe one day we'll find out.
I think it'd be pretty potent. I could see some leech sheets sticking to the field if you could just change Celesteela's type.
Hey, maybe one day we'll find out. But for now, thankfully, we do not live in that world. Instead, we are here at the Portland Regional Championships, beginning our round 7 coverage here in the Masters Division. And as Evan and Jake got you prepared for this match, I told you right before we went to break, this is the first winning in of the calendar year. The winner of this match will be the first player that is guaranteed a slot into day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, this is such a fun round to watch because, of course, a player who loses here still has a couple more chances to punch their ticket into day 2, but it's so nice to get it done in 7 rounds. One of those few players left undefeated, and then have a couple more rounds to pick up more wins, really build the momentum heading into day 2 after getting your ticket punch right here in round 7.
Yeah, and this is where the difficult rounds and where the stress starts to ultimately get to you, because until you actually punch your ticket, like you're saying, you have to be worried at all times that you can go from 6-0 to 6-3. And let's see what these 6-0 trainers are right now as we look at the top of the rankings of Nabjeet and Zhe Zhang, Dylan Salvanero, we have stream, Anton with a big win. There's a lot of great trainers here. What is it? 8 trainers currently remaining at 6-0.
Yeah, 8 players. All of them will be playing one of the other 6-0 players this round, all of them up against someone else who's having just as strong of a day as they are.
Yeah, and you can see how starting with Chupacross at 9 all the way down, those are the 5-1 trainers. They're going to have to wait until potentially next round to solidify their ticket into day 2. If we look at the notable pairings in this matchup, or in round 6, I should say, like as you were mentioning, you're going to have you're going to have all of the 6-0s facing off against each other. But our exciting matchup is going to be Gary Chan versus Riley Factura.
Yeah, Riley, obviously a player over 1,000 championship points already, no stranger to success, and day 1 has just had one of the most dominant seasons we've ever seen so far in 2024. And Gary, a player who's had his own measure of success over the years as well. I think top 8 at his first regional way back in 2016. Has been around the scene for quite a long time. He's got a well known for using unique and interesting teams, so I'm excited to see what he's got for us today.
For sure. Gary always comes in hot at every regional with some really fun strategies. I think he was big into he was big into Mega Mewtwo back in 2016, and his favorite Pokemon's Alolan Executor. I believe he top cut the Vancouver Regional Championships 2022 with Alolan Executor. So Gary definitely has the unique factor on his side, but since Riley has so consistently won so many events over the course of his career, it's almost like he's prepared for anything that Gary can throw at him.
Yeah, and speaking of consistency, I think Riley sees no reason to change as we start the new year, no reason to turn over a new leaf. It seems like he's kind of
new year, same me.
content to keep going with a team he's had so much success with all fall. Sticking with Pokemon like Ogerpon, Hearthflame that we've seen very little usage from otherwise in the tournament, and kind of displaying that like he's established so much comfort, had so much success with this team that he's leaving it up to someone else to prove to him why he has to change, why he has to react to these Pokemon, and just relying on all of the experience he has in every situation with this team to keep him 6-0 and looking already for 7-0 on the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the worst he's done is top 16 with this team, right? So it's up to somebody else to knock him out in day one. And the Ogerpon Heartflame is definitely the interesting point on Riley's end, because so many trainers have adapted that Ogerpon on their team to Entei or to Incineroar or to something else. And I think that's so interesting that Riley really does appreciate the comfort more than necessarily the new power creep of some of the new Pokemon coming back into the format.
Yeah, because it's not like any of these Pokemon are strictly better than the others. We talk about this like crowding in the fire type, but they all provide something unique, right? Ogerpon has different sets of coverage, has, not on Riley's team, but options for things like Swords Dance and Follow Me that keep it in a unique spot compared to Entei that has a different set of unique options, or Incineroar, obviously, who plays entirely differently.
And there is Riley Factura versus Gary Chan, round 7 here at the Portland Regional Championships. Gary also using a combination that I am very excited to see in the Ursaluna and Cresselia, as we have to call it, the Moon Room combination.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a flashback to Regulation D, where these Pokemon were a little bit more popular. Ursaluna, of course, with Guts and in Trick Room, can be such a potent damage threat, and Cresselia helps to keep it healthy by giving Lunar Blessings that both give a 25% recovery and dodge the burn damage for a turn, giving you even more kind of net recovery. But is kind of reliant on Trick Room to make that happen, because Ursaluna is so slow. And if you start to look around Riley's team, there's a lot of options to deal a bunch of damage before that Trick Room can go up. King Gambit loves to fight in against the Cresselia. Urshifu would love to fight against the Ursaluna. You can't just protect in Trick Room if Urshifu's on the field. Of course, that may be why the Gastrodon is there on the other side for Gary, able to use Storm Drain to try to redirect. There's Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Surging Strikes, and keep the Ursaluna a little more healthy. And then, of course, some of the other familiar Pokemon from Riley's success all fall, like this kind of unique Assault Vest Dragonite with good coverage and extreme speed, which means it can play in Trick Room better than some other Pokemon as well.
And Riley has a very important fun fact he would like the audience to know. And that fun fact is that Gary is awesome. They asked Riley for a fun fact about himself, and that's the kind of guy Riley is. He takes a moment to appreciate his opponent.
Yeah, it's been such a good sport all season. It's fun to see him sharing the love there with Gary, who's, like we said, always bringing something interesting, always bringing something unique, and so it's fun to see what he's got.
He's got to evolve that Ursaring plush, though. I know I have an Ursaluna plush, and Gary, if you ever need to borrow it, you could have just asked for it. But just seeing the Ursaluna and Cresselia, you were talking about how they struggle potentially against King Gambit and Amoonguss in Trick Room. The Gastrodon's probably one of the only Gastrodon in the entire field, I would wager. There's probably not a lot of Gastrodon out there in total out of all of the trainers in Masters. But if Ursaluna is one of those Pokemon that, as a ground type and a normal type, it's doubly kind of in a bad spot against their Urshifu.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup. I think there's a lot of pressure on the Gastrodon to prevent the pressure from the Ursaluna on the other, the Urshifu on the other side is going to be going after Ursaluna, but also Incineroar as well. And kind of as another unique piece of Riley's team of what he's been doing all season, he's got more pressure against the Gastrodon than we usually see because the Amoonguss has Grass Knot. It actually has the grass offense to go after this Gastrodon and try to take it on the field. And Amoonguss is going to be strong into what Gary wants to do anyway because of Spore and these Pokemon. It's not safety goggles on the Cresselia. The safety goggles is on the Incineroar. So we're once again in a position where Spore can be used to deny Trick Room. So I think a lot of push and pull between this Urshifu, the Ursaluna, the Amoonguss, and the Gastrodon.
And Gary's Dragonite can potentially match up against Riley's, as he is choice banned versus Riley's patented Assault Vest Dragonite that he's been using for so many months right now. So on Gary's side, if you potentially click a choice band Outrage, we saw in a prior set how much damage Outrage does. Choice band could be really problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dragonite can just go out on the offense. If Riley's caught looking a little bit too much to deny Trick Room or to set up to get this Gastrodon off the field, suddenly that Dragonite offense can just come in a huge way. I think one really interesting thing I'm ready to watch in this match is how Gary uses his Terastallization. There's a lot of Pokemon on his team who are pressured defensively, who are going to be interested in using the Terastallization defensively. For instance, Cresselia to turn that Dark Weakness from Kowtow Cleave into Fairy and Resistance, or Ursaluna to take away its weakness to water and just become a Ghost type. The Gastrodon to make itself resistant to grass instead. I think it's going to be really pivotal to this match at what point Gary commits and spins that defensive Terastallization.
Riley and Gary here in round 7 should be an exciting best of 3. The winner of this set will solidify their position in day 2 of the Portland Regional Championships tomorrow. Gary with a Cresselia Amoonguss lead versus Riley having Urshifu. That's the choice scarf Urshifu he's been using for several months, and King Gambit.
Well, one way to keep Cresselia safe is to put Rage Powder Amoonguss on the field next to it. A tried and true way to get Trick Room up is just to click redirection and Trick Room if you want it. And Amoonguss is pretty well positioned to do it here. It doesn't mind really what Urshifu is going to do, and can take a hit from King Gambit as well. Neither of them has safety goggles or Terastallization to get away from it, but Amoonguss can also just go out for a Spore, look to get something put to sleep while Cresselia protects itself.
Uh-oh, Cresselia protects in front of Urshifu. Not the first time we've seen this happen, the interaction. Unseen Fist breaks through Protect and will let the U-turn pop off. That's, of course, not why Gary protected it. It's to protect itself from King Gambit, who does not have Unseen Fist, and the Kowtow Cleave will not hit Cresselia. And now, if Gary wants to go for a Spore, it's an Amoonguss on the other side. But no, he calls it into the King Gambit, so Riley's King Gambit will go to sleep without doing any damage.
Yeah, I think some really smart Spore targeting there. You have to understand that Urshifu doesn't really have a target it wants to go after here, so it's really likely to just U-turn, which may mean Amoonguss coming onto the field. So no reason to put the Spore there. The Protect plus Spore keeps Amoonguss from having to take some big hits on this turn. Instead, leaves the field still at full health with King Gambit asleep. But of course, Cresselia now facing down an Amoonguss that can just deny Trick Room if it wants to with Spore.
And there is the Moon Room on the field at the same time, Ursaluna and Cresselia. But you will not be able to set up Trick Room because Amoonguss puts Cresselia to sleep thanks to that Spore. Sure, Ursaluna can get onto the field here on this turn and let its Flame Orb activate to activate Guts, so that Facade does double damage now that it is status, but there is no Trick Room.
Yeah, no Trick Room. Amoonguss able to really nicely deny the Trick Room. We've seen a lot of the Cresselia used for Trick Room having the safety goggles, meaning that they can prevent sleep and then heal their partner if they go to sleep. But the Incineroar here hogging the safety goggles, instead Cresselia goes to sleep.
And the best reason why Cresselia is Ursaluna's favorite partner, because of that Levitate. Earthquake brings King Gambit down really low, but this is a super effective Grass Knot into Ursaluna. That's a 2-hit KO. Cresselia does wake up, but where does it go? It's the Trick Room twisting the dimensions around. But now what do you do? Because technically Amoonguss is going to be the slowest Pokemon on the field, and thanks to that burn damage, the Grass Knot is a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be a little bit worried. You could also have King Gambit wake into Sucker Punch. Not sure how much damage that would do, but could wake into Kowtow Cleave as well and just go after Cresselia. I think it was a really valuable only one turn sleep there for Cresselia. It took a tiny little nap and then still got the Trick Room set up. But like you say, the Grass Knot on Amoonguss paying dividends. We mentioned before the match how useful it could be against Gastron, but against Ursaluna too, just dealing a massive chunk. You don't often see Amoonguss doing more than 50% to a Pokemon, and that damage is so important here because it really puts Gary on the back foot at the exact moment he wants to go on the offensive. He just got his Trick Room up, but can't just immediately go after Riley's team because of that Grass Knot damage. And so instead here may be the pivotal moment as the Terastallization is used in Ursaluna to get rid of that grass weakness. That defensive Terastallization is spent to buy the time to go on the offensive again this turn.
Yeah, Terror Ghost going to change everything around for this Ursaluna. No longer a ground type, so not weak to grass. And that will be enough to let it hang on in the red. There's the boosted Facade into Amoonguss. That's down. And now, importantly, nobody else can be put to sleep on Gary's end of the field. King Gambit stays asleep, and if Cresselia goes for the Lunar Blessing on the turn, which Gary did, that will recover both of their HP by 25%. So now Ursaluna will not knock itself out from Flame Orb.
Yeah, this King Gambit taking a really long sleep that's going to make life a little bit more difficult for Riley. But there's definitely push and pull with this Ghost Terastallization on Ursaluna. Used it to be able to take the Grass Knot and get rid of Amoonguss on that turn, but that leaves Ursaluna much more vulnerable to this King Gambit. King Gambit is low in health, but has the priority Sucker Punch to go out on the offensive against Ursaluna. And so once again, Gary can't just safely go on the offensive the way he'd like to.
Right, because the Sucker Punch into Ursaluna, it doesn't matter what your speed tiers are in Trick Room. I know King Gambit and Ursaluna are relatively close to each other in speed, but that would just be a super effective Sucker Punch. Right now, King Gambit is likely to wake up, and Gary is very much aware of that, so he does not want to fall bait to that Sucker Punch. So Amoonguss will swap into that slot if Riley goes for a Sucker Punch. As he wakes up on the King Gambit, that Sucker Punch is going to fail. So a great switch from Gary to put Amoonguss onto the field. There's a Moonblast into King Gambit, knocking it out, just needing that little bit of chip damage to take it down. And now Ursaluna is no longer worried about the Sucker Punch. These 3 Surging Strikes are going to be resisted into Amoonguss, so honestly, it could not have gone better this turn for Gary.
Yeah, just like a super strong turn for Gary. Manages to remove the Amoonguss from the field by using the Trastalization, baits out the Sucker Punch that way, has Amoonguss come onto the field to both ignore the Sucker Punch and take the Surging Strikes better than anything else in Gary's team, but the Gastrodon would have taken it. And Cresselia has just enough offense. That King Gambit was left so low after the Earthquake a few turns ago, and Cresselia is able to finish that off. Cresselia, Pokemon that does not want to fight against King Gambit, but in the rare circumstance actually comes out on top. No Kowtow Cleaves ever targeted to Cresselia except for the turn where it protected itself, and Cresselia is able to land that Moonblast. And but the work's not done yet. Urshifu and Dragonite can still start to put out a ton of damage here. There's still priority from Dragonite, and Urshifu has to probably take more than 1 Moonblast. Cresselia doesn't have enough offense to do that, and there's no Grass Knot available for the Amoonguss on the other side, so Urshifu should get more chances to attack. But Urshifu is locked into Surging Strikes at this point, and so is going to have a difficult time actually dealing with Amoonguss.
It's locked into the Choice Scarf and moving last because of the Trick Room. Both of Riley's Pokemon were weak to Moonblast in that moment, so you decide which one is more important to change my typing, and it is Terra, Ghost, or Shifu Rapid Strike. Amoonguss will put the Dragonite to sleep before it even gets an attack on this turn, and what does Cresselia go for here? The Dragonite is asleep. It's interesting to, important to note, I should say, that the Dragonite is so uninvested in speed that technically Cresselia is faster than it when the Twisted Dimensions go back to normal. So these are the Surging Strikes into Cresselia, such a bulky Pokemon throughout the history of VGC. Cresselia, for over a decade now, has been tanking those hits left and right.
Yeah, and you can see just how well it does it. Very few Pokemon take a neutral Surging Strikes quite that well. Amoonguss using this Trick Room to really put a bunch of pressure on Riley by putting things to sleep and continuing to simplify the game. Now both Pokemon on Riley's side of the field are snoozing. Well, even though Cresselia's offense is not that potent, it's going to be mounting.
Yeah, I mean, when the opponents can't do any damage, but Dragonite did wake up on this first turn, but the Aerial Ace goes into Cresselia instead of the Amoonguss slot there. Not enough damage, and Cresselia is able to Lunar Blessing up yet again. One of those great additions from Pokemon Legends Arceus that Cresselia has access to now. The thing is, I really wonder its viability in this format if it didn't have Lunar Blessing, because it helps itself, it helps Amoonguss, it helps Ursaluna. Really, it's so important.
Yeah, really valuable there, but maybe not exactly what he needed. The Lunar Blessing puts some health on both Pokemon, but maybe doesn't take them out of threat KO range right as this Trick Room expires. The Urshifu wakes up, the offense is back on, but it's just not that much offense into Amoonguss.
Both of Riley's Pokemon getting their first turn wake up on their first available turn there, so that's absolutely crucial for Riley that they don't get put to sleep for too long. Here is the Aerial Ace follow-up into Amoonguss, and it brings it down into the red. Obviously enough to activate its Citrus Berry. Another Aerial Ace will be able to knock it out, but of course, this Trick Room will retwist those dimensions and make her Shifu slow again.
Yeah, so we've just kind of reset from a couple turns ago. Amoonguss managed to put...
Ursaluna's still in the back.
Ursaluna's still in the back, and really needs that Trick Room, right? So that was an important set of turns there where the Cresselia was able to have enough health on Amoonguss, so that when Trick Room expired, Trick Room could go back up again.
Now, Dragonite does swap onto the field on this turn for Cresselia. That does reveal Gary's fourth Pokemon. He does kind of get rid of the information that he was hiding, is that fourth Pokemon could have been Gastrodon. So definitely switching it into the Surging Strikes that will resist as a Dragon type. So, of course, a smart swap for the Dragonite to take those Surging Strikes better. But, I was kind of wondering if Gary could have stayed in a position without revealing his fourth Pokemon.
I don't know that he minds revealing too much when it is such a strong switch in. Dragonite resists that Surging Strikes. You see how little damage it does. And the lack of protects on Riley's side is really making it difficult. There's no hope to protect one Spore and get 2 turns of offense, because an Assault Vest and a Choice Scarf means Amoonguss can can always just pick its target and put it to sleep. And suddenly now the offense is back on. That outrage is enormous, just KOs Urshifu.
Yeah, choice band outrage from Gary's Dragonite will be enough to take out Urshifu here. And now all Riley has left is his Assault Vest Dragonite that didn't even get to see his teammate get knocked out as it was still snoozing.
Yep, was snoozing and will probably still be snoozing when it takes a super effective choice band boosted outrage right here.
That's the best part of outrage. If there's no other targets, it can only go into the other dragon type on the other side. So Gary's Dragonite comes in late game under Trick Room and sweeps through the rest of Riley's team for this game 1. He's now 1 game away from making day 2.
We learned one piece of kind of pivotal information right there at the end of the game. The sleeping Dragonite on Riley's turn actually took its sleep turn before the outrage on the other side, which is a reverse of how those speeds had worked out on the previous turn. So both of those Dragonites actually have identical speeds, which could be important to look forward into game 2 and 3. And Riley's going to need to look forward to game 2 and 3 because that turn 1 did not go well for him at all.
Do you think there's any value in the Cresselia naturally outspeeding Dragonite, as in it's essentially no investment on the speeds here on Dragonite, that Gary can try to use that outside of Trick Room, because you still have Moonblast into it?
Yeah, still has Moonblast. I don't think into the Assault Vest Dragonite on Riley's side, the not same type of attack boosted Moonblast is really the damage you're looking for. And so I think you're looking more at your bigger damage threats like the Dragonite, like the Ursaluna, who really do benefit from the Trick Room, especially against things like the Choice Scarf Urshifu on Riley's side of the field.
Yeah, now as we look at the replay, that Terra Ghost on Urshifu seemed pretty neat at the time to get rid of the Moonblast weakness, but didn't really help out against Gary's Dragonite whatsoever. So now we kind of understand Gary's strategy. If you're Riley, obviously you're on the back foot. You have to make the adjustment. Gary brought 3 Trick Room Pokemon and then the Dragonite to try to sweep whatever the Ursaluna is not able to finish up.
Yeah, and Riley denied the first Trick Room, right? Was able to use Spore to prevent the first time Trick Room would have gone off. Cresselia woke up pretty quickly and Trick Roomed, but then was just so bulky that even after it took a lot more attacks and the first Trick Room expired, it still set down a second Trick Room. And if you're Riley, I think you have to be thinking about how you're going to eventually KO the Cresselia as well. Urshifu just really didn't provide much offense in that game. It's a big threat against Ursaluna. It can force Gary's hand in certain ways, but there's so many Pokemon that resist the Surging Strikes well, even without the Gastrodon. The Dragonite, the Cresselia, and the Amoonguss took very little damage from it, so we do see a pivot. These now Ogerpon and Amoonguss on Riley's side of the field up against Amoonguss and Ursaluna on Gary's side.
Yeah, 2 grass types against Ursaluna. Currently as a ground type, does not want to see that situation. Gary will swap his Amoonguss out on this turn. It is into the Incineroar, so that means Gary has at least left something else at home in this game too. Whether it be the Dragonite or Cresselia is yet to be confirmed, but Riley has to be prepared for that. Ursaluna will just protect on this turn so he can safely activate that Flame Orb, giving it its boost to its Guts ability. Ivy Cudgel resisted as well on the Incineroar switch in, and he has safety goggles there, so a pretty strong turn one from Gary.
Yeah, an absolutely massive turn from Gary. It gets an Intimidate in on this Ogerpon, is able to provide fake out pressure against it next turn, and Amoonguss is just sitting here doing nothing. It can try to go for a Grass Knot into Ursaluna. We saw that's a ton of damage, but you're still would be giving up a turn of Ursaluna offense. That could just be a facade that one-hit KOs Amoonguss right back, or an Earthquake. If you can Parting Shot out into Cresselia and Earthquake, you can pick up a ton of damage. And so I think really the momentum is all on Gary's side right now. Riley's going to have to figure out a way to pivot this position into a different place and kind of stymie this Ursaluna offense before it gets going too fast.
One of the ways he's hovering right now, as we look on Riley's perspective, is trying to do as much damage as possible. Ogerpon Hearthflame Mash, definitely the most offensive version of the Ogerpons, as once you Terrestrialize, you give yourself an attack boost. So it's essentially negating that Intimidate that Incineroar just put onto it last turn thanks to this Embody aspect. So what can Riley do with this attack boost to its slot? The fake out goes into Ogerpon anyway, so the answer is no damage. It's up to Amoonguss to go for an attack, and Ursaluna clicks Swords Dance.
Yeah, Ursaluna getting greedy here, could have had an open facade into either of these slots, but instead takes a Swords Dance and takes more than 50% back. Gary had one really strong turn in his favor. I'd use the fake out pressure to buy a free turn for Ursaluna, but uses it to get the Swords Dance. Now, Ursaluna looking a little more vulnerable. Will be able to protect itself and like open up time for Gary to reposition, maybe put something else like the Amoonguss next to Ursaluna to redirect something. But now that Ogerpon has used its Terrestrialization, is back to neutral attack, is going to have boosted Ivy Cudgel, and I'm sure is going to be looking to go out on the offensive while Gary tries to find the next step in this game.
Yeah, I think on Gary's end, it might be as telegraphed of a play of protect Ursaluna and parting shot Incineroar to get Amoonguss out so you can have a Rage Powder to keep this Ursaluna safe, who's already, roughly 40% HP remaining. Either Amoonguss or Ogerpon can handle it at this point.
Yeah, so like you say, Ursaluna just protect itself, cannot risk just going down this turn with those boosts and with so much of Gary's hopes and offense behind it.
Ivy Cudgel goes into the Ursaluna protect so he doesn't do any damage, and Incineroar parting shot will lower Ogerpon's attack yet again. So now this Ogerpon using its embody aspect on the Terrestrialization, but just really not being fully effective. Has not been able to get any damage at this point. And now the Amoonguss will come back into that slot. All that's left for Riley to see is if he went for an attack. No, instead it's the Spore, but into the Ursaluna protect.
Yeah, and so Gary finds that way to reposition his field, gets the redirection next to Ursaluna that should open up time for it to attack. Ogerpon stays on the field, just wants to make sure that Ursaluna doesn't get cheeky and go for just a facade into Amoonguss that would have outsped and KO'd and really made life difficult for Riley, but because that happens, doesn't put any damage into the other slot. Could have had something like a Stomping Tantrum into the Incineroar, but instead Amoonguss just comes in for free, Incineroar leaves for free.
Rage Powder will redirect the attack away, of course not from Amoonguss, since it is also a grass type, but this Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel will more than oblige going into the Amoonguss there, bring it down incredibly low, but just not enough. That parting shot was crucial to not knock out the Amoonguss. It hangs on and eats its Citrus Berry. Ursaluna outspeeds, and that is a Sword Dance boosted facade. One hit KO, Amoonguss is down.
Yeah, that's great news for Gary to be able to get rid of Amoonguss, get rid of that threat that wouldn't have been Rage Powder redirected, could have just landed a Grass Knot into Ursaluna. It's also interesting to think about the fact that the Ogerpon was only able to be redirected there because it had used the Terrestrialization to become a pure Fire type. If it still had its Grass typing, it would have been able to just chase down this Ursaluna. But just one good turn is not enough for Gary. Gary's still on the back foot here, still has no speed advantage against these Pokemon, and now it seems like you can just have Kowtow Cleave and Ivy Cudgel into these two Pokemon, and Gary's gonna have to once again be looking for a different way to open up space for Ursaluna to actually get an attack off. The main way you open that space is Trick Room, right? That would mean the speed advantage for Ursaluna, but Gary hasn't tried to go for that in this game, and so he's having to find these more difficult ways to make it happen, and meanwhile, there's a timer on Ursaluna's health bar. It's getting weaker and weaker, and the options for how to get rid of Ursaluna become simpler and simpler, and so Ursaluna just leaves the field, switches out with +2 attack to bring Incineroar in, but this is a nightmare situation to have to bring Incineroar in as you come right into the King Gambit.
Yeah, this is a benefit. King Gambit essentially clicking Swords Dance for free after its Intimidate, dropping it. The Defiant will boost it up 2 stages, so it is technically at +1 attack right now on King Gambit. And a double swap for Gary. No offensive output whatsoever. Cresselia will swap into that Amoonguss slot. Get a little bit of Regenerator HP back on your low health Amoonguss. The Spiky Shield from Ogerpon is going to be used on this turn, and then the King Gambit's attack fails.
Yeah, I think this is actually exactly the reposition Gary needs. Even though you've opened up a ton of offense from the King Gambit, Cresselia can now try to look for a Trick Room. You've got the Sword Stance, used it to get rid of Amoonguss. Now, you may not need the Sword Stance to be able to just go after the rest of Riley's team with Earthquake, and that really slow Amoonguss is dealt with. Of course, you can't get Iron-Headed or Kowtow Cleaved, and so King Gambit takes a Fake Out. The double switch opened up the space to have 1 Fake Out and 1 Trick Room. It's almost like a reset to turn 1.
Ogerpon's Stomping Tantrum is technically super effective, but hardly does any damage to Incineroar after so many Intimidates and the parting shot prior. And Cresselia gets the Trick Room up for free.
Gets the Trick Room for free. I do think it's a little interesting here for Gary and how he manages to get Ursaluna on the field. You can't just parting shot into it because the Ogerpon would attack later in the turn and be able to just KO the Ursaluna. And so you're going to have to, you can't just raw switch either. You're too likely to take an attack. And so I think it's a really interesting position where Gary got this Trick Room because he wants Ursaluna to fight in it, but may have to just fight with Incineroar and Cresselia until Riley opts to take a KO.
Well, it's Cresselia terrestrializing here in Game 2. The Moon Crescent Pokemon turning into a Fairy type, which will help with that dark weakness from Kingambit's side. Kingambit doesn't even actually go for an attack. Instead, Riley will opt to protect instead, and smartly calling the Flare Blitz going into that slot, so Incineroar gets no damage here. Cresselia will Lunar Blessing onto both of Gary's Pokemon, so that Stomping Tantrum damage is actually gone now that Incineroar is even higher. Let's see how much that one does. Still not even bringing Incineroar down to 50%.
Yeah, but crucially spending a turn of Trick Room there, right? Not too much has happened. Cresselia tried to use its Terrestrialization to take one resisted Dark move, but now Kingambit just protected itself, didn't take a Flare Blitz. And unlike some of the Kingambits we see that commit to maybe 2 Dark moves and Sword Stance, Riley has Iron Head. So he can now just switch which same type of attack boosted move he's using and still have a super effective move into this Cresselia. So the Terrestrialization is really a one-turn thing, and without the Flare Blitz landing on the previous turn, one turn is not enough. Kingambit's not going to go down here. It's going to be able to get a +1 Iron Head and just one hit KO Cresselia.
Yeah, Cresselia never stood a chance against that Iron Head there. Thought it was interesting that Incineroar is so slow, maybe depending on how Riley has speed put onto his Kingambit, that Incineroar undersped the Kingambit. Here's another Stomping Tantrum, and it is enough. It put it into range. That Flare, or that recoil was enough to take out Incineroar. Gary loses 2 Pokemon on 1 turn.
Yeah, I think that went about as well for Riley as it could have. 3 of the 5 turns of Trick Room are gone, and he took both KOs at once. So you don't put this Ursaluna on the field until it's just 2 Pokemon left for Gary and 2 turns left of Trick Room. Once the turns of Trick Room are over, things are going to look pretty easy for Riley, but you got to withstand this bear attack for 2 turns.
I mean, that's what's so tough with Ursaluna, because it outputs so much damage. You have Earthquake. Do you like sacrifice your own Amoonguss just to try to get the spread attack into both Ogerpon and Kingambit while you have Trick Room set up?
I think you almost have to, but yeah, this is how Riley's made it really difficult for Gary by getting rid of Cresselia at the same time that he let Ursaluna onto the field. Of course, one of those turns of Trick Room, Ogerpon and Kingambit can both just protect themselves and burn through that turn of Trick Room. There's still 3 Pokemon left for Riley. It starts to look really difficult to see how Gary kind of mounts this damage. Like, you don't want to just Earthquake this turn because you just are likely to go into Protect, but if you don't redirect, you just get Sucker Punch.
Ursaluna never had a chance. Sucker Punch does not care about speed tiers in Trick Room, and now it's just Amoonguss left against this Fire type and Kingambit. The Pollen Puff completely whiffing. Here's the Ivy Cudgel into Amoonguss, and it's at pretty high health. It will hang on, but obviously at this point, Riley's up 3-1 right now, and we're gonna go to Game 3.
Yeah, I think a really well played game by Riley. There was no space for Trick Room early in the game. It never happened. Managed to pick up enough damage onto Ursaluna and make every trade with Ursaluna almost neutral, right? Like, Ursaluna still managed to get the Sword Stance and then the Facade and KO Amoonguss, but it cost so much in both Ursaluna's health bar and surrounding Pokemon and position for Gary to make that happen. And then when Gary finally found the position with the fake out Trick Room turn, Riley wasn't immediately pressured. There was no way to get Ursaluna on the field. It was so damaged it couldn't just switch in and take whatever attack happened to land into that slot. And Cresselia is very vulnerable to this Kingambit.
This to me, Len, here, Gary's getting a little cheeky with that Sword Stance on that turn, and you're facing against Riley Factura, one of the greatest VGC trainers of all time. And I know the Sword Stance worked out to knock out Amoonguss, but that could have been a turn that the Facade went prior, and you don't even need to set up the Cresselia, cheeky Terra Fairy to avoid the Sucker Punch damage, but then you just get one hit by Iron Head. Anyway, like, Gary's got to hone in Game 3, and like, you can't get away with cheeky moves against Riley.
Yeah, I wonder how cheeky it was. I mean, if your Facade isn't going to KO Amoonguss anyway, then taking the Sword Stance instead of a Facade that just goes and activates Amoonguss' Citrus Berry and lets it regenerate to get that health back is not necessarily worse, right? Like, you do want to deal with the Amoonguss at one slot. But if you're not going to KO with Facade, you're going to take the Grass Knot one way or another, right? I mean, and so it's, if you don't think you can just get the Facade KO, I understand why you have to get the Sword Stance, but it really demonstrates how difficult that Amoonguss is making Gary's life, because he can't just immediately go for Trick Room because he'll have to fight against the Amoonguss that's even slower in Trick Room. He can't just immediately go on the offense because maybe he doesn't trust that he can just KO this Amoonguss and they won't just start healing up. And meanwhile, it's able to spore so many of the Pokemon on Gary's team. Even that last game, Gary navigated it really well. Used Safety Goggles and Amoonguss to block spore while the burned Ursaluna's out on the field. Nothing was able to go to sleep. but Amoonguss still had a massive impact on the game.
Yeah, that grass snap's really helping. This also helps out King Gambit to start game 3 of this pivotal matchup with the Defiant boost because Incineroar just intimidated it.
Yeah, this seems like such a good start for Riley. The Amoonguss is on the field to try to spore the Cresselia and deny early Trick Rooms, and meanwhile King Gambit can just go out on the offensive against Cresselia. Incineroar does see a couple of Flare Blitz targets that it likes. It wouldn't be bad for Gary to pick up early damage against it, but that's not why Incineroar is on your team. It's there for more utility to try to Trick Room and Parting Shot and get Ursaluna on the field, and it's not the position where Gary can do that. Instead, Cresselia protecting itself to make sure it doesn't take a Kowtow Cleave, and instead that Kowtow Cleave into Incineroar.
That's a pretty solid damage considering it is resisted. Incineroar will respond with a Flare Blitz of his own, not enough for a one-hit KO, however, so the recoil damage is going to bring it down to under half, but Spore is not going to work since Cresselia protected.
Yeah, Cresselia is able to protect itself from Spore, but you can see why the Cresselia isn't able to go for Trick Room on the turn, would have just fallen asleep, and that's even ignoring the King Gambit offense that's up against Cresselia. And that trade is pretty valuable. You really want to get rid of this King Gambit that's boosted, is threatening Cresselia so much, but it's not happening fast enough for Gary. The King Gambit will get another turn to attack. Cresselia can't protect itself this turn. You're going to have to wonder what takes the attack in that slot. You spin the defensive Trastalization right now? No. It's just the Lunar Blessing, trying to keep the Incineroar healthy enough.
You hardly ever see Cresselia being the fastest Pokemon on the field there with that Lunar Blessing, and it's not enough because of the critical hit. Gary's whole turn is wasted. Lunar Blessing was irrelevant, and now Amoonguss has free reign to Spore Cresselia.
Yeah, and Cresselia going to sleep after attacking this turn, right? If Cresselia had just clicked Trick Room, then it would have spent its first turn sleeping during this turn, but it already had Lunar Blessing, so it still is forced to sleep next turn. The King Gambit is still not dealt with, has +1 attack. Things are looking bleak for Gary quickly.
No Flame Orb either on this turn, so Ursaluna essentially is forced to protect in this position. That critical hit could potentially, or has definitely changed the game plan on Gary's side.
Yeah, you can see what Gary was looking for, right? The Lunar Blessing might have given Incineroar enough health to take the Kowtow Cleave. That means you can land one more Flare Blitz and get rid of this King Gambit. It didn't go after Cresselia, so that meant if King Gambit had been dealt with that turn, Cresselia would have been a lot more safe on the field against all these Pokemon, but now the King Gambit is still there, still trying to prey on this Cresselia.
And he's +1, so even if Gary wants to go offensive, like if you're expecting my Protect on this turn, a Sucker Punch can still go into that slot in case you attack. So let's see how Riley covers Gary's options. The first option will be Terra Fairy Cresselia to resist the Kowtow Cleave, and so option 1, or turn 1, part 1, is working out well so far. That is resisted. Earthquake into both Amoonguss and the King Gambit. King Gambit goes down, but crucially, right now, the Ursaluna does not have its Flame Orb activated, so Amoonguss can put it to sleep.
Yeah, Gary a little bit forced to go out on the offense there. We saw what happens when you use the defensive Trastalization with Cresselia. The next turn is even easier for King Gambit because it can just Iron Head. And so Gary's forced to deal with the King Gambit on the same turn that he uses the defensive Trastalization. But doing it on that turn means that you can't wait a turn for Cresselia to use up one turn of sleep, or for Ursaluna to get itself burnt and not be able to be spored. And so now Gary finds himself with 2 sleeping Pokemon, 1 sleep turn spent between them, facing down the Ogerpon Hearthflame.
And Incineroar is out of the game. So the last time around where Ogerpon Hearthflame was intimidated multiple times and hit by a Parting Shot and all that damage mitigation is now gone on Gary's side. That was a crucial part of how he was able to make that game close. Without Incineroar, this Ogerpon Hearthflame is just ready to steamroll through Gary's team.
Yeah, it's going to need a couple of turns to do it, right? It's not going to one-hit KO these Pokemon. These are very bulky Pokemon. Though, of course, Sword of Ruin's going to help make progress in that direction, but the problem is that they are just now asleep. Gary's going to really have to hope for some fast wakes here.
Now it's time for Riley to terastallize his Ogerpon Hearthflame here in Game 3, the Pokemon that he has used for many, many months, ever since the first part of the DLC came out. His patented Pokemon right now next to the Sword of Ruin Qianpao. That Embody aspect will boost its attack by 1 stage. Ursaluna still has a ground type. You can't terastallize anymore since Cresselia did it. So that's a super effective Horn Leech, and that's a 1-hit KO.
Yeah, I mean, Ursaluna just a sitting duck there, right? Can't protect itself because it's asleep, no hope to wake up, no defensive terastallization available. Simply goes down to Horn Leech. You could have switched Amoonguss into that slot, but that might have just been opening up Amoonguss to Ivy Cudgel, and you're still not spending sleep turns if that happens. And so Gary takes the risk, leaves the Ursaluna on the field against the Ogerpon, and just loses and has to concede the game because of it.
Yeah, battle is canceled, and Riley Factura will be 7-0 right now, guaranteeing his slot in day 2 at the Portland Regional Championships. What a great display of how to deal against a Trick Room team, a very heavy Trick Room core that Gary brought in all 3 of those games.
Yeah, I mean, just a masterclass in how to use Amoonguss, right? He used it in so many different ways, picked up important grass knot damage, put down important sleeps, and even had redirection available when it was necessary. And then displayed the value of having that coverage, that second same type of attack boosted move on Kingambit. That is really what made life so difficult for Gary, because a lot of Kingambit, you would just have Cresselia use a Fairy Terastallization, and then you'd feel kind of comfortable. You just sit in there against Kingambit for a long time. But with Iron Head available as well, not so easy.
Yeah, here's the Kowtow cleave into Incineroar, that critical hit that absolutely thwarted Gary's game plan in Game 3. Really wanted Incineroar to hang on and then KO Kingambit in response, and he didn't get that chance.
Yeah, you can see just how many resources he was having to pour in to trying to get rid of this Kingambit. Even if that doesn't crit and KO, you still have spent all of Incineroar time with Cresselia just to deal with Kingambit, because it was such a big thorn in Gary's side.
Also, breaking news, our tier list was wrong, Len. Because currently, as of right now, thank you to production, one of the other 7-0 trainers reporting is Colin Hand, and Colin has Gouging Fire at 7-0 here in Portland.
We said it might work on the right team, right? If it finds the right fit, we might move it up in the tier list. Might have to go find that whiteboard.
Oh, there's so many. They're all taped together at this point. It's going to be so hard to put that apart. We'll get back to that anyway, but just talking about this matchup with Riley and Gary, and I think, just like going back to the Game 2 in the Source Ants, I know Facade's not going to knock out anyway, but at the time, that crucial turn where the Source was up, or where he clicked Source Ants, I should say, excuse me, the Trick Room was not up yet, so Ursaluna still naturally outsped Amoonguss. I'm just saying there are so many intricate interactions and difficult decisions to make in VGC, but I felt as if clicking Source Ants and getting no damage is maybe not as strong as getting solid damage even if it activates Citrus Berry.
I don't know. I mean, that's the problem with Amoonguss, right? It's solid damage to Amoonguss that it Citrus Berries and then Regenerators is
but
nothing.
Do you think I guess how is the Amoonguss trained? Because do you think Flame Orb Facade does more than 75% to mean that Citrus Berry isn't relevant?
We'll never know, I guess.
I guess we'll never know.
Unless these two end up back up against each other. But yeah, I think, you can quibble about the details, right? You might have been able to pick up some damage in net for the Grass Knot, but I'm not sure that you can do that much better than how it played out, right? Which was that after 2 turns, the Amoonguss is gone, and Ursaluna is about 50% health. But if you can't do much better than that, that was not enough, right? Because then the Ursaluna was too much on the back foot, too damaged, needed more time than it actually had no speed advantage, kind of forced that double switch because of it. And all of that is just down to Riley's positioning, Riley finding the right Pokemon on the field at the right time.
Yeah, and I think even in the loss of that set for Gary, I think Cresselia still showed maybe Ursaluna has some difficult matchups, especially when Amoonguss has Grass Knot. But I think Cresselia in general in this format in Regulation F, it has some legs to it. I know it doesn't actually have legs because it's levitating, but I think there is some viability to Cresselia in this format.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Cresselia is a Pokemon that's been good for almost 15 years for a reason, right? Just so bulky, has a lot of utility, but you also see some of the downsides with it, where it needs to spend an item slot somewhere. Gary spends the item slot to not be weak to taunt, right? There's enough taunt in the format that if you want to be able to put Cresselia out and use Trick Room, you need the mental herb to deny that taunt. But if you're using the item slot there, then you're not using it for Spore. And that comes back to bite you in completely different matchups. And then you have to use your defensive Terastallization only in one way, because there are just enough big hitters, unlike some of the other points in Cresselia's lifetime, where it kind of didn't care what was on the other side. It didn't need any defensive help. It would take a hit. That's just not the case anymore. There's been enough extra damage in the format. Cresselia actually had its defense and special defense lowered a little bit coming into this generation, and so it's just vulnerable to things like Kingambit in a way that means it starts to take up too many resources, has a lot of pressure put on it in the right way. That doesn't mean it doesn't always work. It's not quite as easy as it used to be.
Well, everybody at home, let us know your thoughts on how that matchup went and who you're rooting for. Who you're rooting for this weekend here in Portland on social media, following along, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. You can see us all of our social media spots. You can even, I know, once you're done watching old TV series on TikTok, you can watch this on TikTok as well. I don't know if you're ever on TikTok or not. I just feel like so many old TV shows show up in between our Pokemon games. But yeah, we're all over the place on social media for Pokemon. We love competitive Pokemon, and we love hearing from you and your thoughts on our matches. But you know, we have some time here, Len, to just, you know, hang out, talk about the meta discussion. We're through 7 rounds so far today, technically starting in round 3. Any initial thoughts on this graphic? Like, what has really stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we touched on it earlier. That what's so interesting to me about this graphic is the clash between the things that have just stayed. There's still Tornadus and Urshifu there. We still see teams like Riley's that are just wholesale brought from Regulation D and having success. And then you also have completely brand new things. And it still feels like really unsettled ground between both of those. You know, in that last matchup, we saw really nothing new. No Pokemon that wasn't available a month ago. And those two players were both 6-0 in this tournament. You can still have success without adopting things like Raging Bolt and Entei, which are just incremental additions to the format, but really important incremental additions that may also see players going 6-0.
Yeah, also interesting. I never really thought about it, but Riley is technically one of those 3% of players, it looks like, that has Urshifu that does not have a Tornadus, and then the obvious answer as to why is because it is Choice Scarf for Shifu. It's not like you need the Tailwind there in his team building slot. But I think, to me, the Pokemon on here, we just talked about Amoonguss, that 15%, we got to pump those numbers up. 15% on Amoonguss is just disrespect. It's one of the greatest Pokemon of all time in competitive VGC history, and I think after this weekend, Amoonguss is going to continue to go back on the rise.
Yeah, I mean, such a solid Pokemon that can just be the core of really successful teams. Of course, both players in that last match having Amoonguss and having it be pretty valuable for them. Spore will just never not be good. Regenerator will never not be good, and Rage Powder will never not be good, even when you do have a couple of grass types in the top 6.
Yeah, no Ogerpon Hearthflame, as we mentioned, just the Ogerpon Wellspring making the top 12 graphic. What do you think about Rillaboom there? I know there's a lot of grass types right now, Ogerpon, you know, all the different Ogerpons, and, you know, Amoonguss, and there's the Rillaboom slot there. What do you feel about Rillaboom right now? It's currently the 6th most popular Pokemon.
I mean, we've seen for a few months now how powerful Rillaboom can be, both on its own with pretty solid stats, is another one of these pivoting fake out Pokemon, right? Can fake out you, trying to come back in to fake out you again, but also the value that Grassy Train can provide. As soon as you start looking for a bulkier team, maybe you have something like a Calm Mind Leftovers Raging Bolt on your team that you want to slowly set up and play pretty defensively with, that Grassy Train is just invaluable for making that happen.
Yeah, and I think actually, technically, we have seen all 12 of these Pokemon on the broadcast here today. So that's exciting when we get to cover all of the top Pokemon. I think, you know, maybe one of the Pokemon that is not on this list, that if I could just get on my soapbox to talk about, is Whimsicott. It's one of it's my favorite Pokemon from the Unova region. So going back all the way a decade, I've loved Whimsicott forever, especially when it became a fairy type. That was a huge boost to its viability, but it's definitely my favorite prankster Tailwind Pokemon. And I don't think we've seen it on we saw it in one stream match so far, right? Or am I wrong?
I'm not sure that I remember seeing it yet, but
I don't remember. I'm crazy. I don't know. Maybe I just saw it in my heart, you know. But anyway, I like Whimsicott. It's a fast Tailwind prankster Pokemon. You know, sue me, Len.
Well, okay, I won't bring any legal action.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't have to agree either. I think there's a reason Tornadus is still sitting there in the top 12. You know, both bring the same core thing, which is the prankster, Tailwind, and everything else is a little bit secondary to that. And you can see the reason the players kind of prefer Tornadus at the moment, which is that Bleakwind Storm provides pretty valuable damage. You have 2 grass types in that top 6. It's spread damage, has valuable speed, drops secondary chances, and these are all a little bit better than the Moonblast that Whimsicott might add to the damage.
Yeah, however, there are different factors. For example, Whimsicott is naturally faster than Tornadus, so you could win that taunt you know, there's no speed tie, you're just faster. You taunt Tornadus, now it can't click Tailwind. Sure, it can click Bleak Windstorm, I'm aware, Len. But if you're taking a turn, I don't know, I feel like if you're taking a turn to make Tornadus click Bleak Windstorm, that's a turn it's not clicking Tailwind, that's a turn it's not clicking Rain Dance, you know what I mean, to help out the rest of the team. So if you're making Tornadus be selfish for a turn, that could help out the rest of Whimsicott's teammates.
It's always interesting when you can deny Tailwind in that kind of way, because you're also denying it for yourself, right? So you have to think about what the speed advantage was previously and if that's actually an advantage for you, right? Because a taunt into Tornadus is both players not clicking Tailwind on that turn. You know, other situations we see that is like a taunt from Tornadus into Latias, or the Salamence that was gaining popularity at the end of last year, where you're just opting for both players to not have Tailwind, and that's not, you know, unless you get more turns beyond that, Tornadus manages to survive. It's not always going to work out.
It works out if the Tornadus clicks Tailwind that turn. How about that?
Okay.
If on turn one, Whimsicott taunts and they just have no attack anyway, like if they click Bleak Wind already, then it's kind of a bad moment. But if you get like, yes, I got you, I taunted you as you Tailwind. You know?
Yeah, I mean, but my point is that you also spent your turn. It's 2 Pokemon losing a turn, right, for that trade-off. And so if what the baseline of that was a Urshifu on your side was naturally faster than whatever you were trying to get the advantage against, then that works out for you. But if the baseline is the Urshifu on the other side, maybe threatening you know, your Tracheon or something on your side, then it doesn't work out nearly as well.
Hey man, hey, Terracotta or whatever, the beat up strategy, it's been going strong for a decade. Why stop now? But we are going to stop right now, actually take a quick break before we come back for our round 8 coverage here at the Portland Regional Championships. So I'm going to go build a Whimsicott team and prove Len wrong, and maybe Riley will use it in a future event.
Eh, 私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun. I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you know, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, you know, but then I make sure to have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. You know, they've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much, but I thought, you know, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, you know, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, like, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
Those are some great suggestions that will hopefully get you excited about your very first regional champion experience. Hope you will come out and join us at one of the regional events or international events that will be coming up in the near future. We are here at the Portland Regional Championships, about halfway done with our day and barreling closer towards the end of the day, and which players are going to be making forward to that day number 2. But before we get there, we gotta get some fresh perspectives and some fresh takes on our Paradox competitively viable tier list. Evan, you said you wanted to get a crack at the whiteboard, so...
I did, and that's why I have commandeered the whiteboard. I think our friends, Len and Joe did an admirable job. You know, it's early in the meta. You can't know everything. You have to sort of try and sort of fumble your way through the dark and figure things out, and I get that. Like, I'm not holding anything against them. However, I cannot stand to see Raging Bolt and Fluttermane in the same tier here. These two Pokemon are not the same. These are not the same power level right now.
No?
I don't think we've seen a Raging Bolt do anything on stream so far this weekend.
It thunderbolted a Gyarados.
It did thunderbolt a Gyarados.
Double super effective one-hit KO.
Extremely heavy lifting there, trying to knock out that Gyarados with Thunderbolt. But like, even we've seen a lot of Raging Bolt on teams, but I don't think we didn't see any in our games. We didn't see them come to the games.
I don't think we've had one on a stream team yet. There's one at 7-0, just to spoil it a little
There's also
bit.
a Gouging Fire at 7-0, so...
Oh, that's what I thought you were talking about. Never mind.
Yeah.
I had
Raging Bolt, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Okay.
So I don't know. I think I understand why people think Raging Bolt is S tier. I think it's way too early to put it in S tier, unless we're also creating a tier above S, like an S plus for Fluttermane, which has proven itself.
I think that's just Fluttermane tier, actually. It's not even as S plus tier. I think it's just Fluttermane.
So I'm going to, if there are no objections from the lounge right now, move Raging Bolt down to A tier, which feels generous, but we'll see. I'm inclined to believe the opinions of people who are out there in the field playing, that Raging Bolt is probably still good. But until you're hitting close to 60% usage and single-handedly winning games like we have already seen Fluttermane do multiple times today, I don't think you belong in the S tier.
I would probably have to agree. I think A is a perfectly good spot for it. I wouldn't go further down at all, but I think trying to compare it to Fluttermane, it can't stand up to Fluttermane right now.
Yeah, it just can't. And also, Raging Bolt loses to Fluttermane.
True.
Much like everything else on this list.
Well, if you can't beat Fluttermane, then you kind of got to join Fluttermane.
Right.
But you make compelling arguments. I think it's okay to move Raging Bolt. But I think that outside of Raging Bolt, there are a few other Pokemon that we may need to revisit in terms of the tier that they are a part of. I think the way that you put that, it's Raging Bolt's neck that's actually in A tier.
It's reaching into S tier.
There we go.
It's
Raging Bolt
is S tier.
if you can win a tournament, if you can put up a good showing in the last couple rounds today and tomorrow, you may just be able to lift yourself up by your neck into S tier.
Okay, very valid. We're going to have to see if Raging Bolt can, in fact, pull that off. But I think there has an argument to be made about Gouging Fire. It's 7-0 right now. There's also a couple that are sitting at X1 or even X2. And I think it's overperforming over what maybe some standards had been set for it heading into the tournament. What do you think?
I would agree. I think B is a pretty safe place for it. I guess knowing what we know before today,
yeah,
I think B is the only place I ever would have put it. If it has a huge finish, today and tomorrow, really shows up, I think there are arguments to be made to bump it up. But
yeah, I mean, I know you're a big Walking Wake fan.
This is
but,
true.
Right now it looks like Walking Wake and Gouging Fire, one of those should be above the other right now, or at least even. But
yeah,
we'll see. I mean, it's very interesting to see this Gouging Fire team taking off. I'm really excited to see it. I hope we see more of it because Gouging Fire has a lot of really interesting tools. It plays in a really interesting way. It gets compared to Entei a lot, but it's an entirely different Pokemon from Entei. Its primary damage tends to be Breaking Swipe, which also lowers attack. And it has a lot of supportive options that are really interesting that, Entei is usually going for an Assault Vest build that doesn't get to make use of some of those status moves. And of course, the unique attack, Burning Bulwark, being able to burn any Pokemon that tries to attack into it, like King Shield would lower your stats, or Spiky Shield would damage you. Getting that burn, it's really powerful for a defensive supporting Pokemon. But I've also seen really offensive versions with Dragon Dance and things like that. So Gouging Fire, I think, is a really interesting Pokemon that has its own niche, and I'm really excited to see how it performs in the rest of today and tomorrow.
I was going to say Dragon Dance with a Clear Amulet is one set I've seen that looks kind of cool. It turns into much more of a win condition than a supportive Pokemon that lets its partners and its teammates kind of take the spotlight. I think Dragon Fire is a pretty strong offensive combo.
Yeah.
The two things dragons don't want to be attacking into are Steels and Fairies, and Fire covers that very well. You're also neutral to Fairy. It's Fire type that's neutral to Fairy, which isn't the greatest, but it's also a Dragon type that's neutral to Fairy.
Yeah.
So it can see a Fluttermane and not immediately be terrified.
Yeah, and you aren't doubling up on as many weaknesses. If you had a second Fire type, you could have both Gouging Fire and Entei if you really want to.
Throw in Incineroar on there
Throw in Incineroar too.
All the fire types.
It could be anything.
They're really good right now too. You could even use Terrafire Rillaboom if you really wanted an extra fire type on the team.
Terrafire Rillaboom is interesting because the Teal Mask DLC was all about grass types. We got so many good and interesting grass types that challenged Amoonguss for top tier. People had dropped Amoonguss because they wanted more Rillaboom. They want from home. They wanted Ogerpon on their team. This time around, we have a bunch of new fire types that are challenging Pokemon like Arcanine, which is gone. Sorry, Arcanine, but you don't exist anymore. Instead, we have Incineroar, we have Entei, we have Gouging Fire. We have lots of different fire types that are available, and picking which one you're going to use is really important for your team.
So is there any other movement that you would want to make on this tier list? Or do you feel like otherwise it's accurate outside of the Raging Bolt?
I think Hands is too low.
Oh!
Really?
I do. I think Hands is still really good. It has a lot of competition for Assault Vest right now, and it's hard to fit in on a team as much as it was super splashable before, but I don't know. I think it's still just as good a Pokemon as it ever was. I don't see it. It walls Raging Bolt. I guess you don't want to get burned from Inte, you don't want to get intimidated, but it never really wanted to. I think probably the Volt Switch set is a little bit better now to pivot in position. I don't know if I'm going to go to bat for it being at A, but I think the haste at which y'all put it in at B, I show some respect to the hands.
I don't know, I'm kind of with Len. Len was saying it competes with Incineroar for like bulky fake out pivot, but also is really tough into Incineroar because it gets intimidated, it gets parting shot. It's slower, so it has the slower fake out. And if Incineroar goes for a parting shot, it's at -2 before it can Drain Punch or Wild Charge or anything like that. I think it just gets slowed down way too much by Incineroar.
I think it's not even just Incineroar, though. Take a look at how many Landorus and Carnot are also now running around in the field. If you don't have the Assault Vest on that Iron Hands, that is dropping like a hot cake to any Landorus that's in front of you. You see how powerful those sheer force moves are.
Yeah.
I don't know how well Iron Hands could really take that.
It can't. Sure.
Touche.
Well, fair enough.
You're right, but so am I. No, but I think Iron Hands has to sort of change how it works now. You know, previously Iron Hands was a catch-all, Assault Vest, bulky, sponge a bunch of damage, and be the fake out support. And we saw occasionally some different sets for Iron Hands. We saw a Swords Dance version with leftovers before on Trick Room teams. We saw the Clear Amulet version on Trick Room teams. I think Iron Hands is probably now a Trick Room Pokemon more than it is a Balance Pokemon.
Yeah.
But as a Trick Room Pokemon, it's still really good.
I think that's fair. I think there's a pretty good case for it on teams that run Trick Room. I think one cool combination is like a Psychic Seed set with Indeedee, Trick Room, Indeedee Hatterene kind of stuff.
Budget Assault Vest.
There we go. Assault Vest, but you can use Swords Dance if you want or something. So I think there are certainly cases for it. It's absolutely not C tier. It's definitely a cut above a lot of those Pyrodex Pokemon we have. But
yeah,
I feel like B is a good spot for it right now.
I think B is probably where it belongs right now. I do think it will make its way back up to A by the time we're done with Regulation F.
There's still so much room for movement on this tier list. And I think that's what's so exciting about this being one of the very first events that we have for Regulation F and all of these new Paradox Pokemon is that we get a chance to really see, okay, this is day number 1. What happens at Charlotte, at Knoxville, at EUIC? What does the development look like there? And where do these Pokemon really fall? Like, does Fluttermane maintain its own echelon above everything else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
for sure.
Yeah, I don't
know.
Yes.
It's not Incineroar.
No.
At least.
What do you mean it's not?
At least Incineroar is not on top.
Hot take, and I'm gonna put this out in the universe because I have before. Incineroar is not as good as what everybody is making it out to be.
I agree.
It's overrated.
I agree in 2024.
It's overrated. Incineroar is overrated. I'm sorry. We all looked at Hisui and Arcanine, and we're like, yeah, okay, it's like pretty good. And then all of a sudden, wins like 6 events in a row? I don't think Incineroar is ever going to be in that tier for this format. Just putting that out there.
I also don't think it will win 6 championships in a row like Arcanine did. But it's still going to be, I think it's easy top 3. It'll maybe fall to top 5 at worst.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely not the best Pokemon in the format. It's probably the best defensive Pokemon in the format. It's the best pivoter in the format.
Yeah.
And the core, I think we're going to see a lot of Fluttermane, Incineroar, Amoonguss teams that is 3 extremely good pivoting Pokemon and then 1 Pokemon that's the best in the format that one-hit KOs half the meta. So it's still gonna get plenty of championships.
It's just not Arcanine. I don't know what else to say. But you guys make some great arguments for the list. Thank you for both sharing your input on the tiers for these different Pokemon. Raging Bolt will forgive you one day, I think, for this egregious decision to move it into A tier.
Prove yourself, Bolt.
I know. We've been wrong a couple times already this weekend,
Raging
so
Bolt.
it can certainly happen again.
Much like Gouging Fire also. But that's going to do it for our time in the lounge. We do have our next match ready to go. It is Giovanni Costa, our reigning San Antonio regional champion, versus Nora Bowman. So take it away, casters.
Thank you very much, Rosemary, and only Rosemary, because the others who just went in there and moved Raging Bolt and said, "Job's done." Like we fixed the tier list.
I'll remind everyone, I was after Raging Bolt in A tier from the beginning, so I will leave Joe on this island to defend Raging Bolt. I think it is correctly tiered now.
Hey, well, while I'm on this island, let me say that Whimsicott has as many Masters Division World Championships as Mega Kangaskhan, and Mega Kang's one of the most dominant Pokemon of all time. So I'm just saying, shout outs to Ryota. That's one apiece, okay?
Okay.
There's 50 total Whimsicott out of 500 trainers. That's not bad.
What's the top rated Whimsicott right now?
I'm not allowed to look at my phone because I'm professional and I'm on camera right now, so production is going to have to help us out there. But, you know, in my heart, there's one that's probably 7-0.
Okay, in your heart.
Oh, man. I think it is funny. They didn't really change any more of the paradoxes, right? Besides the Raging Bolt, they didn't change too many things.
Yeah, they talked about moving Gouging Fire up, and I think we might be able to do that. It's doing pretty well today. I think there's 2 at 6-1 and better, 1 7-0 or 6-1.
So,
they talked about moving Walking Wake down, but I would point out there's also 2 of those at 6-1 and better, just as the same as Gouging Fire. So having pretty similar success so far. It'll be interesting to follow that over the weekend, see which one of those Pokemon actually can make a top 8 or run in day 2.
I think it's so cool. And because they're all Dragon types too, and the same Paradox trio and stuff. So they're always going to be compared to each other. But let's head over to the standings as we look at round 8 and how it sits. And there are currently 4 trainers that have already guaranteed their slot in day 2. We've actually had 3 of them, or two of them on stream, excuse me, already in Riley and Anton there. But there's a lot more trainers at 6-1 right now that will join them after this round.
Yeah, a lot of tickets into day 2 up for grabs in this round. All those 6-1 players just need one more win to move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, and as we look at the notable pairings specifically for round 8, there are a lot of them to start off here in Portland. But the one we're going to focus on is Nora Bowman versus the San Antonio Regional Champion, Giovanni Costa.
Yeah, both players 6-1 so far, so not undefeated on the day, but playing to punch their ticket into day 2. Gio, like you mentioned, coming off of winning the San Antonio Regional Championships just a few short weeks ago in a different format with a very similar team. And Nora having a strong day today at 6-1 as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of great names there. Shout out to Barish coming all the way from the EU to have his winning match against Dylan there. That's sure to be a tough opponent, but hopefully we can, see how Barish does throughout the rest of today. And that's a lot of great matches to see, specifically between Gio and Nora, though. This should be fun as they have some similar Pokemon that they like, and as they're going to find, get into this strategy at least will be different, because sure, we like Gio and we know he likes Dragonite and whatever, but Nora actually has some powerhouses on her team. The first Registeel and Latias combination today.
Yeah, some really bulky Pokemon. Has Glimmora as well. We often see Glimmora next to Dondozo because you just want to get things poisoned and then let them slowly go down to poison damage. But maybe Registeel is just so bulky, it's like a Dondozo without the Tatsugiri. Latias also really bulky to be able to stay on the field, let things accumulate poison damage. It's a really interestingly constructed team. A bunch of Pokemon that have very low usage on the weekend.
Yeah, so we look at that Registeel, probably, universally seen as the best of the original Regi trio, right? Between Ice and Rock, and those stats are really strong. Very much known for the Iron Defense Body Press strategy. So how can Gio handle that?
Yeah, we'll have to see how Gio can handle it with a team that should look pretty familiar. If you were watching a few weeks ago in San Antonio, he's made a few small changes, but the only Pokemon level change is swapping out Iron Hands for Incineroar. So just
Which makes sense.
Yeah, just like we've been talking about when tiering these Pokemon, Incineroar has made life difficult for Iron Hands and occupies a very similar niche that Iron Hands occupied previously. And so Gio, he's shown us what he thinks and has swapped out the Iron Hands for Incineroar, otherwise only making some subtle move changes.
And looking at Nora's team with the Fluttermane, Incineroar, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Registeel, Glimmora, and Latias. It's those last 3 that I really focus on looking at this team, because we know what Fluttermane, that top half, does. It's Registeel and Latias together, especially with Glimmora. If you can get Registeel set up as Glimmora's kind of toxicking things down and, doing some damage, that could be really crucial for Nora.
Yeah, it also can just go out on the offense. It's showing that new Power Herb Meteor Beam option to get the +1 special attack and use a massive base power move. Registeel is the Iron Defense Body Press Heavy Slam, like you mentioned, just trying to get its defense up to be really hard to KO and also boost the body press damage. And Latias, the set that we kind of covered when looking at the spotlight earlier, using Mist Ball and Ice Beam next to bulky Tailwind, able to set it maybe multiple times over the course of the match. And like we saw in San Antonio a few weeks ago, Gio doesn't really have any pure speed control of his own, just Icy Wind from the speed booster Flutter Mane, and so that Tailwind could be pretty valuable in giving Nora a speed advantage for Pokemon that need it, like Flutter Mane and Ogerpon.
And Nora with a pretty salacious fun fact. Between Gio and I'm the bigger Dragonite fan. That's pretty hard to prove, especially since neither of them are currently using Dragonite.
Yeah, a lot of Dragonite talk for two players who aren't using Dragonite when we've had about a half dozen Dragonites on stream so far this weekend.
Yeah, there is the Dragonite comeback man himself, not using it just like his San Antonio team, as Len mentioned. The only difference, Incineroar over Iron Hands, but there are some move differences from the other 5 Pokemon.
Yeah, I'd like to highlight some of the really detailed ones here if you were watching a few weeks ago. Of course, the first thing that stands out is Stellar Terra on Urshifu. Gio deciding that it can get boost to both Dark and Fighting, was never really being used defensively anyway, and so that's a valuable Terra option. I think another small change that could be really important in this match is Trick on Golden Go. Gio previously had Psyshock in that slot, but has now opted for Trick, and that could really be a big problem for Nora, because if you trick Choice Specs onto this Registeel, which can barely touch Golden Go, of course it's immune to Body Press and will take negligible damage from Heavy Slam, and that really limits what Registeel will be able to do for the rest of the match. And so I think it'll be interesting to see how Gio tries to play the offense with the Golden Go, who can go after things like Gomora and Latias pretty well with the Choice Specs, or tricks it off, really stymies what Registeel has to offer. I think it's going to be a pretty important Pokemon to this matchup one way or the other. And
we did know how important the Frigoraph was to Gio in that San Antonio match, especially in the finals. So that Terrifier Frigoraph with Life Orb, it's such an interesting set because most people don't run Life Orb, right? They run maybe Throat Spray or Safety Goggles or something. And then most Frigoraph players don't have Protect either. And Gio is able to keep his Frigoraph safe as well with Protect.
Yeah, is able to have a little more staying power on the field when it's up against priority. That may be a little bit less relevant in this matchup. Gio's team is not pure Trick Room enough to just go after a plan of Trick Room and attack, though I've seen him do it in situations that I did not expect it to happen in before, just because he finds a way to navigate the right slow Pokemon on the field at the right time. But Trick Room's not going to be a big advantage against some of the really bulky things that Nora's showing. At that point, you're going to need just a more prolonged fight.
And remember the crazy turn from his Flutter Mane in against Raghav with the great Icy Wind, not to Landorus Incarnate. There were so many great moments in San Antonio, and I hope that Giovanni and Nora can live up to the billing of this round 8 matchup, because obviously there's so much intensity on the line right now. But remember, that regional championship was done without Incineroar in the field, right? So Gio has to have the similar team, but adjust to these new threats.
Yeah, has to adjust. I mean, I think it's not too difficult for his team to adjust Urshifu single strike, like its multi-strike friend, Rapid Strike friend, does not really mind being up against Incineroar. Will be able to just crit through with Wicked Blow anyway and can deal tons of damage with close combat. And of course, Golden Go, we saw a Golden Go versus Incineroar matchup earlier on in the day, can still manage to get a ton of damage onto Incineroar, and Gio actually has the Focus Blast as well to just be able to threaten a ton of damage all at once.
One thing that could potentially be important, depending on how Gomora is brought or utilized in this set because of its toxic debris, is that Gio does not have a poison type on his field to be able to pick those up. The only one that has a natural immunity to it would be the Golden Go as a steel type.
Yeah, we'll be able to avoid getting poisoned. I think it'll be interesting to see the pace the game plays at. If you play at a very slow pace, the poison damage starts to mount up. But when you look at Gio's team, there's some ways it can play at a slow pace, like the Incineroar, but for the most part, you see a lot of big damage on the other side. Choice Specs, Golden Go, Urshifu Single Strike, known for just taking massive KOs. And so it's going to be kind of a challenge on Nora's side to be able to slow down the pace for a Pokemon like Registeel to have the impact that she'd like it to have, for the toxic debris to actually mount relevant damage against Gio's side of the field and stop Gio from just kind of taking the offense taking the position in the game and looking to press his advantage throughout.
All right, so let's get into it. Our round 8, Nora Bowman and Giovanni Costa win and in scenario for both of these trainers. Registeel Incineroar is the start on Nora's end compared to Urshifu Single Strike and Fluttermane.
Yeah, so a Intimidate that can matter against Urshifu if it wants to use Close Combat, which of course against both of these Pokemon it would. But again, Geo here with 2 pretty potent offensive Pokemon that are going to make it difficult for Registeel to find time to go out on the offense. Of course, anytime we've seen Heavy Slam, it's been partly a tech to beat Fluttermane. You can't really just stay comfortably in front of this Registeel when I have to imagine a Heavy Slam will still deal a ton of damage to this very fast speed booster Fluttermane.
And I love to see how this Urshifu and Registeel are going to interact in this set, because technically Wicked Blow would break through any of those Iron Defense boosts as it always critically hits. However, since you have Stellar Terra, you don't have Terra Poison or one of the other things that used to be used defensively on Urshifu's end, so Body Press will hit Urshifu super effectively. For now, the Detect will stop any damage going off into that slot. Importantly, Incineroar goes for an attack into that slot, so Giovanni has protected himself. And the Body Press into Urshifu as well, so calls the double target. Golden goes on the field for free.
Yeah, Urshifu may be just protecting itself against a fake out, but buys protect against 2 moves instead. And Golden Go, like you mentioned, able to come in for free here, and doesn't really immediately threaten a ton of damage with Make It Rain. Normally when you bring in your Choice Specs Golden Go, you'd like to be able to just press that offense, but I think does threaten a pretty valuable trick, whichever slot it lands into. If you're Nora, you have to be thinking about where you'd like to receive that Choice Specs, if it's going to be gifted over on this turn. Or just worry about coverage options. Golden Go could just lock into Focus Blast at this moment, kind of look for the 70% chance. It would deal a massive damage to both of these Pokemon.
That would be pretty awesome to see right now. Neither of these trainers will swap out their Pokemon, so they're just going to stay here. And Stellar Terra Urshifu Single Strike. One of the big adjustments here in the DLC Part 2, having access to Stellar Terastallization, completely changing how Urshifu is going to work out on Giovanni's end. Nora will respond with a Terastallization of her own into Terra Grass Incineroar. You don't need safety goggles if you can just turn into a grass type here. So 2 Terras on the field. Who is going to come out on top? This Close Combat goes into the now grass type Incineroar, meaning it's not super effective, only doing half of its HP, bringing it down to under half and lowering Urshifu's defenses by 1 stage. Incineroar will also recover 25% of its HP thanks to eating its Citrus Berry. And now up is the Golden Go Shadow Ball, but with the Citrus Berry, is it going to be enough to take it out? No! Incineroar hangs on, and now Flare Blitz can go into Golden Go and bring it down almost for the knockout.
Wow, what a dramatic turn here. Geo uses the offensive Terastallization to try to hunt down this Incineroar, but the defensive Terastallization means that's not enough damage, and it means the Shadow Ball's still not enough damage. That means the Flare Blitz can land, leaving Golden Go so low. Urshifu takes a Body Press and also leaves itself so low. Both of these Pokemon vulnerable to any offense that Nora can put out, and when you just need any offense, then Fluttermane with Dazzling Gleam, great option to provide it.
Yeah, that Dazzling Gleam for Fluttermane now is just super free for Nora, because either way, even if Geo wants to switch something into, maybe you want to preserve Urshifu since you have the potential Sucker Punch later with your Stellar typing, then something's going to have to eat the Dazzling Gleam on the switch in.
Yeah, you do have to worry about a Sucker Punch coming in from Urshifu, who's been intimidated but hasn't yet used the Dark type charge on the Stellar Terastallizations. Could still be a ton of damage into Fluttermane, who of course can't Terastallize out of that neutrality. Could be a little bit risky depending on how these Pokemon are trained.
Golden Go is actually the choice here for Geo to swap out on this turn, and in comes the Fluttermane, and that makes sense because Urshifu can just detect itself, keeping it safe from the Dazzling Gleam. So only Fluttermane's going to take damage, and that does roughly around 40%, but follow up with the Heavy Slam means that Fluttermane is knocked out before it can do anything in this match.
Yeah, you saw the fist pump from Nora. She was looking for that Fluttermane to come in on the field and take that combination of attacks to just go down. Urshifu tries to keep itself safe with Dazzling Gleam, but gives up its partner in the process. Now Ogerpon comes in, but things start to look pretty difficult. That Golden Go is so low in the back, which, even if that Heavy Slam had just landed into Golden Go, would likely be the KO, because despite the huge type advantage Golden Go has, now that it's given up so much health, Registeel actually can fight against the Golden Go, which has no way to recover any of that health. And Geo is just down to so little health bar. He's got full health Ogerpon and these just 2 slivers of health to deal with on Registeel that he's got no massive damage option against. He could try to cycle the Intimidate away, but he's already used the Stellar boost on the Close Combat, so it won't be all that much damage when it comes back in.
Golden Go will swap into the Urshifu position, kind of just sacrificing the Golden Go into that slot. Fluttermane does more than enough to take it down and then bring Ogerpon Wellspring to roughly 50% of its HP remaining. Ogerpon goes for the Woodhammer, which is going to be strong into Fluttermane, actually just picking up the one-hit KO completely clean into Fluttermane. However, Woodhammer recoil is going to bring it so low that Registeel, any attack he wants to go for, would be able to knock it out. Instead, however, Nora, playing for the late game, goes for the Iron Defense.
Yeah, the Registeel is starting to look so difficult to deal with. We talked about how low Geo's health bars were, now they're even lower. Just down to red health on Urshifu and red health on Ogerpon. He's going to have to deal with a +2 defense Registeel and the follow me option on Ogerpon as well, which means I'm sure Geo would have loved some kind of big double target like an Ivy Cudgel plus the Stellar Trastalization boosted Wicked Blow into Registeel to get past that defensive boost. Maybe if you can crit that Ivy Cudgel and also get the defense boost past the defense boost, that way you can get Registeel off the field, but that's not an option when the Ogerpon is there next to Registeel, ready to just follow me away some hits and open up space for Registeel to go on the offense.
Nora with the Ogerpon of her own, with Follow Me going to redirect attacks away, like if the Sucker Punch came out, but we haven't seen it so far. There's the Woodhammer. Ogerpon on Geo's side is going to knock itself out from Woodhammer recoil damage, and now it's up to Urshifu with the Wicked Blow. Of course, will be more than enough thanks to the critical hit to take down Ogerpon Wellspring. However, you left this Registeel completely wide open to just secure that last amount of damage it needs. Thanks to Body Press, and Nora Bowman will win game 1.
Yeah, that Registeel just had a little bit too much time on the field, was able to mount several important attacks. Landed the body press into the Urshifu that put it at such low health. Landed the heavy slam into the Fluttermane that actually took the KO there and just occupied space that made it difficult for Geo to be as aggressive as he'd like to be. It was always there resisting Make It Rain, threatening the Urshifu back and keeping Urshifu from just going out on the offense, and eventually takes that game-winning KO.
I like the 4 that Geo brought. Like, I'm trying to think of, adjustments going into game 2. I think it was just more sound gameplay on Nora's end than necessarily the Pokemon that Geo brought to the game, because as Close Combat goes into Terra Grass, Incineroar just worked out really well for her. So I think this is a really close matchup between 2 great trainers, and it's not like Geo made some wrong plays. I think it's just more credit to Nora in that game 1.
Yeah, Nora played it really well, prioritized where the damage was going at each moment really well. Got rid of so much of Golden Go's health bar using that Trastalization. I think that was a really key moment, a really key decision. It would have been easy to just let Incineroar go down there or use a switch to kind of bring the offensive pressure somewhere else, but recognize that landing a Flare Blitz into Golden Go right at that moment would start to simplify the game and Geo's options away.
And the Fluttermane getting knocked out there, but by the time that Ogerpon was admittedly did a lot of damage in that match, it was just too little too late, since so much of the rest of Geo's Pokemon had taken so much damage to get to that position. So you can see it in the end here. Nora was able to win that one. So, kind of just looking back on those replays, is there an adjustment to maybe let Ogerpon be the star of the show in game 2?
I don't know, because Ogerpon has a really difficult time ever dealing with Registeel itself, doesn't love getting intimidated by the Incineroar on the other side. I think one adjustment, if you're Geo, you'd look for is to bring the Incineroar of his own and try to use that to mitigate the offense of the Incineroar on the other side so that Golden Go can take up space a little more safely. And also, if you can reduce Registeel's attack while it's trying to stay on the field for all that time, you can make Fluttermane a little bit more comfortable too. I'm not confident on how exactly these Pokemon are trained and how much damage a Heavy Slam would do, but you can imagine if you can get an Intimidator 2, a parting shot, then maybe Fluttermane, who's of course immune to Body Press, can spin to turn safely on the field against Registeel.
Well, let's see what happens here in game 2 as it's Registeel and Fluttermane compared to Geo's side of Incineroar and the Golden Go. Importantly, that Clear Body does stop Intimidate.
Yeah, of course, so not going to be able to intimidate the Registeel after all, but still would have gotten an Intimidate in on the Incineroar. Golden Go in here against Fluttermane would love to go on the offensive against it, but it's an interesting place because if you use that Terastallization on Golden Go to both amplify the damage and take away the Ghost weakness, you're just opening yourself up to body press in the future and taking away what I think is a pretty important tool for Geo in this matchup.
Nora is definitely worried about the potential Make It Rain coming out from the opposing Golden Go, so wants to switch the Fluttermane in this position into an Incineroar of her own. So we now have matching Incineroars on the field here for turn 1 of game 2. Geo does opt to Terastallize here on turn 1 into Terra Steel Golden Go, just doing even more damage on those Make It Rains, boosted with the Choice Specs as well. However, both of Nora's Pokemon currently resist a Make It Rain, so it's not doing enough damage there. Fake Out goes into Registeel's Protect, and here if the Make It Rain will go into the Incineroar on the other side, it is resisted. The question is, how much does this Choice Specs Terra Steel Golden Go do to the Fire type Incineroar? And the answer is, roughly around 40%, not enough for 2-hit KO, especially obviously after the special attack drop.
Yeah, as soon as that Fluttermane switches, that Golden Go Terastallization starts to look bad, because it means that you weren't trying to take a Shadow Ball anyway, and you aren't going to pick up a KO in front of it. And now a bunch of defensive things about Golden Go just look worse. It can be faked out this turn, it can be body pressed in the future, and it just doesn't have the damage coming out. You don't really want to be using -1, then -2, Make It Rains against Registeel and Incineroar and worrying about Flare Blitz. And of course, because Nora held the Incineroar back and only switched it in on the first turn, it's not intimidated. It's going to have that same Flare Blitz pressure into Golden Go that it had in the previous game, and so all of that mounts to just mean the Golden Go must switch off the field and bring in Furgraph instead.
Yeah, there will be the Furgraph, which is an adjustment for Geo in this game 2, was not brought into game 1. Knockoff from Nora is going to get rid of Incineroar's Assault Vest there, which could be crucial since we know Fluttermane is in the back for Nora. Registeel will click its first Iron Defense of the game to boost up its defense by 2 stages. And the U-turn actually healing Nora's Incineroar because it brings it down under 50% to activate the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, but eventually I think you are going to go away with not activating that Citrus Berry, so probably just gets it done a little bit earlier. That Iron Defense is a little bit concerning, but of course Urshifu is probably the Pokemon you want to have to fight against an Iron Defense boosted Registeel. Is pretty well positioned here, I think, to fight at this moment. Has to worry about body press coming in from the other side, but at least Focus Sash means that it can stay around for a turn, unless it's a double target from Incineroar as well.
But you don't have Stellar Terra this time around, however, so the Terastallization has been used up by Golden Go, meaning Urshifu's damage output cannot be increased by Terastallizing in this game. And it's tough because you want to close combat, maybe into Registeel or into Incineroar, but then it's going to lower your stats, and it could be a pretty difficult position. So let's see what Geo has in store for us in this turn. Nora is actually Terastallizing her Registeel into a water type on this turn, so that's definitely a defensive switch there in case close combat goes to that slot, but Wicked Blow goes there instead. Critical Hit still really not doing too much damage there. However, Knockoff into Furgraph did do a lot, getting rid of the Life Orb, and now Body Press from this Registeel brings Urshifu down to its sash.
Yeah, that Wicked Blow just did not do enough damage. The Hyper Voice is going to do a little bit more because the Registeel used its Terastallization. I think Registeel takes more net damage in that turn because of the Terastallization, but you can still see how big of a problem it is. Like, once again, Geo's health bars start to just dwindle. Furgraph not going to be able to take another attack from Incineroar, so it probably won't be able to get another attack off itself. And then Urshifu down to its Focus Sash, also looking very vulnerable. Could go after Incineroar this turn to try to pick up a KO, but Registeel is still the pressing problem. It's the elephant in the room. You have to deal with it at some point. Now that you've spent a lot of resources putting damage on it, you're also at some urgency to deal with it sooner, because it's going to otherwise just start recovering off that damage with leftovers.
Furgraph does protect on this turn, so it will not be knocked out. The Wicked Blow critical hit brings Registeel down into the red. Not enough for a knockout, however, and Urshifu does finally go down thanks to Incineroar's Flare Blitz here, so Nora has the advantage in Pokemon. Geo has his Terra Steel Golden Go and this very low health Furgraph in a really tough spot. And remember, Incineroar has already had that Assault Vest knocked off, so Fluttermane, when it comes back in for Nora, will hit it pretty strongly.
I do think there's one moment here where Gio can kind of seize the momentum back. Both of these Pokemon have been extremely damaged. And so as Golden Go, Terastallized, still holding its Choice Specs, walks on the field, I think it's looking at 2 one-hit KOs that it can just, well, not one-hit KOs, but 2 KOs that it can just take. The only Pokemon we know is in the back for Nora is the Flutter Mane, which won't be able to take that Make It Rain either. Gio may have been able to just chip enough damage back into the right spots to open up the avenue for Golden Go offense here. But you can see Nora kind of thinking about different options because there's no easy play here. Reggie's still going to protect itself, let the Golden Go take -1 special attack, get a little bit more leftovers recovery.
Yeah, that Make It Rain is only going to target down this Incineroar now, who currently does resist, but with the same type of attack bonus that he had. Incineroar just barely hanging on in the red. Special attack will drop it. And if this Flare Blitz goes towards the Golden Go, it is not enough for the knockout. It brings it down very, very low, meaning Golden Go is not long for the rest of this match. Incineroar knocks itself out, which is actually, pretty nice for this matchup. However, Farigiraf doesn't go for an attack, instead twists the dimensions.
Yeah, Farigiraf trying to make sure that Golden Go would be faster than the Flutter Mane that's in the back if it wanted to come on the field, or faster than this Ogerpon, but because Registeel protects itself on that turn, instead of also going down, that Trick Room a little less valuable, because now Registeel will be the first thing moving on the field and can threaten just a KO against either of these Pokemon with that boosted body press. If Nora had opted to just sacrifice both these Pokemon and try to get an easy way in for Flutter Mane and Ogerpon, that Trick Room would have looked like a genius move, but instead it's going to bite Gio a little bit here as he's forced to bring Golden Go back and give up the momentum once again.
Right, the Golden Go had to swap there. You cannot let Golden Go go down in this situation. It's your main damage dealer remaining. Hyper Voice, Registeel hangs on at 4. That could have been huge because that body press never would have happened, but instead, Gio loses his Incineroar on the switch in, and Nora with the great call to body press that slot. It's either going to KO Golden Go or KO Incineroar on the swap. Farigiraf goes down as well. The 4 HP is the difference between Gio trying to come back in this game and Registeel sweeping it for Nora.
Yeah, because if that Hyper Voice had picked up a KO, Farigiraf would have still gone down, or maybe that Ivy Cudgel was in the slot, but inevitably one Pokemon goes down, and this low health Golden Go comes in as actually now the fastest thing in Trick Room, and is able to start putting down a bunch of pressure for Gio. But instead, Registeel, with all those turns of leftovers recovery, manages to hang on at 4 HP and move first. Would have picked up the KO in Golden Go. Gio sees the writing on the wall, just concedes the match. What a well-played match from Nora.
Congratulations to Nora. Had an early loss in the day here in Portland, but still she persevered to get through to currently 7-1 right now. And hey, who knows, if you get lucky, if Registeel can sweep it again, maybe you finish day 1 at 8 victories.
Yeah, I guess we shouldn't count Registeel out whatsoever. Looked so strong in that match, just so bulky. And once it has those Iron Defense boosts, those body presses are really threatening damage as well. Just picking up the KO on Incineroar was really impressive.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's such a, it was such a cool combo to see, because we didn't even see the rest of the kind of defensive core we were looking for in the team preview of Latias and the Glimmora, right? It was kind of just the more conventional Pokemon, Flutter Mane, Incineroar, Ogerpon, and then Registeel. So I think Nora kind of showing that maybe you don't always have to bring the unconventional Pokemon together. You just choose, the meta stuff and then the one kind of off-meta thing.
Yeah, I think it was really smart team preview decisions from Nora, because trying to play at that extremely slow pace of trying to find time for Latias recovery and Glimmora just poisoning things wouldn't have matched up well against the sheer offense that Gio has with Urshifu Single Strike and Golden Go, but recognizing that she was able to still have Registeel, still have it kind of be a wall in front of those Pokemon and really force Gio to dedicate a lot of resources to trying to get Registeel off the field while still playing with her other more fast, more offensive Pokemon like Flutter Mane and Ogerpon.
Yeah, there is the replays here in this match. We see just 4 HP. Because remember, Life Orb was knocked off, so Farigiraf was not doing the maximum amount of damage. That was a crucial knockoff from a prior turn that Nora used to mitigate Farigiraf's damage, and obviously proving crucial since Registeel hung on with that 4 HP. We do have some other names, as we're seeing, that are locking their spots into day 2. We had some Colin Hire, Everett Falloon, I believe, beat Alex Underhill in this round here in round 8. Chup across the 4th. Foster Hughes is obviously as the round is going to go on, there's going to be even more names. But just so you know, we started with like 4 players starting at this round. We're going to end up with a lot more after this round that are in day 2.
Yeah, lots of players currently punching their way into day 2 the way Nora just was able to.
Yeah, and I think that was really cool. What are your thoughts on that Stellar Terra Urshifu? Because I actually think it kind of worked. It would have been nice if he had it available, but since Gio used Terra Steel on turn 1 in game 2, he didn't have it. I think the Urshifu Stellar situation, I think that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like when you're looking for good Stellar candidates, you're looking at Pokemon that have multiple types that they'd like to play offensively with and very rarely use their Terastallization defensively. Dark Terra Urshifu Single Strike, which is what Gio's been playing like the entirety of last year and won his regional in San Antonio with, doesn't use the Terastallization defensively very much. It likes to go both on Dark and fighting offense, so to me it makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's cool. And either way, you still lose to Body Press if you're going to go Terra Dark or stay Dark fighting, right? So might as well get some extra damage out there. But, congratulations to Nora. Best of luck to Gio in round 9. Hopefully, fingers crossed, he can try to go for the back-to-back regional champion. But you got to win that 7th game first. But for now, we're going to head over to the lounge with Rosemary, with Nora Bowman, our winner of our round 8 matchup here in Portland. Rosemary, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe and Len. I am here with Nora. That was an amazing match. How are you feeling after beating the reigning regional champion?
I feel amazing. It's really great to be in another day 2. It was a really good set, and I feel good about how I played it, and I'm just really happy and full of adrenaline right now.
It was very intense watching all of those turns. So how did you really approach the matchup when you looked at what Gio was bringing?
My plan going into the matchup was, okay, Gio doesn't have that much to handle Registeel, so that's going to be my core piece, and then I'm going to support that, and it ended up being the correct win condition.
So Registeel, let's just go all the way back to the beginning when you're putting this team together. What stuck out to you about Registeel, Latias, like so many new Pokemon that you now get to play with in Regulation F?
They're really bulky. They have really big numbers.
That's a very valid reason, honestly. I love it. Okay, so good Pokemon all around, but what made them right for your play style?
When my friend Matt and I were working on the team, huge shout outs to Matt. Great friend, amazing person, amazing player. When we were putting together the team, we started with Latias. There had been an archetype of balanced teams with Latias floating around, and we decided that we wanted to try Glimmora on that because the DLC gave Glimmora Meteor Beam, which gives Glimmora a lot more power, and setting up Toxic Debris has really good synergy with bulky pieces such as Recover Latias and Iron Defense Registeel to add passive damage to help them win in games.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times that we've seen Glimmora, it has been with something like bulky Dondozo, Tatsugiri. And so Registeel, nice to see that fit into that niche for your team. Now you are getting into a place where you get to go forward into day number 2. So you feeling like this team can make it all the way?
I think the team can make it. It's going to be on me and my play to see if I can do the team justice.
You feeling pretty confident about that?
I wasn't going into today, but at this point, yeah, I am.
I think the play shows that and backs that up for sure. Nora, thank you so much. Was there any other shout outs that you wanted to make besides your friend Matt that helped you with the team?
Well, obviously Matt Warren, and then my family for supporting me and watching that last match. I love you guys. Thank you. All of my friends for always supporting me and believing in me, even when I wasn't having the strongest tournament runs and I didn't believe in myself. So thank you.
Love to hear that support for you. Congratulations on that 7-1. Good luck with the final one. And, of course, good luck with day 2 tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, casters, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Rosemary, and congratulations to Nora. It's such a tough spot. I mean, obviously, Len, you're a top trainer in this game. You can fully understand how she feels, and sometimes you really set up with a team and you underperform at a regional, but then other times you make it into top 8. Like, the highs and lows of VGC are very difficult on the heart.
Yeah, it can be stressful. I mean, this is, except for a few exceptions of really players who always have consistent success, this is a game of highs and lows. Sometimes you just have the right team, you feel very comfortable, you're excited for the tournament to go in and win, and sometimes you're a little less sure. And it's great to hear that Nora's got that confidence. She's having such a great round. I'm excited to see what she's able to do in day 2.
Yeah, how do you find yourself in this position? Like, let's say you're 7-1 going into round 9. What is your kind of perspective into round 9? Is it like, hey, it's all gravy, I made it to day 2 no matter what happens, I'm not going to get upset at a crit? Or is it like, man, I really want this 8th victory to help me to get a jump start on tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't think you can put the brakes on at all. 7 wins is not the goal. If you're here to win this tournament or to really have a deep run, then 12 wins is the goal. At least 11 wins is the goal. And one more of those wins today is just as good as one more of those wins tomorrow. And so you have to go out there and play just as hard, pick up that 8th win today, and not make your life so difficult tomorrow. Because it also, some details about the tiebreakers, having the 8th win today is actually more valuable than an extra win the next day sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're getting into a very exciting moment here in the broadcast. But for now, let's take a moment and let's look at social media. Let's see what the conversations are like online. Shout outs to Katie, hanging with my little buddy from San Antonio and watching the regional stream from home this time. Cheers to production crew and casters for kicking off another year of #PlayPokemon streams. Katie, we love you. Happy you're watching at home.
Yeah, it looks so comfy to just hang out there with Palmo and watch the stream.
Yeah, that's a cute plushie. I don't think I've seen that one before. So great job by Katie. She's our lovely producer that always helps us backstage, and you know, it just answers all of our questions basically that we have, especially because I had no idea what tachyon cutter was, so she helped me out. She helped me out there. But anyway, shout out to Katie. But let's see what else we got hanging out on social media. Daniel Thrasher here, hanging with this dude for his birthday and missing Portland Regionals. Good luck to our friends who made the journey. Happy birthday, bud. Sorry you couldn't make it to the Portland Regional Championships, but hopefully you're still having fun.
Yeah, always fun to see the people at home cheering on their friends, even on their own birthday.
Yeah, dude, oh man, one of my favorite yearbook photos ever. I had a cool Pokemon shirt. I think this dude, he might have my shirt beat, honestly. That's a cool one there.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, let's see what else is going on social media. Remember, use that #PlayPokemon so your posts can be featured on the stream. Azul, #1 Azul GG fan, watching stream with my man there. I know he's a big Azul fan, recent San Antonio regional champion as well. Hopefully Azul's doing well for our buddy here.
Yeah, I haven't been following the TCG standings, but hopefully with #1 Azul GG fan rooting him on, he's doing well.
I'm sure there's a lot of people that would contest that title. Say, no, I'm #1 Azul GG fan there, but there can only be one. And there's one more post to look over here in this group of social media posts from William Bauer. The Mythicals finishing making their dessert. Who knew they loved chocolate so much? Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Which one of those 3 do you think is the best baker?
Ooh, I think it's probably Jirachi. I feel like, you steal, you get maybe a little more close to the oven and stuff, I feel.
Like a brownie so good it makes your wishes all come true.
That's a great point, yeah. I think Jirachi, I think Mew is probably the worst of the 3.
I think Celebi gets impatient with the timer on the oven and accidentally burns things all the time.
I think Celebi actually tries to add too many natural herbs and spices to the to the dishes, and everybody doesn't like the mixes on there. But yeah, let us know. Use #PlayPokemon to let us know which mythical Pokemon you think is the best baker. Not just these 3. It could be another one. You could think, oh, I think Zarude could make a mean strudel. Let us know. I don't know.
You think Zarude can make a mean strudel?
Hey, that's if somebody tweets it at us. That's not my statement.
I see. That doesn't represent your opinion. You're waiting to hear it back from someone else.
Yeah, legal qualifier there is that's not my opinion, not my mythical choice. Oh, Victini's probably great because you can bake anything.
A victory, a baking victory?
Yeah, and but like you have the burnt, whatever, you're out in the woods and you need a fire, like Victini's got you.
Okay. I was thinking maybe Mew just has every trick down, right? It learns every move, it can do anything. It can, of course, bake too somewhere in there.
And as we look out into the crowd here, we're actually in a different hall this time compared to the last time we were here last season in the Portland Regional Championships. And it threw me for a loop this morning, but then when I was like, wow, this hall's so much bigger. Our game is growing. We have more Masters players than ever. TCG is always at a staggering amount of players every single regional. Like, I was happy that we kind of got upgraded to a bigger hall.
Yeah, it's great to see the big crowds out there, kind of the press to get into the convention center this morning and get started. Everyone's so excited to get things underway. It's really fun to just walk around the venue, see everyone playing, having so much fun in their various games, but also the stores that are set up, the kind of side events and intro to TCG events that are set up. It's just a fun environment.
Yeah, for sure. I saw there was a GLC side event starting, and I was like, oh man, I'm over here. I can't go play GLC, but that's all right because there's no place we'd rather be. But for now, we're actually going to head back over to the lounge as Rosemary has a special guest joined with her. So Rosemary, let's see what you got.
Hello, everybody. I am here with the side events lead at the Portland Regional Championships, Daryl. How are you doing today?
I'm great. Thanks for asking.
So tell me a little bit about your role here in Portland and what you aim to do with side events.
My primary role here as the side events lead is to make sure that not only is my staff taken care of and everything is running logistically correct, but I'm also here to make sure that every single player and parent that come and participate have an opportunity to have fun this weekend. Our ultimate goal is to be the epitome of fast, fair, and fun over in side events.
Well, I love that because whenever I've competed at side events, I feel like I always have a great time. So I'm glad to know that you're the type of person that I can thank for that. So what kind of side events can people play in order to earn some prize points?
So far, some of our more popular events right now, our unique event is called Judge Battles, where you get an opportunity to personally battle a judge for prizing, which may include packs or even our very special side event prize wall die that we have this weekend.
All right, tell me a little bit more about the prizes that people can earn.
So the prizes that we have currently, we've been giving out a lot of packs, but also these amazing side events dice. And what players can do is with these dice, they can either keep the die for a memento or they can cash them in over at the prize wall and use that as prize wall tickets to get the swag that they would like for the weekend.
Looking at the swag wall, what would be your choice if you had to take something home?
Oh, that's a toughie, but I would have to say probably the giant Piplup plush that we have over there. The Squishmallow, oh, I love it. I love Squishmallows, especially the Pokemon ones.
I think that's a really good choice. There's a lot of things over there that are very eye-appealing right now. I kind of want to go play in some side events. So what would be one that you would recommend for somebody that's just going to try out side events for the first time?
A great event we have is pack battles. You don't need to have anything. You build a 10-card deck from the pack that we give you, and then you just battle players in a round-robin event, and then you get prizing at the end.
Can people come over and play at any time, or are there also a schedule for some of the side events that people can play?
We have two different types of side events. We have on-demand events, and we also have scheduled events. Our on-demand events are like our judge battles, our pack battles. We do 4-player standard pods. We do expanded pods. We even have GLC pods as well. But for scheduled events, we do primarily some of our premier events. We just got finished running our second Premier Challenge this weekend for our video game players. And then tomorrow, we also have our TCG Cup, and we also have our MSS tomorrow and a Go Challenge. So there is several opportunities for players to come on over and do championship point events.
Well, that's amazing. So tons of different ways that players can come in and participate. So hopefully you are inspired to come check out some side events here. Daryl, looks like you have a ton of players that are ready to go for some side events. So I'm going to let you go get back to work. But thank you so much for joining me.
I appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was a fun little interview out in the field. And honestly, Len, I'm a big side event guy. I don't know about you. I mean, you're probably too busy like continuing to play throughout the whole weekend, making Top Cut and everything. But, when I'm done with my day, I sign up for a couple side events every time.
Yeah, side events are always a fun thing. It's fun to go win those prizes. What are your favorite things on the prize wall? What kind of things are you after?
I've recently just been trying to get as many oh my God, why am I blanking on where you put your the different types of deck
boxes
of because I don't want to just say the small deck boxes, but they have some really cool themed deck boxes. There was one that had it had Armors and Cerulege on it. I didn't have enough events, so we're working here, so not able to play in a lot to stack up the points, but sometimes the casters will pool our event tickets together and just get one plushie or one deck box or something like that. What about you?
I'm just there for the plushes. I want to take a nice plush home, put it on the shelf with all the other accumulated Pokemon plush, and then have it be a cute little addition to the room. Dude,
can you imagine how many event tickets it takes to get the Squishmallow Piplup he's talking about? You got, all right, one more, and then you finally get enough. The elation you feel when you get there?
When you finally get to squeeze that Squishmallow.
If we could only be so lucky to have those Squishmallows with us here in the booth, but alas, we don't. And for now, we're actually going to take a break as we are very close to the start of the last round of Swiss on day one here at the Portland Regional Championships. Jake and Evan are going to have that coverage for you. Congratulations to Nora making it into day two. We will be right back with round 9.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. It's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as being able to take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that sometimes even talking to friends or even just being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with calming down nerves, and especially before a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really, I've just been focusing on my breath and just trying to stay in the moment.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, that setup where it's you're in Mesagoza and you're looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, go! One time, taking this fifth game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout. And even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the International Champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
into
the Flutter Mane again.
Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Flutter Mane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's
there.
gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There's the Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sword of Ruin, ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Clairvoyance into the Dragon Bolt, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win, so when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Portland, Oregon for the final round of our competition here on Saturday for the regional championships. My name is Evan Latt, and I am thrilled to be taking it home with Jake Muller tonight. We have some amazing Pokemon still left for you. This is the highest stakes Pokemon left in the day. It's the only Pokemon left in the day.
True.
It's also a win and in match and a win or go home match.
Yeah, it is really do or die here for any trainer left in round 9 with a 6-2 record. You know, you need those 7 wins to make day 2, and that's how you progress further on through this regional championship. So if you do find yourself at 6-2, you got to buckle down. You know, if you lose this next match, very respectable 6-3, but unfortunately not enough to progress. So
yeah.
One last shot.
6-3 will get you some championship points, but it won't allow you to continue further on into the tournament and a chance at becoming the regional champion. And this is the moment where, especially at 6-2, like you mentioned, you may have spent a few rounds sort of on the precipice at X and 2, or maybe you were doing really great and all of a sudden have found yourself going from 6-0 to 6-2.
Yep.
This is where you really do have to dig deep into yourself and figure out, do I have the stamina? Do I have the mind power left? Do I have the will to take it one more game to make it into day 2?
It's another element you kind of have to prepare for when you come to these tournaments. I think people underestimate how long 9 rounds of Pokemon is. It is a gauntlet of Pokemon, obviously, but it's also a mental gauntlet.
Absolutely.
You have to remain, at your peak, you have to in peak, like critical thinking form for 8 or 9 hours in a day, and it's difficult. It's not easy, and so that's something that's spoken to the power of all the trainers left in the field, especially those who've already made day 2, but of course those still fighting for their life here in round 9.
Absolutely. Every single turn you have to consider what your opponent's going to do. They have so many options. They have 4 attacks they can use. They have 2 Pokemon they could switch out to, and all of those variables change at any given moment, and you have to stay focused and stay on top of it. It's really hard to play perfectly for half of a tournament, let alone for all 9 rounds.
Even just one round.
Yeah,
it's
even just
so
one
difficult.
round. 3 games of Pokemon Max back-to-back, even just if you are getting... That's why people who don't drop games during their sets and go a clean 2-0 tend to end up having an advantage towards the end of it because they just have played so much less Pokemon. They haven't had to exhaust themselves in that way.
For sure.
But we're going to have to see what our players who are currently at 6-2 are going to be able to do if they can make it into day 2. Let's take a quick look at our standings as we head into round 9, as we have all of these players who have qualified for day 2. So the players that we're going to be looking at are trying to join them here. And of course, we just saw Nora Baumann punch her ticket into day 2 after that last round, but also some really well-known names here and some people that I'm really excited to see here. As a former Midwesterner going to the Madison Regional Championships, I'm excited to see both Zach Drokamp and Colin Heyer making it into day 2 here. Both players who are 2-time regional championships in that region, now here in Portland, Oregon, making it into day 2.
I'm especially excited to see Colin because I know he had kind of a rough end to the prior season and hasn't found his groove yet for this season yet. So really excited to see him kind of break through, make it to day 2 here in Portland and try and add to his total of regional championships. But of course, some other strong names on this list: Cheppa Cross, who is our Toronto champion; Dylan Salvanera is a former regional champion; Anton and Riley, who we saw on stream today, and who are both very strong trainers; Luca Paz, another regional champion from last year. So a lot of people on this list, and especially even those we haven't mentioned yet. I mean, at this point, anyone on this list capable of taking home the trophy.
Yeah, anyone here has the opportunity to make it to the finals tomorrow. The players that we're going to be watching are going to try and join them. Also, a huge diversity of teams here in day 2 already, just sort of looking through it. We've seen some of the Indeedee team. Indeedee Iron Crown has made it through. Gouging Fire has made it through. Nora just showed off that Registeel team that made it through. Of course, we have a bunch of Raging Bolt that have also made it through here, so I'm excited to see what they can show us in day 2. But really exciting to see how all these players are going to compete in this first regional of the format.
Of course, yeah. That's always my favorite time in the format, too. The first regional in any new rule set, a new regulation, a new game, a new season. It's really cool to see what players come up with because there's really no blueprint yet. This tournament kind of serves as the blueprint going forward for people looking to either take inspiration from teams they see at the tournament, maybe try and counter team some of the top threats. But before this event, I mean, the Regulation F rule set started 2 days ago, on Battle Stadium, so there really is no blueprint yet. There's no meta to counter team yet. You just kind of pick what you think is going to be good early on. And for these trainers, it's worked so far.
Yeah, it was just a lot of playing games against yourself in your head for a while, trying to figure out what you think might be good. And now we're about to find out what is good. And we're also going to find out the results of our community vote. You at home voted for the winner, or for the match that we are going to be showing here, and you have chosen Joe Ugarte versus Adi Subramanian, and great choice. I think that's a pretty obvious choice here for this matchup here. Joe, of course, trying to keep his tournament hopes alive at 6-2, and I know he went down to X2 pretty early on in the tournament, relatively. Joe, of course, is trying to be the 3-time Portland Regional Champion. Not just the 3-time Regional Champion, but the 3-time Portland Regional Champion in a row if he can make it through to day 2. He's got to get through Adi to do that.
Yeah, I can confirm he was 2-2 to start the day, so this is his looking to make his 5th win in a row, which would be a huge accomplishment. Of course, if you're Joe, you've done this before, you're certainly capable of doing it again, but Adi is also no slouch. Adi is someone that's made Top Cut at regionals multiple times before and is a threat at any tournament he shows up to, so that's going to be a really exciting match. We do have some other notable matches, of course, Riley Factura and Anton Galkin, the 2 8-0s left, so only one of them will move into day 2 undefeated at that 9-0 record, which will be a huge buff going into tomorrow. It really lowers the number of games you need to win to make it into top 8. And of course, Abdullah, our reigning Vancouver regional champion, one of our players to watch, is fighting Zishuo Ding. Ferris Akos and Carson Confer, 2 players at 6-2 that are very accomplished in their own rights. Michael Zhang is fighting for his life at 6-2 as well, with a really cool team that we hopefully will get to show you tomorrow if he does win this match. And Giovanni Costa, who we just saw lose to Nora in our previous round, still fighting for a chance in day 2 against Rajan Ball.
Absolutely, and of course Michael will be playing Marcos Perez, who we did see earlier on playing that cool Araquayan team as well. And Michael is our Sacramento regional champion, so also using sort of a variant of a similar team that we saw out there. So really exciting to see these players continuing to find success with the Pokemon that they love and think are good. And I think that's what we've really been seeing so far today, is a lot of people have taken this opportunity with the format wide open. No one really knows what the best Pokemon are. We certainly have our own opinions, and our other casters have their own opinions, and all the players have their own opinions. And we're actually finally getting to see them go up against each other to see what's going to come out on top. But we are going to be seeing Joe versus Adi. This is a rematch from a San Antonio Day 2 match where they last played each other. So that's probably still fresh on their minds just a few weeks ago. But they're now going to be playing to get the opportunity to make it into Day 2. And these are 2 veteran players who I definitely expect to see some fireworks out of them. They definitely still have the mental capacity to play in this round 9.
For sure. I mean, again, these are players that have made Day 2 as recently as our last regional championship back in San Antonio last month. And so it is no surprise to see them fighting for the chance here. I think we're going to see some familiar faces on Joe's team as well. We did see Riley a couple rounds ago, and it's going to be a very similar team to what Riley's been running, but it's got the King Gambit, which has just become Joe's signature at this point. If Joe's not running either of Sun or King Gambit, I think he's been replaced by an imposter because there's got to be at least one of the 2, or it's not a Joe team.
This is how you know it's a scam. If Joe calls you and says, I have an idea for a team that doesn't include Sun or King Gambit. But yeah, like you mentioned, we are going to see the same 6 that we just saw from Riley Factura earlier on in the day. Joe and Riley both running the same team back in San Antonio as well. So this is clearly a team that both Joe and Riley, 2 of our most accomplished trainers in the field, feel is still strong even after the changes into Regulation F. Of course, they will be going up against Adi, who is running a lot of those new toys from Regulation F, including the Entei and the Raging Bolt, and going with a sort of an updated look at the Qianpao Dragonite teams we've seen a lot of, which is also including now Entei alongside. So 2 possible options for those super powerful extreme speeds boosted by the Sword of Ruin ability.
I really like Adi's team. It's pretty cool. There's 3 Pokemon that can take great advantage of Sword of Ruin. Dragonite obviously being like the kind of standard combo Pokemon we see with Qianpao a lot, and it's something that Joe is using as well. But there are also 2 other physical attackers Adi is using. He's got the Entei, which is one of the new toys, like you mentioned. With the Sword of Ruin, can combine with those Sacred Fires to do a lot of good same type attack bonus damage, and also the Ogerpon on his end. But let's look over back to Joe's team. Joe is also running, again, the same team as Riley Factura, the Amoonguss, Urshifu Rapid Strike, King Gambit, Dragonite, Ogerpon Hearth Flame, and Qianpao. No Stellar Terra this time, though.
Yeah, so this looks like it's the version from San Antonio, basically. Yeah. So we still have Ogerpon on Joe's side, has Follow Me, no Stomping Tantrum, which we saw Riley had updated to include Stomping Tantrum on that Ogerpon, the Poison Terra type on the Urshifu, and the Amoonguss is carrying Grass Knot, Pollen Puff, Rage Powder, and Spore, versus Riley, I believe, also showed Clear Smog on that Pokemon earlier. So Riley indexing for the Dondozo that was coming out in the field, but Joe deciding to stay with what worked in San Antonio. Now at 6-2, again, 2 times Portland Regional Champion, trying. He really, really wants to get this 3 in a row and become the first person to win 3 of the same regional championships in a row.
Adi going to be standing in his way, though. I think Adi is someone that really wants that big regional win. Has not won yet himself, but is certainly capable of it. To that end, he will be using Entei, Dragonite, Fluttermane, Raging Bolt, Qianpao, and Ogerpon Wellspring, that water type, with the Wellspring mask instead. And I really enjoy, I think Entei is actually going to be really strong for Adi here. I think just looking at Joe's team, there's not a whole lot that can do a lot of damage to it right off the bat. I think Urshifu being the one big option, but there's also just the Grass Terra on Entei, and if you tear into a Grass type, I guess there's the Ogerpon with the Ivy Cudgel and then Aerial Ace Dragonite, but other than that, I mean, Ice
Yeah, you got the Qianpao too.
Yeah. Well,
but
maybe more
without
options
Terra,
than I thought, but...
Entei is pretty safe.
Yes, that's true.
And I like this Raging Bolt set a lot too. This is my preferred Raging Bolt with the safety goggles and then 3 attacks. You know, a lot of times you see the Calm Mind and then the Thunderclap and a Dragon move. But we saw earlier on just how important, especially against some of these Pokemon like Gyarados, how important it is just to have Thunderbolt as an option. And Safety Goggles protects you against the Amoonguss, which we know is a huge part of this team that Joe is running, without having to use your Terra on Terra Grass, which gives Raging Bolt the ability to go for example, Terra Water, which gives you a much better matchup into, say, Qianpao.
I really think the Safety Goggles is going to be huge here. We've seen both Joe and Riley running this team, kind of relying on Amoonguss for a lot of things, especially those Pollen Puffs to keep things healthy, and of course the Spores to try and put some things to sleep. But the Safety Goggles, an item that kind of fell out of favor because Amoonguss wasn't very popular for a while, but with Amoonguss spiking again, it makes a lot of sense, especially on a Pokemon like Raging Bolt, that I think really needs to be making the most of its turns on the field and landing attacks into its intended slot.
All right, well, here we go. Game 1 of this win-and-end match to see who will be able to make it into day 2 and keep their tournament hopes alive. And there it is on the field, Raging Bolt and Ogerpon up against Qianpao and Urshifu on Joe's side. So immediately that Raging Bolt out on the field and threatening this Urshifu on the field for Joe.
Yeah, unless Urshifu terrestrializes, a Thunderclap into that slot would be pretty disastrous. Should be enough for a one-hit KO given the weak special defense of Urshifu and the pretty strong special attack of Raging Bolt. Not going to see it just yet, though.
No follow-me's or anything from the Ogerpon, just going to switch out for the Entei. So Entei now out on the field, which again, like you mentioned, is a key piece for Adi in this matchup. Those Sacred Fires can deal a lot of damage back to Joe, who is going to be forced to terrestrialize the Urshifu. That's going to be the Terra Poison. So no longer weak to a potential Thunderbolt coming out from that Raging Bolt. Close combat the choice for this Scarf Urshifu, does well over 50% health there, bringing that Raging Bolt quite low without any kind of hope for recovery with this Ice Spinner as well. So double up right into the Raging Bolt, goes down with no retaliation from Adi, who just switched out the Ogerpon previously.
I like that play a lot from Joe. The Unseen Fist means they're protecting Raging Bolt there, which doesn't make a lot of sense at all. You want to terrestrialize the Urshifu, make sure you don't get one-hit KO'd by Thunderclap. And if the Ogerpon stays on the field and goes for Follow Me, Close Combat Ice Spinner most likely knocks it out anyway, so you're taking a KO this turn. And the combination of Close Combat Ice Spinner maybe doesn't KO if the Raging Bolt terrestrializes into a Water type, but at that point you're kind of giving up that Terra early on for what I would think is not a whole lot in return. So just a really smart targeting there from Joe, and I also really like the Terra Poison right off the bat. It means that if you are going to swap the Urshifu out, or even if the Raging Bolt swaps out, for example, and comes back in, you've made sure that you're not weak to Electric anymore, so you have the option to attack before you can get Thunderclapped.
All right, well, there is a double up into the Urshifu. The Extreme Speed and Sucker Punch both able to pick up the KO on that Urshifu before it can move and fire off a close combat. And now this Entei is looking pretty strong on the field. Actually, that Sacred Sword did so much to it. Just about 50% health there. So even though Entei has the ability to do big damage with Sacred Fires, if it takes Sacred Swords like that, it's not going to get a chance.
It does. It takes it, you know, relatively well. I think it does under half, so you have the option to probably survive one more. A combination of attacks from Qianpao and Ogerpon certainly knocks it out. But at the same time, you have your own Qianpao, which is now threatening a lot of damage. Keep in mind, Joe already terrestrialized that Urshifu, so there is no option to Terra the Chen Pao away from a fire or fighting weakness, for example. You don't have the option to get the Embody Aspect attack boost with Ogerpon anymore, and so it's now a more threatening offensive spot for Adi, especially because, importantly, the Chen Pao's Focus Sash is still intact. It's the case for both trainers. They do have the Focus Sash, but let's say, for example, the Chen Pao on Joe's side went for Sacred Sword into the other Chen Pao on Adi's end. That makes you, much more vulnerable to something like a Sucker Punch. And so now your Chen Pao is actually able to get some attacks off here.
We'll also have to figure out how these Chen Pao are trained. Those speed tiers could come up pretty big for both of these Pokemon. Double Protect coming out, Adi goes first on that, and a Triple Protect, that's Ogerpon also protecting itself with the Spiky Shield, which means that this Entei is going to try and make something happen, but be stymied at all points of access. And that's a Protect from the Chen Pao, blocking the extreme speed.
I think you have to respect that Double Protect on Joe's end. You're kind of scouting what Adi wants to do. Is Adi going to burn the Protect on his own Chen Pao this turn? And that's what you do get. So now that you know that Adi's Chen Pao has protected, that kind of makes your choices this turn a lot safer. If Adi's Chen Pao attacks there, it's kind of just square one. Like, you don't really lose a whole lot. But now you know that there's no Protect option on that Chen Pao unless Adi wants to get a little lucky there.
Ooh, and Joe using the Sucker Punch there onto the enemy Chen Pao there as Adi does pick up the KO with that Sacred Sword after an extreme speed. So Joe potentially showing that he thinks that his Chen Pao is slower, goes for the Sucker Punch, breaks the Focus Sash, and lets Ogerpon clean up with that Ivy Cudgel, knocking out the Chen Pao, forcing Adi down to his final two Pokemon, the Wellspring Ogerpon and Entei, versus Joe's final two Pokemon coming out here to challenge.
I really like that Sucker Punch. I think it makes sure that you're getting an attack off, you're breaking that Focus Sash to make sure the Ivy Cudgel KOs the Chen Pao on Adi's side. Like you said, Evan, it might give away that Joe possibly thinks his own Chen Pao is slower than Adi's. I also really like getting rid of Chen Pao because now that the Sword of Ruin is off the field, a Sacred Fire almost definitely does not one-hit KO this Amoonguss. And with the Sword of Ruin on the field, if the Chen Pao on Adi's side was still around, for example, you maybe have to worry about that being a one-hit KO. Unfortunately for Joe, this Entei seems like it might be a little bit hard to break. It is still it's over half of its HP left. You only have ways to hit it not very effectively. You have Grass, Bug, and Fire-type moves left, all of which Entei resists. Not to mention the Ogerpon. Two things left on Adi's side of the field that are immune to Rage Powder, unless the... No, not Entei. I was thinking of the safety goggles. But the Ogerpon on Adi's side cannot be redirected by Rage Powder here.
Well, Adi is just going to protect the Entei with that Follow Me as Joe fires off an Ivy Cudgel into it. A big critical hit there, picks up so much damage onto that Ogerpon. The Sacred Fire, like you mentioned, without the Sword of Ruin, doesn't pick up the KO onto Amoonguss. Will get burned by the Sacred Fire, so will be taking some chip damage as these turns go longer. The Citrus Berry will make sure that it survives a little bit more, and the Pollen Puff now redirected into the Ogerpon after that critical hit. Ivy Cudgel definitely picking up the KO there. And now we really have to see, does this Entei have the damage against Amoonguss and this Ogerpon?
I'm not sure it does. The Ogerpon still being at full health because it hasn't terrestrialized. It is neutral to fire still, but there's almost no way a single Sacred Fire KOs it, and you kind of have to spend this turn Sacred Firing the Amoonguss, because if you get put to sleep, the game just ends. But at the same time, like, Ogerpon is at least 2 or 3 turns to Ivy Cudgel this Entei, and even though it is over half health and will resist the Ivy Cudgels, that's probably still enough damage adding up. There's no chance you get like Sacred Fire Burn to kind of mitigate some of your damage there, because Ogerpon is a fire type, and that Sacred Fire not killing Amoonguss kind of goes to show why getting rid of that Chen Pao is so important.
Yeah, and there is enough damage from that Ivy Cudgel to make that a 2-hit KO after the Sacred Sword from Chen Pao earlier on. Sacred Sword picking up that Amoonguss there. This Entei really wanted to get a better roll on that Ivy Cudgel so that maybe you could make something happen with a Sacred Fire and an Extreme Speed. But without that, this Ivy Cudgel should be plenty to pick up the Entei. It goes down, and Joe Ugarte keeping his tournament hopes alive. 1-0 over Adi, and needs one more win to make it into day 2 and potentially three-peat here in Portland.
The damage rolls on those Ivy Cudgels were really close too. It looked like maybe there was a chance the Entei could have survived. And if that was the case, you have to wonder whether Sacred Fire plus like a Terra Normal Extreme Speed could have been enough for a KO. But you also have to, oh no, it was Grass.
Yeah.
It was Grass Entei, so never mind. I don't think Extreme Speed plus Sacred Fire without the Terra Normal boost would have been enough. But even then, you have to worry about Spiky Shield. Like, if you extreme speed and a Spiky Shield and you're at 1 HP, you just get knocked out anyway. So I think it was a really smart play by Joe there. I really want to call out getting rid of that Chan Pao as soon as he could to make sure Mungus could survive a Sacred Fire. The Ivy Cudgel critical hit into Adi's Ogerpon, a big deal there too. We do have the boosted critical hit chance from the Ivy Cudgel, and maybe the Pollen Tuft damage, maybe it's enough without the critical hit, but I kind of doubt it. And making sure that Ogerpon went down without one more turn to go for Follow Me or another Ivy Cudgel was really big.
Yeah, I also think Adi didn't terrestrialize that game.
No, he didn't.
So really kind of stuck against this Hearthflame Ogerpon. You know, there was a world where Adi terrestrialized this Wellspring Ogerpon on this turn where it took an Ivy Cudgel and a Pollen Puff and would be able to tank that easily. But of course, then you lose your immunity to Spore. You open yourself up to a Power Whip coming out from the Ogerpon, so you are just kind of playing chicken with the terrestrialization. And again, that grass, the grass Terra type on Inte, of course you're not going to use that staring down the Hearthflame Ogerpon. That just makes it super easy to pick up that KO. So Adi sort of kind of forced out of using terrestrialization here. Really, maybe the only good target would have been turn 1 on the Raging Bolt.
I was going to say that. I mean, there weren't too many times past that first turn where it felt like a terrestrialization would have changed a whole lot. Maybe terrestrializing the Ogerpon at the very end, but like you said, that just leaves you open to Power Whip. And if Joe calls that, I mean, Power Whip does more damage than Ivy Cudgel anyway. So maybe you think Joe is going to go for that for the extra damage. Regardless, the first turn Terra could have been an option on Raging Bolt, would have let it stick around and get an attack off. But beyond that, I don't know that not choosing to use your terrestrialization was a big deal there. Something certainly you want to make use of if you can going into the second game, though.
Well, here is game 2, a win and in for Joe, and a must-win for Adi to keep his tournament hopes alive. Big changes from both players. That is a Flutter Mane and Ogerpon for Adi, and a Chin Pao King Gambit for Joe. So kind of the Bash Brothers on the field here for Joe. Big damage being threatened from both of those Pokemon, although they don't really love this matchup in the current moment. Not really. Fluttermane doesn't really love seeing two things that can Sucker Punch it. You know, you do have the option to go for the Terra Fairy, and of course you have the option for Follow Me coming out of the Ogerpon, which we do see here. But Fluttermane being the booster speed energy set means that it's not going to be putting out a whole lot of damage anyway. Yeah, well, there's the Follow Me. No Sucker Punches, so this Follow Me is not wasting any Sucker Punch turns. Chin Pao uses its Focus Sash to hang on from that Dazzling Gleam. Over 50% into the Ogerpon, and this Kowtow Cleave from King Gambit, easily enough to pick up the KO onto Ogerpon after the Ice Spinner from its partner Chin Pao. So this speed booster Fluttermane on the field was able to break the Focus Sash of Chin Pao, bring it down to the Focus Sash. But now this Raging Bolt is going to have to make something happen. I kind of don't mind that trade if you're Adi, though. You get the Chin Pao down to Sash. You do a good chunk with Dazzling Gleam. This is, again, not a Assault Vest King Gambit like you might have seen in past regulations. It's holding the Black Glasses item, which will boost the power of the Kowtow Cleave and the Sucker Punch and trade off a little bit of bulk on either end. So if you do want to go for something like a Terra Fairy on Fluttermane, that might be enough for the KO here. You could also just try and combine it with something like a Thunderclap or Thunderbolt from Raging Bolt to try and KO the King Gambit. You do still have to worry about those Sucker Punches, but you can also Terra Fairy to, you know, make them both resisted. And if you are Fairy type and resisting those Sucker Punches, you can probably survive the combination of both. Yeah. I might imagine. Perhaps. We may be finding out. Right. And also getting the damage boost onto Dazzling Gleam would be good to potentially pick up that KO on the King Gambit. Instead, Raging Bolt is going to be terrestrializing this time, so we are finally seeing that Water Terra type on the Raging Bolt. Adi protecting the Fluttermane for this turn. King Gambit also protecting this turn. Joe is keeping that Pokemon safe and healthy. Chin Pao goes for the Sucker Punch, calls it on the Raging Bolt, and the Thunderbolt into the King Gambit. So Joe is the only player who gets damage off this turn, and that terrestrialization didn't do anything. Does not blocking, it prevented Joe from going for the Ice Spinner, but Joe still got good damage with that Sucker Punch. It's a really smart Sucker Punch too. You know, if the Raging Bolt does terrestrialize, your Ice Spinner is going to be doing very little, and that kind of guarantees, one, that you get some damage off onto it, because if the Fluttermane Dazzling Gleams again, you're going to get knocked out before you can attack, unless you go for Sucker Punch. And two, you're not going to, like, the damage doesn't change whether the Raging Bolt terrestrializes or not, which is nice.
We do still have the threat of Thunderclap, so if Jinpao wants to attack, that's kind of the best way to guarantee it. Both Thunderclap and the speed-boosting Flutter Mane will be able to attack before anything but Sucker Punch. And you also have the option to do Thunderclap the King Gambit and attack before it can Sucker Punch too. That's so much damage, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. The double punch, 1-2 on the Flutter Mane. It goes down, 2 Sucker Punches from the Chin Pao and from the King Gambit. And this Raging Bolt does massive damage to Chin Pao, picks up that 1 hit point remaining. Finally gets it off the field though. This King Gambit and Chin Pao, they were in control of this match. They were ready for it, correctly identifying every opportunity to Sucker Punch from Joe's side.
The issue with terrestrializing the Raging Bolt means that you can no longer terrestrialize that Flutter Mane. So with the 2 Sucker Punches on the field, especially considering 1, Sword of Ruin, and 2, the Black Glasses on King Gambit, I don't think there's any world where Flutter Mane gets to attack anymore. Like, there's no chance to, you know, terrestrialize away from that Sucker Punch neutrality, which means that the 2 Sucker Punches easily wipe it off the map. And of course, Raging Bolt has no spread attacks. It can only KO one of these 2 Pokemon. And even if Adi did go for a Thunderclap into King Gambit, it would have attacked first, but most likely not knocked it out because it is a lower base power move given its priority. And King Gambit, even though it's not holding the Assault Vest, is still pretty bulky naturally.
Yeah, well, Joe is going to go ahead and double protect this turn to sort of scout out what this Choice Band Dragonite is going to lock itself into. I feel like Adi got a little bit trapped with the booster energy problem on Flutter Mane. Didn't want to switch out that Flutter Mane and protect itself from the Sucker Punches and waste the booster energy boost, but now we see it's going to be the Outrage from the Dragonite. So if that Dragonite is able to land attacks, it will be dealing a lot of damage.
It's going to be doing a lot of damage, and most importantly, we're seeing it not lock into the extreme speed, so Sucker Punch is an option from this King Gambit, which will be nice for Joe. If the Dragonite did lock into extreme speed, you have no way to Sucker Punch anymore for the rest of the game, given the extra priority of extreme speed. But it looks like we're going to be seeing the Ogre Pawn on Joe's side terrestrialize this time, trying to get that Embodied Aspect attack boost and further boost the power of those Ivy Cudgels as well.
Yeah, Ivy Cudgel going to be much stronger with the terrestrialization boost plus the Embody Aspect, buffing the attack of this Hearthflame Ogre Pawn. Means that it will be able to deal a lot of damage. Raging Bolt goes for a Protect, and Joe is popping off because he knows he went for the Sucker Punch onto Dragonite and a double target with an Ivy Cudgel into the Dragonite. That's a resisted attack, but with the terrestrialization and the +1, that's a KO. Wow. Joe has been reading Adi like a book. I think Joe went to Powell's earlier today because he has all of the reads.
And no critical hit needed there that time. That is a very strong Ogre Pawn with the Terrifier boost, with the +1. And Adi sees that this game has been lost and concedes, sending Joe into day 2 in Portland, hoping to keep that three-peat alive.
Yeah, it was a touch and go starting after round 4 when Joe dropped to 2-2 here in Portland, but he has now won 5 straight games to make it back to day 2 here in Portland, Oregon, and keep his dreams alive of a three-peat.
And that was really well played by Joe. Like, both games, it felt like Joe was in a really commanding spot for most of the game. Forcing the terrestrialization out of Raging Bolt, I really liked, just because, again, it left the Flutter Mane open to being Sucker Punched. And when a Flutter Mane has to deal with 2 Sucker Punches on one turn, without the Fairy-type terrestrialization, there's a very low chance it gets to attack, I would say.
Yeah, very, very low. And again, being a booster energy Flutter Mane, as opposed to some of the choice specs Pokemon that we've seen, if you switch out, you lose your boost.
Yeah.
And so oftentimes you do get kind of stuck in there where you're just like, I need to keep my boost. That's the only way I can make this Flutter Mane useful. And unfortunately, the Sucker Punches just negated that entirely, as you see both of these Sucker Punches into that Flutter Mane, picking up that damage, while this Raging Bolt wasn't able to do enough damage back.
Importantly, taking out that Ogre Pawn on turn 1 as well eliminated the option for Follow Me on Adi's end, which means that there's no more redirection of those Sucker Punches into entirely failing. Like, Sucker Punching into a Follow Me is very bad.
Feels so bad.
It's like, normally when you attack into Follow Me, it just gets redirected and you do damage anyway, but Sucker Punch does not work like that. It just fails, so you do nothing. And getting rid of that Follow Me meant that Joe is much more free to go for those Sucker Punches. And I think the turn where he doubled into the Dragonite to KO it really smart play there. The Dragonite is choice banded, it cannot protect. And so even if the Raging Bolt attacks on that turn, it's still a KO into Dragonite, and I think a really strong position to be in for Joe.
Yeah.
So I think that was just a smart play overall and got rewarded for it.
Absolutely, and I think it's really interesting to see the Hearthflame Ogerpon have such good success both on Joe and Riley using it. This is a Pokemon that has really fallen by the wayside. It's all Wellspring Ogerpon out in the field. But Hearthflame Ogerpon still has the ability to deal big damage if you are able to invest your Terrestrialization into it.
Yeah.
And as we saw there, like Dragonite is no slouch on the defensive end, and it resists the Fire-type Ivy Cudgel, and yet it still did over 50% damage after the Terrestrialization and the Embody Aspect buff. That's nothing to sneeze at.
No, not at all. And comparing the Ogerpons as well, I think Hearthflame was the more popular of the two, like at the very beginning of Regulation E when it was first legal. But we've seen it over time, Wellspring pop up more and more and more, just because it has much more defensive capabilities. I think Water has slightly better defensive typing than Fire in general. And then the Embody Aspect giving you a special defense boost means that you're much more well-equipped into something like a Flutter Me, and you can try and redirect those attacks with Follow Me. But using the Hearthflame Ogerpon, still with Follow Me, you get the defensive utility. It's still a Follow Me Pokemon that's immune to like Spore and Rage Power, which is very handy. But more importantly, you have the offensive option as well.
Yeah.
It's even more displayed by the choice of Power Whip over like Horn Leech or something like that for a grass move. You're doing even more damage, especially if you Terrestrialize for the boost. And that on full display here with Joe.
Absolutely, and it's still no slouch on the defensive aspect too. Like, it is a Fire-type Pokemon. That means it resists Fairy-type.
Yeah.
Like, resists a Dazzling Gleam, resists a Moonblast from the Flutter Mane. As well as we've seen, we kind of talked about a little bit that this new regulation added a lot of really good and powerful Fire types.
Yeah.
You know what resists Fire types? Fire types. So sometimes you do have to fight fire with fire.
And it worked.
It absolutely worked there for Joe. And I think it's really exciting to see a player of Joe's caliber sort of being able to grind back into the game.
Yeah.
You know, it's really easy to drop early games in a tournament and be like, oh no, my tournament run is over.
Yeah.
I'm 1-2. How did I go 1-2? How did I go 2-2? I won this tournament last year.
Yeah.
What's going on here? But, you know, a player who is going to be a champion has to be able to take that moment and be like, you know what? The momentum has turned against me. I have dropped 2 matches in my first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
That makes it very hard for me to win, but I'm not out. I can still do this.
Well, hopefully Joe will be able to give us some more insight into how he turned around his 2-2 start to make it to day 2 in Portland as we are ready for an interview with Rosemary and Joe.
Thank you so much. That's right. I'm here with the winner of the final match on stream, Joe Ugarte. And listen, that was some stress watching that match out and playing and unfold. Like, talk me through the thought process knowing what your opponent was running.
Yeah, you know, so when you're in a win-and-in situation, especially versus a good player, it's definitely tough, right? I mean, you have to make a lot of calls, and me and Adi have had the, I guess, I would say pleasure, but maybe we don't want to play each other for win-and-ins all the time, but we've played each other for win-and-ins so many times over these past couple of years. So it's always like, you know, a really kind of tough match because you have to make a lot of calls, right? And especially with like 2 teams really centered around that priority spam, when it's, you know, Sucker Punch or when you have extreme speed, there's a lot of reads that go into it, especially when there's like Terragos and other stuff in the mix.
So knowing that you played against Adi and that there is familiarity there for those win-in situations, did that influence the way that you approached the matchup at all? Just knowing how he tends to even play the game.
You know, there's always a certain factor of that maybe, I guess, but I think it was just the way the teams kind of matched up. It was more of just like you have to make the right calls in the situations. You have to trust your gut on like which calls are correct in some situations. And like, I think it's tough because in win-and-in there's a lot of pressure, you know, especially obviously like I feel a lot of pressure a little bit, but like it was a good set. I think he made a lot of good plays. I think I made, you know, the plays I needed to make and, you know, worked out in my favor. So.
Let's talk about that for a second, because you're coming in as the reigning Portland Regional Champion.
Yeah.
You also have a second Regional Championship title under your belt from Portland.
Yep.
So, like, is that pressure? Like, what does that pressure even feel like?
So it's interesting because obviously, and to a degree, you have to be realistic. It's not like a specific location for regional changes, like how you're gonna do. But it's just a regional that's very special to me. You know, it was my first regional win, and it was my second one too. So I would love to make it, you know, third win. I don't think anyone's ever won 3 of the same regional back to back. So that'd be really cool. to do. But I think, overall, like I think going into it, I had a lot more pressure on myself. As I played through the day, I actually was down to 2-2 like in the beginning of the day. So I was at like not a great record. I'm sitting here, I'm like, ooh, like this is not looking good for the repeat, right? But as I played more, I think I got more comfortable, and I'm pretty proud of how I played that round 9 for what it's worth, because I think I kind of like got into the groove with the team and like kind of was more confident, I think, towards the end of the run, especially bringing it back. And, I can't, like I think the pressure-wise, even though there's pressure there, like now I feel a little bit better now that I'm day 2. I know I'm supposed to be here and I can play my best tomorrow,
Yeah, of course. And pressure aside, I think you have to give yourself a lot of credit, because you have been able to put up like impressive result after impressive result. And I think that also comes with its own certain type of pressure, doesn't it? Yeah. Where like, can you continue to keep doing that? What does it feel like to be a player on that side of things?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. I think now I'm kind of getting into, I think it's my 7th year of playing in like the middle of this upcoming year, or I guess this year now, 2024 already. But it's kind of interesting because I feel like the more you play, the more pressure you put on yourself to perform well. Mm-hmm. And I am trying to also balance that a bit, because I think when you're playing so many games of Pokemon, there's so much variance, there's so many different calls you can make. So one way I shifted my mindset for this year, besides Portland, I really want to win Portland, but besides that, kind of getting in this place where I feel really good about how I'm growing as a player, as opposed to focusing so much on the results. Because for me, realistically, besides this regional, it's really like I want to win an international, I want to win worlds. Like those are my end goals. It's insane because I don't think people realize how hard it is to be a world champion. You have to, right now there are only, I believe, 10, 11 world champions. That's insane. Like to be in that group is so hard, and it takes so much work. Like some of the best players you could know will never achieve that, and that's insane. So to me, like that's where I'm really trying to shift my mindset towards, like not the individual tournament, but how can I get better as a player, and what can I learn from each tournament to take into future tournaments as well.
And this tournament has its own unique level of difficulty on top of it as well, because we have new Pokemon, it's a new regulation. How do you find approaching a tournament like that? Do you enjoy it with all of those choices available to you?
Yeah, so, it's really interesting. I think new Pokemon are always a good thing. I think one thing that's been really a source of contention with Scarlet and Violet has been like, oh, the power level of all the individual Pokemon. I actually think it's pretty cool. Like, I think it's cool that a lot of Gen 9 Pokemon actually get to shine and like perform really well. I mean, Adi had Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt's been performing super well in a lot of tournaments. You have obviously some mainstays on my stuff like Urshifu, Chien-Pao. They're still good Pokemon, right? So I think it's cool that over the course of like the multiple regulations, we've kind of seen the build up where you have like old concepts incorporated into new teams, and then you also have, some different stuff that's coming out of it.
I'm surprised you didn't want to run Sun, Joe.
Yeah, I know. Usually I would, but I don't know. Something in me was just like, this isn't the tournament for Sun. So if I don't win, I could blame it on that. But I think for what it's worth, I made the best team choice I could. So.
I think so as well. So feeling okay going into day 2?
Yeah, I feel good. Honestly, like I think once you make day 2, it's a lot better because you kind of are like, yeah, I deserve to be here. I played really well. Like I made it to day 2. And I think now it's just like focusing on that next goal to make cut. And I'm going to be giving it my all. I really, really want to win. And this is a really important regional to me and like event. So, I'm just hoping I can take it far.
I know you prepped really hard for this event as well.
Yeah.
So wishing you the best of luck tomorrow to showcase more of that.
Yep.
Shout outs.
So Sierra, of course, even though I did not run Jump Left Sun with you, I'm glad you got to experience the good and bad parts of it. And just thank you for being there to support me. Navjeet as well, we're rooming together as well. Super awesome dude, one of my best buddies. A couple other things, Marco Fierro, I'm finding like, I'm thanking him a lot because sometimes like he'll just tell me like, you don't need to do this. I was thinking of changing my Dragonite to Farigiraf at like 5 minutes before team submission, and he was like, don't do it. And I'm like, okay, okay, I trust you. And I use Dragonite so much today, so thank you, Marco. And, to Mom, Dad, I know you guys are watching, and all my other friends. I know there's so many to name, but thank you guys so much, all for the support.
Love hearing the support for you, and also knowing that everybody needs a friend that will tell them when they need to not use the idea that they put forth into the universe.
Yes, someone to tell you that you have a bad idea is very good sometimes.
Well, that's the best advice I think a lot of people can take away. But Joe, thank you so much for your time, for sharing your thoughts, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, casters, back to you.
Man, that is an entirely different team if you have Farigiraf instead of Dragonite on that. Thank you, Marco, for that advice.
We're thanking Marco on Joe's behalf. that was the right decision.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear from players like Joe about what it means to him to make it into day 2 and how important this tournament specifically is. And I think he's right. You know, the most important thing is, you know, when you make day 2, it's important to take that moment, take that beat and be like, you know what, I deserve to be here.
Yeah.
I'm playing really well. On to the next thing.
It's also cool because when you're someone that's had as much success as Joe too, like it doesn't mean tournaments get easier.
No,
every
definitely
tournament
not.
is still a very difficult, you know, mountain to climb. And Joe has made that first step, making it to day 2, which he's done many times before, and knows what it takes to, you know, recollect yourself. You know, like you said, take that moment, celebrate your victories today, and then move on to tomorrow even more energized to make it a step further.
Absolutely. And speaking of tomorrow, Rose actually had a chance to talk to some of our other day 2 competitors earlier today about what it means to them to make it into day 2. So let's go ahead and toss it to Rose for some information from our players.
Hello, I'm here with Colin Heyer, who just won his round 9 match to go 8-1 in day 1 of Swiss. So talk me through that final match. I know you locked in the day 2 last round, but how did that last match go?
I honestly quite destroyed him. Like in game 2, I read his soul, and from there it was just over. I was just feeling super confident, and I know like my team requires me to make those big plays, and I was able to do that, and I just felt so good because that matchup's really annoying. I'm using Dragonite Qianpao, and Archelodon is like a natural predator of those 2 Pokemon, and I knew I was going to have to make some big reads to win that set, and I was just feeling super confident after making day 2, so I made those big reads.
That's amazing. You're going to have to continue to do that for tomorrow for day 2 Swiss.
I think so. I think my team is very aggressive, and I like playing aggressive. I love Dragonite Qianpao. I've been a fan for a while, and it just requires you to just kind of make those huge plays that just set you so far ahead that they just simply can't come back.
Well, it sounds like you're really confident, Colin, heading into tomorrow. So Dragonite Qianpao, you liking Regulation F so far?
Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air. I think Tornadus or Shifu was really oppressive and just generally really unfun. But now we have access to Raging Bolt, my new favorite Pokemon, and he is just so awesome at defeating them.
I'm here with Raghav Malavia, who just won their win-in to make it into day number 2. How stressful was that match, and how are you feeling now that you've made it into day 2?
Well, I feel a lot better now that I've made it, but I wasn't like too stressed just because I've been in these situations before, and honestly, I go into every round just thinking I'm just gonna try my best, and if it doesn't go my way, you know, it is what it is. But it was a tricky one. I was playing against a Sun team, and I don't have too many fire resists on my team, so I was a little scared, but we got the job done, so yeah.
I know you said before this event you weren't feeling super confident about heading into the first event of Regulation F, but how are you feeling now and looking forward to trying to finish out the tournament?
You know, I'm still pretty uncertain on how I'll do tomorrow. I feel like I did really well early in the tournament, and then, you know, got a little bumpy, ended up 7-2, but honestly, let's just see how it goes tomorrow. I still feel a little, you know, like not super confident in my team, but I think I've shown that I can play really well, so we'll see how far I can go.
What's your favorite Pokemon on your team?
Probably Metagross. That guy's just super cool. Like, I just like the way he's built, you know, I don't know.
He's built different. It's definitely what it is. Well, Raghav, thank you so much, and congratulations. Good luck tomorrow. I'm here with Ryan Hebert, who just won his win-in match to make it into day number 2, and your team, we have to talk about this. How did you even come up with this team concept?
So I give full credit to Cortex VGC. His name is Nathan Ortiz. He is a prodigy at team building. And, you know, it started with a core concept of Ursaluna, Smeargle, and Farigiraf. And from there, we just built it out, and we just have this incredible concept that we said, what are the best Pokemon going into today's metagame? And we were like, okay, well, how can we counter that with stuff that really isn't seen as commonly? And so that's how we've gotten the crazy 6 we're running today.
All right, so name out all 6 for us. Lay it all out there so we can really soak in this team concept.
You got it. So we've got Ursaluna Blood Moon, Farigiraf, Smeargle, Single Strike, Urshifu, Whimsicott, and Chi-Yu, Specs Chi-Yu. So all those Specs Chi-Yu beams, it's real. The overheat's real. Okay, it's good.
And it's right, you're hitting your overheats.
We are all heat waves, overheats. Luck was with us today. It really was. It really was.
I think that's just a good Chi-Yu that likes its trainer.
That's what I'm hoping for. You know, a lot of love and care. I really try my best. I really do.
Well, Ryan, that's awesome. How did that last match go, and how are you feeling going into day number 2 tomorrow?
So Miguel and I were kind of dodging each other all day, and then finally we get paired up together. We don't know each other, but we're like, hey, I recognize you. I've seen you at tables literally all day long. It was a really clean game. It was exactly the type of team that we want to go into, that really like standard like meta Entei Qian Pao type team with Raging Bolt and Rillaboom. That's the sort of stuff that we're like, we want that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and even a snack too. Like, it's just what we want to see. And so as long as we keep hitting that, especially in day 2 tomorrow, we'll be all right.
Well, that's awesome. Best of luck tomorrow. Hope you maintains its course, and good luck.
Hey, thanks so much.
Okay. Whew. That was some great content we were able to get out of some of our other day 2 players.
What'd you use, double team?
Oh, yeah, they had to, no.
Just a quick sprint back from the floor into here.
Oh, agility.
That's choice scarf right there for you.
For sure.
Ally switch.
With the Snorlax, definitely. That's me at the end of today after everything that we have been through for the tournament. It has been an amazing day of action, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a ton of fun to watch all these games, see all these new Pokemon in action, some returning classics from the past. It's been a great day.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun today. I think overall, just seeing how things went. Like Cloth just won in TCG. Go is being dominated by Vigoroth out of nowhere. Like everything going on Pokemon Action Portland. It's been awesome today.
An action-packed Portland for sure. And our day 2 players that have already made it in is starting to look stacked. Now, we still have some players that are finishing out their rounds, so we don't have the full list of competitors here for everybody, but we see some familiar names on this list.
Yeah, some players who are dominating this season already, like Riley and Rogov, continuing to see success. Players who have just consistently had success over the last couple of years, like Alberto. But even some names from the past, like Zach Jokamp making a great run to make it into day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, and obviously I'm just so happy to see Joe win that winning in round 9, keeping hope alive at a possible Portland 3-peat.
And I mean, Abdullah Mohidin also made it, so that's very exciting. We saw a couple of these players on stream even today, so even if that ended up being a loss for them earlier on, still able to make that X2 record or better to move forward to tomorrow. So I'm just so excited to see what's going to happen when it comes down to what Pokemon have made it. Like, I want to go crunch the numbers. So where do these Paradox Pokemon actually fall on our real tier list when we put that together?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing those day 2 usage stats, seeing kind of how things bake down after day 1.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty different. I think some of those in day 2, we won't see a 12% making top 12 or 15%. I think those latter spots are going to be much higher in percentage.
Over under on where Incineroar is going to fall. It was second.
Do you think there's a chance it could be third? I would still say second, personally.
Yeah, second or third seems about right for Incineroar.
I'm gonna say fourth.
Oh. All right, so who are your 2 and 3?
Raging Bolt and I don't know, Landorus.
Did you see the Terra Raging Bolt? It was like you couldn't even see the hat. It was so tall.
I love it. That's what we're here for. I'm sorry. I understand it might not be S tier, but it's S tier in all of our hearts. That's for sure. Tomorrow, though, we have another full day of action ahead of us for Portland to round out the regional and also crown the next North America regional champion. You're not going to want to miss it. Come back for our start time at 10 a.m. Pacific or 1 p.m. Eastern, or do the math for wherever you are in the rest of the world. Hopefully we do have some global viewers tuning in as well. But that's going to do it for us here. Final thoughts. Favorite moment. Favorite Pokemon. You name it. Floor is yours.
I think one of my favorite moments was that final match. Joe just kind of playing a very commanding match, always feeling like one turn ahead. Landing that double sucker punch in on Fluttermane was just really impressive, and kind of punching his ticket into day 2.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be the double sucker punch because it could so backfire if it doesn't go right. But Joe is one of those trainers that sometimes just has unstoppable momentum in a match, and he just went for the correct play and it won in the game. So it was just awesome to see how it's worked out for Joe.
Yeah, and a lot of our other trainers as well, just making some really impressive reads. And I think we're in a meta right now where that is so, so important. So can't wait to see how many other 50-50s we're going to have to see these players win on those coin flips. That's all coming up tomorrow. Share your favorite moments with us as well on social media. You can follow us on all of the platforms listed below. And of course, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to share your favorite thoughts on the action that's happened so far and what you're looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Portland Regional Championships.